From Paris to what city? And our phones work today.
Yay!
Let me go to Dave. Hi, Dave. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. How you doing?
Wonderful. All right, Dave, tell me where the Orient Express ran from. Paris to what city?
Istanbul.
Istanbul. One moment, Dave. Going to give you a pair of tickets for the Philly Burger Brawl, and that's Sunday, October 23rd, Xfinity Live. You can enjoy unlimited samples of burgers from over 60 of the area's leading restaurants and chefs, plus live music and activities all day. Tickets are on sale now. You can go to WMMR.com, keyword burger. Proceeds benefit both the Philly Parks and Rec at-Risk Teen Initiative and the School District of Philadelphia's after-school programming.
So the Orient Express falls in line with a number of other trips where they're like high-end train rides. They're like bucket list trips that people take. There's the Royal Scotsman.
Oh, yeah.
Which is another one.
Yeah, that one's not cheap. I remember
when I was doing the pricing out of it, I'm like, okay.
It looks so cool, Steve, and you're like, yeah, I think I probably can afford this.
Look at all they give you for $50,000.
Wow. All right, we're going to dive right into the entertainment stories. We'll begin with Ashley Judd. She wrote in a New York Times op-ed that authorities made her feel, quote, like a suspect as they interrogated her while she held her dying mother's, quote, laboring body.
Can't imagine what that would be like.
54-year-old actress wrote, it is now well known that law enforcement personnel should be trained in how to respond to and investigate cases involving trauma, but the men who were present left us feeling stripped of any sensitive boundary, interrogated, and in my case, as if I was a possible suspect in my mother's suicide. She added that while she wanted to comfort her mother as her life was fading, she felt it mandatory to cooperate with law enforcement. Ashley also lobbied for privacy, writing in an Instagram post on Wednesday, we need better law enforcement procedures and laws that would allow suffering families and their deceased loved one more dignity around agonizingly intimate details of their suffering.
I mean, it's I guess statistically, I wonder how many people come upon someone who's, because she was dying, she just committed, usually discover the body.
Yes.
And so I guess that's an anomaly that she got to her while she was still dying from the gun wounds.
I guess so.
Yeah.
She writes, autopsies are public record, so are toxicology reports. We have shared our story so openly to raise awareness, reduce stigma, to help people identify and make sure that we all know know we face mental illness together. What more do folks want us to give of our grief? And, of course, Naomi died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound in April. All right, this is the best story I've read all day.
All right.
Breaking down her 21 most memorable looks from 1991 to now for British Vogue, iconic Kate Moss recalled the moment when surveying the look that she wore for the 1995 CFDA Fashion Awards in New York City. And so she's looking at the pictures, and she's pointing out some things, and she said, that diamond necklace, Johnny gave me that diamond necklace, obviously meaning Johnny Depp. And she said, she goes on to say, they were the first diamonds I ever owned. He pulled them out of the crack of his ass.
Oh, my God.
She said, we were going out for dinner, and he said, and I'm going to use your impression, Steve, I've got something in my bum. And he goes, can you have a look?
See that sticking out of my butt? Tug on it.
Wait, that's Gene Simmons.
They're both, yeah.
She said, I was like, what? And I put my hand down his trousers, and I pulled out a diamond necklace. That diamond necklace, as she was pointing to.
By the way, that better be a really good diamond necklace if you're going to do that trick.
Well, if it's the one we're looking at, yeah, that's a hefty diamond necklace.
No,
right
I'd
there.
say no, thank you.
Yeah, of course you would.
I would say no, thank you.
Yes.
Would you see what's in my pee hole?
Moss added that she had lost the white John Galliano dress that she wore that night. She said, if anyone has it out there, please return it to me. It's my favorite dress.
How do you lose a dress?
He gave it to me for my 21st birthday. And she said,
wait a second, I'm naked. What happened?
Where'd my
It's
dress
just
go?
drafty in here. Oh, my dress.
She said those Manolo shoes were my favorite shoes. I lived in them. They were the Mary Jane Black Patent.
Yeah, I couldn't fit those on my ass.
Moss and Depp dated from 94 to 98. She recently testified on Depp's behalf at his defamation trial against Amber Heard, denying a rumor that he had once shoved her down some stairs.
So Kate Moss I never thought of her as very modelly. Her big thing was the sort of a waifish heroin chic look, right?
That's what they called it, the heroin chic look.
As of late, like I think she's aged and she's gotten better looking as she's aged into herself.
I haven't seen her in a while,
Yeah.
but I wouldn't doubt it. Yeah. So anyhow, those diamonds came out of Johnny Depp's ass for
That's
her.
not the way to give jewelry.
That's what he thought.
When you popped the question,
He felt
did you
it was
do
the right way.
You did what I did. I
Yeah.
took a dump and said, asked my wife, I said, root around in that. There's something for you.
Something
I have a
special
surprise.
in there.
And you're going to love it.
Cherry Hill police on Wednesday released video and documents from their investigation into the groping allegations against Gary Busey, but the documentation was heavily redacted and revealed no major new details. Most of the police body cam video and witness interview videos are blurred and contain no audio. The 78-year-old actor can be seen and heard in a 2-minute, 15-second body cam video, which also is partially blurred and muted. Busey is walking to an awaiting black SUV parked outside the Doubletree Hotel entrance carrying a metal case when he's approached by at least one officer, and the officer asks Busey, "How do I get a hold of you?" Busey responds, "For what reason?" And the video is then muted again for a short duration. When the audio resumes, Busey and the officer engage in a small talk about the weather in California. After another muted portion, the officer can be heard asking, "You still have my card, right?" Busey pulls out his wallet, takes out something, to which the officer says, "Yep, that's me."
It's in my ass.
The officer shakes Busey's hand and says, "Take care, have a safe trip." Busey allegedly groped 3 victims at a Cherry Hill movie convention, of course, tried to unhook one of the victims' bras, and pushed police at one point to convince victims not to report what had happened.
So does this all fall in, reading the descriptions of this from different sources, does this fall in misdemeanor territory?
I would think so.
Right?
I don't know.
Okay. I was watching Under Siege last night, and Gary Busey's in that.
Oh, yeah.
He's acting very well. He's delivering lines.
Yeah.
He's doing competent things. I'm like, where's that guy?
Except for when he's dressed like a woman at one point in that, and I'm like, oh, this is pretty terrifying. He allegedly had inappropriate sexual contact with at least 3 victims during the photo shoot. So we'll see where this ends up going. Sharna Burgess confirmed yesterday she will not be returning to Dancing with the Stars for season 31. She wrote on her Instagram stories, after long conversations and lots of thinking and really trying to sit with what was right, made the decision, the really hard decision, not to do the season this year of Dancing with the Stars. There has been a list that was released saying that I would be a pro and I won't be.
The series, I think, has lost a bit of its buzz, and they're bringing in Alfonso Ribeiro to, is it Ribeiro or Ribeiro? Do you know?
I think
it's
he could
Ribeiro.
probably go either way.
Okay, but they're bringing him on because they're basically recreating the old vibe of having Tom Bergeron and whoever was with him. So I guess they're trying to get some of that back. But it doesn't seem as big a thing when they announce new lineups and stuff.
Sharna, by the way, is a new mom and added that she will still be there in some capacity. I have a couple of interesting Nickelodeon stories. Zoe 101 star Alexa Nicholas has joined protesters at Nickelodeon Animation Studios in Burbank, California last week and shared that she did not feel safe around producer Dan Schneider.
And that's been going on for years. Casey, we talked about this. This guy who was, we know him from Head of the Class years ago and became a major producer for Nickelodeon. But all throughout his run, there have been rumors that he's been inappropriate.
Nicholas said during an Instagram Live Thursday, I did not feel protected at Nickelodeon as a child, personally.
That's terrible.
I'm demanding that Nickelodeon start protecting children and not predators. She also called Schneider, quote, the creator of childhood trauma. And this comes shortly after iCarly actress Jeanette McCurdy shared in her memoir that someone at Nickelodeon, who she refers to as the creator, encouraged her to drink alcohol when she was underage and photographed her in a bikini during a wardrobe fitting. Now, another, and this is a different claim, but Daniela Monet recently called out Nickelodeon for sexualizing the teen stars of Victorious. The actress who played Trina Vega on the show from 2010 to 2013 told Business Insider that the wardrobe was not the age appropriate, adding that she, quote, wouldn't even wear some of that today as an adult. The now 33-year-old,
Jesus Christ.
I know, recalled telling the network that a scene in which she ate a pickle while applying lip gloss was too sexual to air. However, the episode with the scene fully intact was ultimately released. It was, listen, they did.
Did they? You watched it, right?
Yeah, because my kids were Nickelodeon age at that point, and that show would come on, and I'd be like, whoa.
Victoria Justice herself, right? That's her name, right?
Victoria Justice and Ariana Grande was on there, and a few other really attractive young ladies that they had. Now, listen, it wasn't like, it was a little saucy.
Were they thrown in, do you think, for the dads? Like, if
Maybe.
I don't know. The likelihood of getting the TV turned to the channel increased a little bit more?
Don't know.
No, I mean, I think there's young boys that like watching that stuff, young girls that like watching that stuff. And
what
they
was the
were
target audience, would you say, age-wise?
My kids' age.
Middle school probably.
Yeah, probably 9, 10, 11.
Oh, all right.
Like that.
Something like that. Yep.
By the way, Dan Schneider, we're having Keenan Thompson on later today. He wrote Good Burger.
What?
Yeah, I mean, his writing credits, his producing credits are really insane. I think he stopped acting kind of after Head of the Class, but he's done so much production work since then.
Okay. Let me see here. I got a bunch of other things. Let me pick through what I will want to share with you. All right, let's do it. We haven't talked about the MCU in a little while. One of Marvel's oldest characters, Wonder Man, who I'm not familiar with, is getting a show of their own, but not without a special cameo from a well-loved character. According to Variety, Ben Kingsley will reprise his role as Trevor Slattery, a failed actor, for an unspecified amount of episodes. That character is awesome. I loved him.
Actor.
In Iron Man 3.
And Shang-Chi.
I
And
remember
Shang-Chi,
the
that's
ripple
right.
effect when they took that character and put that spin on it. But if you didn't crack up in
man.
that sequence, I don't know what you wanted. And then to carry it on to the other film, we'll see.
I love the part where they're kind of interrogating him, and he's trying to answer the questions, and they're talking about really serious stuff, and all of a sudden the soccer game on TV scores are going, hey, ole, 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 ole.
Comes out of the bathroom and stunk up the joint.
The best. So the series follows Simon Williams, a.k.a. Wonder Man, a son of a wealthy industrialist that competes with Stark Industries. After receiving superpowers from villain Baron Zemo, he eventually has enemies to lover-like plotline with the Avengers and joins them. Like most Marvel project, details are limited, but it is said to be a Hollywood satire. Williams was an actor and stuntman in the comics.
Yeah, not that familiar.
No, I don't know it at all. The series is co-created by Community's Andrew Guest and Shang-Chi's Destin Daniel Cretton, adding in another Community alum to the Marvel Universe. All right, this story I meant to get to yesterday. Earlier this year, Dolan's filed a Freedom of Information Act request in the hopes of receiving the rest of the Monkeys FBI file and is now suing the FBI based on the agency's lack of timely response to the Freedom of Information Act request. Apparently, he made this request a long time ago, and they've really been dragging their feet on
They
it.
slow walk it, as they say.
Yeah, so Yeah, I don't think there's going to be any bombshells
No,
in there.
but I would be curious to see what they were saying.
Yeah, yep, exactly. Let's see. How about this one? If you weren't already excited for the Lord of the Rings of Power, even more exciting news came out of the show's UK premiere on Tuesday night. Amazon boss Jeff Bezos, a.k.a. a man who has no experience as a showrunner, said that the actual showrunners of the prequel series wisely ignored his notes.
Uh-huh.
So Jeffrey Bezos apparently tried to...
Jeffrey Bezos.
Bezos said every showrunner's dream, and I mean every showrunner, their dream is to get notes on scripts and early cuts from the founder and executive chairman. He said they love that. I need to thank you both for listening, whatever it helped, but mostly I need to thank you for ignoring me at exactly the right time. So essentially he said that they ignored his suggestions, and he's glad that they did.
So I've been paying attention to everything that's been going on with this series. Each episode estimated to be $60 million.
Wow.
There's a $1 billion budget for the show. Ooh. I watched a couple of reviews yesterday, Preston.
Yeah.
Reviews that hated it and reviews that adored it.
Okay.
It's split down the middle, but yeah. And the thing is, which is weird, they don't have any of the rights that the movie, so no access to what was covered in the movies. So they had to work different things. For example, they couldn't include hobbits, so they're hardfoots or whatever.
Seriously?
Yeah. So they basically are hobbits, but they're like, I read Tolkien years and years ago in college, and there's a lot of minutia associated with it. So most of my understanding is of the movies, of the Peter Jackson movies. But yeah, so there's some things they can't quite touch. So,
okay, that's interesting.
So legally they have to do a little...
but things like elves and...
Things that are in the books, yes. Things that they... It's so stupid, but contractually you have to do these things.
Okay.
They are including Mickey Dolenz, though.
Very good. Yeah. He needs to work. So Bezos said, my kids have become Tolkien fans as well. And after Amazon got involved in this project, my son came up to me one day. He looked at me in the eyes very sincerely. He said, Dad, please don't F this up. So fortunately, he's staying out of the creativity of that.
So one thing that was said is that Game of Thrones and the new one, House of the
Dragon.
Right. That is adult content, that is, very visceral. And they're saying this is more like a Harry Potter version of Game of Thrones.
Okay.
That its tone is more tamped down and more family friendly.
All right, cool. After The Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent and the upcoming Renfield, Nicolas Cage isn't done showing off his comedic chops, as sources tell Deadline that he is set to star in the A24 comedy called Dream Scenario. Other than it being described as a comedy, project details are being kept under wraps at this point. Cage is himself having quite a year, going back to his work in the neon drama Pig, which had him in the mix for awards consideration all season long.
Preston, it's a really good movie. It's really good.
Yeah, he uses a pig for truffle finding.
Truffle pig, yeah.
Yeah. And it turns murderous, right?
Well, he goes, they steal his pig.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He most recently was seen earning rave reviews, playing himself in the Lionsgate pick, The Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent.
Which was really good, too.
And next up, he has a Western thriller called Butcher's Crossing, where he plays a buffalo hunter. And the Universal action comedy Renfield, playing Dracula opposite Nicholas Hoult as the titular character.
He's always interesting to watch.
Yeah. So he's getting some more stuff going on here. All right, this was interesting. I saw this yesterday. The first official trailer for the forthcoming slasher film, Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey, has been released, turning the usual animated cuddly bear into a murderous hunter.
It's pretty wild.
It was first announced in May to mixed fan reactions that the beloved childhood character would receive a sinister makeover from director Reese Waterfield. The newest trailer, in this, Christopher Robin can be seen returning to the 100-acre woods to reunite with his friends Pooh, Piglet, and Eeyore. However, after having been abandoned, they've turned wild and are now on the prowl. Scenes cut between an eerie message written in blood on a cabin window, warning a group of girls to get out, Pooh hitting a girl in the head with a sledgehammer, and blood streaming down another girl's face. And you can hear Christopher Robin asking, "We used to be friends. Why are you doing this? I would have never left, I swear." So what I couldn't figure out is, how is it possible for them to make this movie?
You know
It's
why?
Winnie the Pooh. I do know why.
Yeah,
I have
okay.
the explanation
Yeah.
here. So Pooh Bear, created by A.A. Milne, entered the public domain earlier this year.
There you go.
On the 1st of January, when the copyright on the book initially issued in 1926 expired.
How the F did they let that expire?
Yeah, so this means the character is available for use without permission of the author's estate and can be interpreted in any creative work such as movies, musicals, and plays. Now, the interesting part of this, I was like, well, wait, Disney has Pooh,
Yeah.
right? Okay,
Yeah.
so how do they do this? Previously, the rights to Winnie the Pooh were held exclusively under Disney licensing, which gave the character a red T-shirt and is the version recognizable most. So they own like that version.
That
of
version.
Pooh, okay,
It's like with the Marvel stuff where you have Universal owns comic book Marvel imagery, whereas Disney owns movie Marvel imagery.
I think it happens with things like in Grimm's Tales too, like
Yes.
Pinocchio and Cinderella. And Pinocchio is not a Grimm's fairy tale, but those types of things, those stories that have been around for a long time, I think they also enter public domain, and that's why there's so many different movie versions of those stories.
So the Winnie the Pooh stories and characters after 1926 still belong to Disney.
Okay.
All right. So like the character Tigger is not going to be in the film. He wasn't
Oh,
introduced
what?
until 1928.
No
He
kidding.
was like, at some points, bigger than Pooh.
Agreed. But he wasn't part of the original 1926 book about Pooh when it was created.
Isn't that wild?
He came. I think that was. I don't know if Tigger was a Disney creation. No, it wouldn't have been because it was 1920s. But it was the 1926 version. So Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey will be released on DVD and video on demand worldwide soon. An exact date is to be announced.
Well, you know I'm going to watch that.
Yeah.
I got to see Winnie the Pooh as a murderer.
It looks messed up. All right. We're ready for clips now. Ginger Gonzaga believes that behind every superhero, there is a reckless friend encouraging them to shapeshift. And here, Ginger talks about her character's relationship with She-Hulk.
If She-Hulk saves the world, we can safely say it was because of Nikki. Nikki's a really good cheerleader for her best bud, and I want people to be cheerleaders for their friends so they can reach their full potential. And so I think she does that in a way that I would love to see like more people do with their friendships in life.
Shut the f up!
A new episode of
Okay.
She-Hulk Attorney at Law is streaming today. That's on Disney+. Here's the next clip. In One Way, Drea Di Matteo plays a Mexican drug baron chasing after a petty criminal who stole her coke and her cash. In this clip, the Sopranos alum talks about being typecast. Here we go.
Since the lockdown, I have not played my normal character. I usually play a victim. And now I get to be these badass bitches. And I think it was since I did the podcast called Gangster Goddess. It was like I channeled something in me that I didn't know existed. And now I am the ultimate gangster goddess in this movie for sure. I mean, I am badass.
Yeah, big whoop, no one cares.
One Way hits theaters on Friday, so you will be able to see it then. And there you go. That's our little entertainment roundup for you this morning. We have a bunch going on today on our program. We're excited because it's a return of Battle of the Self-Proclaimed Experts, and we're doing the Always Sunny in Philadelphia version. We had loads and loads and loads of emails that came in. It was tough to narrow it down, but we found a couple that kind of encapsulated what we think an Always Sunny expert should be.
Well, one thing is for sure, there are a lot of experts out there.
Yes. And so we're going to have two of them going head-to-head today that are battling for this VIP setup for the Always Sunny podcast live Monday, September 19th at the Met in Philadelphia. So they're going to be in here. We'll have them going head-to-head in the 8 o'clock hour. Also, Keenan Thompson will be on the show today. And we got stuff to give away, like Top Gun Maverick on digital. Ooh. And I'll take caller number 10 right now and set you up with it. 215-263-WMMR. Obviously, Tom Cruise stars in this action-packed epic, and you can buy it on digital now and dive into over 110 minutes of incredible behind-the-scenes bonus content, which is available at participating retailers, rated PG-13 from Paramount Pictures. Caller number 10 will take care of you. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
Yes.
That clumsily walk on two legs and show their teeth are staggering around suburban Chicago, and authorities are warning locals to hide their pets. A spike in raccoons testing positive for distemper in Riverside, Illinois, is to blame for the bizarre sightings of contaminated animals that the disease causes to appear zombie-like. While zombie raccoons don't eat brains, distemper is highly contagious. If you're feeding wildlife and that raccoon ate out of your bowl or cat food for your stray cats and your puppy goes over, the saliva can be contagious.
They sent in a Negan raccoon to take care of everything.
Well, oh, well, oh, well. Looks like we got ourselves a problem in Chi-Town. Leaning back high. Looks like we got some trouble. Some trouble in Chi-Town. Going deep dish on this bitch.
It's got a little leather jacket he wears. Yeah.
Leaning back way far. Ooh, hey. In the home of Oprah.
There we go. We had mentioned this earlier this morning, but it's definitely worth bringing up. The restaurant named Cadence, which is a BYOB on Girard Avenue, was named the best new restaurant by Food and Wine.
That's a super well respected journal in the world of the culinary happenings.
Yeah.
And so this is a big honor.
But in the order, you have Cadence is number 1 in Austin, Texas. Suerte. Frenchette in New York. Conby in Los Angeles. Kumiko in Chicago. These are all one-word names.
Manny's Chili Dogs.
Ah, that's on there. No, Pat's Chili Dogs.
Pat's Chili Dogs.
Yes.
Dogs. Definitely the best theme.
Yeah.
Number 1 in Food and Wine magazine. Yeah, baby.
That was from the band Cinderella when they were big in the area. They did
We're Warren. When we're in town, we want some good chili dogs. We always read through Food and Wine magazine to see who won.
They did a commercial for Pat's Dogs.
Pat's Dogs. Pat's Chili Dogs. Pat's Dogs. Pat's Chili Dogs.
That building is now a We Buy Gold.
Oh, is it really?
We buy gold. Gold for sale. No more chili dogs. Job not going well. Pat's Dogs. Pat's Chili Dogs. Pat's Dogs. Next step, selling blood.
So number 6 on this list is Ada, which is Ada Indian Canteen.
Ooh, I love canteens. When you go in out, you need water.
Fox and the Knife in Boston.
Boston sucks.
Hey, we beat Boston.
Yeah.
Love me some good fox.
There you go.
Suck at Boston.
How's the fox at this place?
Indigo in Houston, Nightshade in Los Angeles, and in New Orleans, a place called Piece of Meat.
There you go. You know, it's I think one of the most difficult parts of a restaurant would be a name that means something and pops to people.
Yeah.
You know, like Pat's Chili Dogs.
Right. That's.
Pat's Dogs. Pat's Chili Dogs. Pat's Dogs. Pat's Chili.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the name will only get you so far, but it is an added bonus. Answer the phone, by the way. Thank you very much. I don't know. If you had a restaurant, what would you name it?
I'd name it Answer the Phone.
Yeah, thank you.
Because
I'm sorry. I'm tired of waving my arms.
Yeah.
It's been happening
You
the
lose
last few
business.
days, and I'm just going to say answer the phone.
Answer
from
the
now on.
goddamn phone.
Yeah, answer. In fact, I'll say it that way.
Yeah.
That should be the name of the restaurant.
Answer the goddamn.
Answer the goddamn.
Answer the goddamn phone. Great food. Answer the goddamn phone. Open all night.
We knew we were going to have one gentleman for sure that was coming in. We have 2 here this morning. This is a momentous occasion.
Call it an honor.
I'd have to say because he is the best-looking 60-year-old man I've ever seen in my life. It's his birthday today.
Yes.
So we first want to welcome our friend Sean Wayans, who's been here on many occasions. And his brother, Keenan Ivory Wayans, is here celebrating his birthday today.
Hello, this is how you do it.
This is how you do it, man. Welcome to Philadelphia.
Yeah, well, now all the women in my family are going to kill you because you said my age. And they all lie about theirs. So
You're working as a stand-up when you met Robert Townsend, correct?
yeah, well, when I met Robert and Eddie and all of us, we all started out at the same time and in the club in New York at the Improv.
Yeah.
And that's sort of how we, started working together.
And you, I believe, if the legend is correct, that you are one of the writers or co-writers on Raw, correct?
Yeah, on Raw, I worked on that with Eddie. I also produced it, and Robert directed it.
I remember that day.
Oh, there was a picture. Put the picture back up. Yeah.
I was back there with you guys, right? And I was slapboxing with Eddie, and I almost hit him, and then security grabbed me and was like, all right. All right, Junior, you about to mess up this money. Go sit your ass down.
Wow.
So that's cool. But all you guys have had such a massive effect on comedy and a type of comedy that I love. We all love. That is, you helped usher it in. Eddie Murphy did as well.
What happened in my career was I started out, sort of by myself.
Yeah.
And then as my family started getting into the business, I kind of realized that it was either going to be all of us or one. So I decided to make it about all of us. So I kind of stepped away from acting and started to
cultivate.
Yeah, exactly.
So, and Sean, we were talking earlier about how you were first on the show as the DJ.
Yeah.
And you'd already been doing comedy. You're doing stuff like that. But so from your point, Keenan, as you're seeing family member after family member, I want to do this. I want to do this.
Mm-hmm.
Is it a double-edged sword, or what do you first say to them when they come to you and they say you as sort of the default patriarch? I want to do this.
He nurtured us.
Yeah.
My thing with them was as long as you're willing to work. I always wanted them to know that it wasn't easy, and I would give them small opportunities in the beginning. I never gave anyone a starring role who wasn't ready, and like I said, I made sure that they all put in their work, and it is the fact that they're where they are in their careers now is testament to the
everybody
fact that they came in the right way.
Did anybody ever get mad at you saying, "Hey, I'm ready for my starring role"?
Always. When Damon first started,
I was the DJ, man.
And you were a damn good DJ.
I could play sketches too and scratch.
Hey, the guy right behind you is really talented.
Well, when Damon first started, I told him, I said, "Give yourself 10 years." Yeah. And he looked at me like I was insane, and he was like, "It's gonna take me 10 years." Well, 10 years later, he was ready.
We say the same. I tell like the interns and people who are coming up in the radio business, and now we've been, it's the 20th anniversary of the show, and I say, trust me, if you were to jump 5 years into the future and look back, you wouldn't believe where you were or how things have changed. Yeah. So that's very sage advice. But when you're young and hungry, it's hard to perceive that.
It is, and the thing is, youth is something that people think everything is supposed to happen when you're young.
Right.
And they're disappointed if it doesn't, because youth is when, you make the money, you chase the girls, you do. Yeah. That's the experience that everybody wants, as opposed to being great at what you do. Yeah. And being great at what you do takes a lot more time than that. And sometimes, youth passes you by. And I tell people all the time, if your goal is to be a CEO of a company, it doesn't matter if it happens at 20 or 60.
Yeah.
You still accomplish your goal.
Yeah. All right. So you have to be a really good talent scout, right? So within Living Color, were you the sole decision maker as far as who was on the cast and who wasn't?
Yeah.
All right, so it was because you did an amazing job with that, and you did, look at that, like all of the people that came out of there.
Well, they were all people that I knew.
That you knew.
Right? So we were all in the clubs together.
Okay.
So when I got an opportunity, it was like, who's the funniest guys I know? Like, it wasn't really like a hard thing to do, because I knew they were funny.
You were working with people like Jim Carrey and all those guys were paying their dues.
And he knew what to do with them.
Right. Yeah. But that's a key. That is a gift. There's Lorne Michaels has that that ability, and also who's going to synergize well with each other.
But your show aired at 8:00 on Sunday, and so you had a younger audience in myself.
Right.
And I mean, I loved it. You know what I mean? Like Ace Ventura came out, I was like all over that. And like,
it got moved to 8. Started at 9.
Started at 9?
Yeah.
What Parker Lewis Can't Lose? Was that your lead?
The Ferris Bueller ripoff?
I love that show too.
Fox wanted to make it an anchor show.
Okay.
So they moved us to 8.
Did they initially, or because would it first really, because it kind of hit the ground running, if my memory was, and did they go, whoa, we need to bump this up.
Yeah, well, initially they were very afraid of the show.
Yeah.
Period. Like they had no idea
They were afraid.
what was going to happen. But
Right.
once the show was successful, then it was like every network strategy is going to be how many other shows can we launch?
Right.
So, they ended up moving us.
In this day and age of reboots, we're seeing TV shows rebooted.
Constantly.
What's the likelihood? We don't have a good sketch show. SNL's the only thing going right now, as far as I know.
I think there's absolutely a new generation.
Yeah.
So it would just. I don't think that the guys from the past would
step forward. Yeah.
Yeah, want to do that again, but. There's absolutely, a new generation out there, and it would be fun.
Yeah.
We're in a time now where I think a show like In Living Color is needed, but at the same time, it's the sensitivity.
Can you do it?
Yeah.
No,
can
that's
you
a
do
good
it?
question. We were wondering about that, about the. Preston and I were having a talk earlier about the comedy club or the theater. When you guys are there, that's your realm, and all bets are off. You should be allowed. There's there's safe spaces for satire and comedy and thought provoking, whatever you want to do. That's your palette, and there's been hits on it lately.
It's the phone.
Yeah,
you see, because
Absolutely.
the people who are in the club, they paid to be there and they want to see it.
Yeah.
But people who are filming, now it's going to people who didn't want to see it.
You're
and
right.
then when they do see it, now they're pissed. It's never the people who were in
That's why I didn't want to go. See that?
Well, speaking of that, even some rock bands have adopted no phone.
I don't think phones should be
get
allowed.
outta here.
I think you're there for the experience and enjoy the experience. And
Well, Kevin Hart played the Link, the stadium here, and there was a no phone rule for that whole show. It can be done. It's a pain in the ass, but I mean, I would agree.
Yes,
with that,
you lift a clip
100%.
out, you lift a soundbite out of context,
Yeah.
and people are going to go ape.
Yeah, it's just crazy.
I heard somebody, and I don't remember who the performer was, saying recently though that they, it's really easy to see from the stage when somebody doesn't get on their phone. Have you
Kathy
guys
sent it
noticed
to
that?
me. It was a study conducted by Preply. They surveyed 1,500 residents of the 30 largest metropolitan areas in the United States. Residents were then asked to rate the rudeness of the average resident in their city on a scale from 1 to 10. And the rudest city in America, Philadelphia.
What?
Yes.
Really?
And
Really?
I saw this, and number one, I don't agree with that. But listen, I haven't been to every city in the country, so I don't really know. But
you've been everywhere, man.
But once I saw what they used as a description of rude, I started to go, maybe,
All right, okay.
maybe.
Has this thing been designed to make us look like ass wipes?
No. So here.
No, we're just rude.
Let me run down this to you. So Preply used the data to calculate the average rudeness score for each city. Philadelphia ranked number 1, followed by Memphis.
What?
And then New York City.
Okay.
After that.
How's this broken down?
So the average city score for rudeness is 5.1. Philadelphia received a score of 6.43.
Good for us.
So the most common rude behavior, and then at first I was like, oh, this is not cool, because I've brought friends in from out of town and done the city and run into very wonderful people who are just offering up,
likewise
information to strangers.
Good people.
And I'm like, I'm glad you did that.
Yeah.
For people who are from out of town, that they see that this bad rap is not deserved in Philadelphia. But the most common rude behaviors in the U.S. include people being absorbed by their phones, refusing to let people merge in traffic, and being noisy in shared spaces.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, then we're probably the worst.
You know what I mean?
But to the metric that you described, I would say that we buck the tradition and are we are a friendly city, I believe.
Yeah.
But for the 3 things you said, we're horrible.
Well, that traffic thing, I think New Yorkers are like way worse than we are. And then
Which one did you mention?
Traffic.
Oh, the traffic?
Not allowing people to merge.
Yeah.
I don't know. I haven't driven enough in New York. Now, Manhattan, like in the city, it's just insane.
Well, let me go ahead, guys.
No, I was just saying, whenever I see here in this area, New York drivers bring their New Yorkness
here.
Yeah, but
you
if
know?
you're talking about just merging as opposed to aggressive driving, that there's a difference.
I'm gonna base this though on something I believe here. There are, for example, in New York, you won't find merges coming in on the fast lane. You won't find the short truncated as many short merging opportunities as you will here. So I would say that that may be as much a design of the actual infrastructure, the roads themselves, as what you have up in New York. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
One more quick thing.
All right.
One more added to this. For Philadelphia specifically,
Yeah, right.
the study found that people in Philadelphia are most likely, God, I hate this,
Oh, God, what?
use their phone on speaker when in public places.
Terrible. It's awful.
I hate it.
I hate it.
And I think I've realized why I hate it so much, okay? Because you don't get mad at two people having a conversation.
I completely agree.
And so the person who's having the conversation on that speakerphone might think, well, listen, I'm doing the same thing here. I'm just having a back and forth with someone else. But there's something about the tone,
the tinniness
of the audio that comes out of your phone, of your device, whatever it is, that sounds grating to the human ear as just a passerby, I think. And I think that's why it seems.
Do you know what started to chip away at my patience? It was years ago with the Nextel phones. You know, with, and everyone suddenly was Captain Kirk contacting the Enterprise and going back and forth. I agree. It should not, in the framework that you stated, people talk to each other all the time.
I never even
it's
thought
not an
of
issue.
it like that.
But for some reason, it is the tone of the phone conversation coming through that speaker in 8-bit audio that drives me crazy.
This wasn't in Philly. This is out my way. But Rochelle and I we stopped by to get an early dinner at this Chinese restaurant, and there were just a handful of tables, and that's it, that were occupied. It was like us and maybe like 3 other tables. And one guy was there having his dinner, and he had a companion with him. The companion was strictly on his phone. He set it up on the table. He's having dinner.
Were they FaceTiming?
They were, yeah. They were just, well, I don't know if they were FaceTiming or not.
Yeah.
But the audio coming back was clearly from that, and they were having this just back and forth, and I'm like, this is driving me insane. Don't know.
Do you know why?
Go outside and do this, man.
Here's what happens, and I think here's the description or the explanation. Audio, two people having a conversation in a restaurant, I can completely tune out. If they're the booth right next to me, I can't tune it out when I'm hearing it through the phone that way.
And I think also, Steve, when you are talking to somebody, when you are the person, when you're in person and they're on the phone, you are projecting a little bit more so that the audio gets through that little.
What's that you're wearing?
Little microphone. Whereas when you're at a table, you might bring it down to this level and talk to somebody like this. Yeah, let me tell you something about this. But you don't do that when you're on a speaker.
If there was only a way I could talk to you without putting it on speaker. Right?
I swear this is like, I can't believe that I never thought of it that way, because it does bother me. I don't understand why people talk on speaker unless and in public, no. But I mean, the only time I ever talk on speaker is if I'm doing something. I
need your
both,
hands.
Both of my hands. So, but when you're at the store, maybe you need both of your hands, but you're out in public. For me, it is annoying, but I never thought of it as two people having a conversation
let me give you,
in person. And really, that's what it is. I shouldn't be so annoyed.
Kathy, let me give you this
there's
scenario.
Something about that audio. There's something about it.
Are you upset if someone has earbuds in and they're conducting a conversation, you're not hearing the other side of the conversation? Right. Are you equally as pissed off, or is that less?
No, I am not pissed off at that at all. However, multiple times I have not caught on to it, and I'm like, what? Like, are you talking to me? And those earbuds, I mean, some of them cancel out the outside noise. So they have no idea that I've even turned around to be like, what's happening?
I know.
But I have them now. And so I feel the need to be like, I was at the pool yesterday and somebody walked over to me and I had to be like, I'm on the phone. I pointed to the phone, then the ears.
Right.
That I'm on, I'll be right over.
I'm pretending I'm on the phone because I don't want to talk to you.
So although nicknamed the city of brotherly love, Americans typically stereotype Philadelphians as rude, but locals tend to attribute their behavior to, and listen to this, to a feeling of insularity in the city. Reluctant to incorporate outsiders, many residents have learned to keep to themselves while growing up in a busy city.
Also, I would say over the past couple of years, a lot of that behavior has sort of been forced on people, right? So that everyone's sort of picking up their social chops again.
Maybe, yeah. So Philadelphia also ranked in the number one spot for cities with the rudest locals. In contrast, Austin, San Diego, and Fort Worth were tanked as the most polite cities in the country.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Huh.
I don't know. I haven't spent time in those cities.
Have you guys seen that breakdown of the United States where it says, acts mean, is mean, acts nice, is mean, but is mean, acts nice, acts mean, is nice?
I want to see that because I definitely have some strong feelings
Yeah.
on that. I think you might get some tood here.
Yeah.
But I think there are some places where they act nice but really aren't.
But I mean, it's a big time generalization because they basically have broken it down into the four corners of the United States. So it's tough, but it says, basically people in the northeast part of the country, right? So basically from the middle of North and South Dakota all the way over, it says that we act mean, but we are mean.
Yeah, no, I don't buy this list. This splits the country in half and says everything, east of the Mississippi basically is mean, and everything to the west is nice.
Yeah, but then acts nice is mean. So like if you're down south and people are being nice to you, they're actually being mean to you.
No, I know exactly what you're saying, and I hate people that fully generalize a region, even a city, as being having everybody has this same attitude. Man, we had an intern a long time ago when we were Y100. She was from Australia. I'll never forget this. She just, for whatever reason, she just didn't want to be here. And she just didn't like America, and she was just needed to tell me about that. I'm like, hey, there's millions of people here, and we're all a little different. And for a moment, I kind of got pissed off at Australia.
And you were doing exactly what she was doing. Take your Vegemite and get the hell out.
Yeah, and then I'm like, wait a minute, that's stupid. This chick's just a bitch.
Yeah.
And she's got an axe to grind for.
I was about to do what you do, but I realized it's just you that's the bitch.
Yeah. You can't lump everybody in.
But these kind of surveys don't operate on that. They take huge chunks of people and just reduce them down to a basic.
Yeah, I had some friends in visiting from out of town. This was so great. We were walking around Center City, and we happened to walk down Broad and caught a view of City Hall. And I pointed out Billy Penn, and I told him about the curse and how over at the Comcast building they put another little statue up, and somebody had walked by. It was walking by, just a local, and they started offering their information that they knew about Billy Penn and all this, and just freely were offering it. And they were in a Rocky T-shirt. And I'm like,
how perfect.
Look at how great this is. And I was very thankful for that, because I hate when people leave, they've had a bad experience with an individual, and they just want to lump Philly as being a lousy place.
Well, that's how Popebot was born.
Yeah.
The whole idea of that this robot gets to this sort of faux robot they were sending around, and it got to this area and it was destroyed. I'm like, no, we can do better,
and we do better. And I hate it when that people they'll whatever happens in the confines of Lincoln Financial Field or the Wells Fargo Center or Citizens Bank Park, as if that is Philadelphia, and it's not. I mean, it's a concentrated version of of the worst of Philadelphia.
We all don't eat horse crap.
It gets so focused on it though, Case, and it's a tough battle to fight, because you're looking at it's on TV, and it's like it's sporting events, so people are paying attention to it, and it like that.
And it's the de facto joke.
Well, it's
an easy, dumb, lazy joke too, and that's what really pisses me off about it. Is go ahead, tell the goddamn snowballs joke one more time, because we haven't heard it for the last 55 years.
Dude, we heard it at our Hall of Fame acceptance
speech.
It pissed me off that we made.
Well,
Nick, you could actually hear Nick go, "Hey!"
I was like, that's the lazy joke, and it is.
He was also a terrible host, but he was horrible. But I'm watching Wrexham. I'm Wrexham, and the idea, like, what happens here in Philadelphia, it happens all over the world where your identity is your sporting teams or not for
because
everybody.
it always happens. Like a ton of stuff happens at sporting events. You can't ignore the fact that stuff like that happens at our sporting events, whether it's Eagles, Sixers, whatever it is.
Yeah.
Stuff like that happens.
I
Stuff
hate
like
it
that
when
happens everywhere. Though.
It does. But you know what I hate though is I hate when something bad happens in another city and then it ends up on Twitter and then somebody goes, yeah, and they say Phillies. I'm like, dude, this has nothing to do with us, okay? Let that parking lot murder in San Francisco.
You see
just
that
live
article,
there.
Eddie? You hit your wife too.
Yeah.
Hang on a second. No, I want to go to Mac here. Hi, Mac. Good morning.
Hey, you guys suck.
Thank you, Mac. Only the best suck, and we suck hard. Hey, it says are you a doctor in Philadelphia?
I am.
Okay, and what do you want to share with us?
So, like, you guys are speaking about how hostile or rude or whatever that Philadelphia can be. I've worked in other states, and obviously I won't tell you where I am now, but, like, in the city, my office has easily the rudest, most aggressive, and hostile patients I've ever seen, which is pretty funny compared to other places that I've worked at, and everything that you guys are saying, like people who are rude on the phone, speakerphone. I've had like fist fights break out in my office, large screaming matches. Everybody's incredibly
And Mac, you're talking about here, or this is where you're encountering this rudeness?
Yeah, here in Philadelphia itself, like the office that I'm in Philadelphia.
Yeah, I mean, there's no getting. I think also and you're in the city proper.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, maybe be better bedside manner, doctor.
Maybe it's you.
Maybe it's you, man.
warm up your rectal thermometer.
So Mac, you kind of concur that Philly is the rudest city you've ever experienced?
So, I mean, at least in terms of like where I practice, because I've practiced in New England and wherever else, and everywhere else is, a doctor's office is meant to be like one of the most professional environments. You know, when you go in there, it should be really calm, collected, professional. Really, there shouldn't be any aggression or hostility. But I would say, like, as a city as the whole, no, I wouldn't say we're the rudest or most aggressive. Like, I have equally the most genuine and nicest patients of all the patients I've ever seen.
There you go.
And at the same time, I have the other end of the spectrum of most hostile and aggressive.
That's interesting. Thank you, Mac. I appreciate it. That's interesting because I made that observation recently. I went to a medical facility recently, and I experienced both extremely rude and wonderfully pleasant, nice people
from other patients or the professionals themselves.
The people working there.
Okay.
And I caught flat out, I don't care about you rudeness, to, hey, how are you today, man? Thanks, we're happy you're here, type of thing. And I was like, wow. I was like, it was an interesting balance.
Preston, it was a barium swallow exam that I was taking, and the guy running the thing was a nuclear dick. And I think
I went to the same guy.
Dude, I was seconds away.
Wait, is that
I
who
told
you were
him.
talking about?
No, this is a different time.
I went. I said to him, I said, you better calm down, my friend. He was just
older guy,
older dude.
Yeah, I bet you it's the same.
Wait, and did he, Steve? Did he calm down?
Yes, he did.
It's
because
funny, though.
Listen, I have about half a quart of heavy liquid in my stomach.
Yeah.
I'm pissed off. I'm gonna kick your ass. I didn't say that, but the attitude was, listen to how you sound, healer.
I got the feeling that he was a conveyor belt type of guy.
Absolutely.
Like, just like, come on, let's go.
Yeah.
I haven't got all day. And same thing.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, good. I thought it was just me.
No.
Okay.
Same dude. Did the whole thing. It's like, you know what? You need to as Dr. Mike understands, obviously, people are nervous. They don't understand. They're looking to you to be sort of their conduit and help them. And this guy, I wanted to put my foot right up his ass.
See, I'll kill him with kindness, though, and
I'll
that
kill him with killing him.
No, and sometimes that gets them to like retract. Like they almost don't know what to do when I'm so nice to them.
Do you do it in a passive aggressive way?
No, well, sometimes it depends on how bad the person is. But like I will be over when I know I'm going into this. I'm like, oh, this is not going to be good. I will start off so nice, and a lot of times they kind of like calm down a little bit because how can you be mean to somebody who's so nice?
Hey, sad clown.
Sad clown.
Turn that frown upside down.
I mean, listen, trust me, I have, when they've been so rude and then I'm leaving, I go, thank you so much for your help. I have done that as well.
Hang on, I'm going to go to Mike. Grew up in Ireland. He's got an observation. Hey, Mike, good morning.
Hi, how are you?
Good. What's up, my man?
I was just thinking, obviously, it's not directly about Philly, but yes, I lived in Ireland for a long time, and I think it might just be one of these things that some people, just whatever big city is nearest them, they just don't like it. I don't know whether it's because of the hustle and bustle or whether they just, I like living in the countryside. If you ask anyone, all of my friends, all of my family from outside of Dublin, Ireland, they all hate Dublin.
So Mike, we actually we went over a couple of times with the Guinness promotion. This is years ago. And Newcastle West was a town we went to that
the sweetest people,
like right out of The Quiet Man. One of the just the nicest people. But you're right, Dublin, when we were there, was like any other city. It had same vibe.
Too many foreigners in Dublin. Too many Americans were there.
Yeah, we went to get a taste of Ireland for St. Patrick's Day. The closest we got was someone from Sydney.
Yeah.
And it's weird. They even have like running jokes like, what's that? That guy's an a-hole. What's his problem? He's a dub. What can you do?
Yeah. All right, Mike. Thanks. Appreciate it, man.
I do think the city. I think Mike makes a point. The city, as I said before, does breed a sort of mindset, and you have to watch it because you can get caught up in it yourself. You know, when you're always jockeying for room in an elevator, or you're always hustle and bustle and moving around, as you say. I mean,
I want to get Marissa's opinion. Marissa's the only one of us that actually lives.
She's talking to her bookie.
She's on the phone. Is the only one of us that actually
She's being rude to someone on the phone.
lives in the city, lives in Philadelphia. So I kind of want to get her take on it.
Do you guys want to get my honest take?
Yeah, please.
All right. Well, first off, Preston, I am one of those people. Like, if somebody is walking through the city and I see them kind of like looking at their phone, I've learned to like wait a minute and read them. And if they are looking for something in particular, I'm happy to help. I love helping people.
Cool.
It's not until somebody from outside of Philly is calling us out that you guys are standing up for Philadelphia. Because like 3 weeks ago, you guys were all talking about how much you hate the city, how much you don't want to go into the city.
I never said that.
No, it's just the hustle and bustle of the traffic mainly that I have an issue with. I think that's probably what we're referring to. Just because
it's where you live.
Because it's an undertaking. It's an hour to get there. It's parking and all that.
Fair. And mine's the crime. I mean, the crime has upped exponentially, and it's dangerous in the middle of the day, right in Rittenhouse.
I'm literally looking at it like Gritty. Like, remember when Gritty first came out and we were all like, what the hell is this thing? Whatever. Yeah. And then suddenly the national press was like, what is this thing, Philadelphia? And we were like, you don't talk about our guy. He is ours. We are embracing it, and now we love him.
No, you always, that's part of the deal. You can make fun of your situation, but outsiders can. And that's as old as time itself.
Exactly. But everything you guys are saying is right. Like, I see the jerks around town. Driving around town is the worst. Walking around town is the worst. But also, like, people walking don't respect the cars driving. As somebody who drives and bikes and walks and takes public transportation, you see the worst of everything. And all of the stuff you described is so on point. But I don't think we're the worst. I don't think we're the rudest of all.
I think as Preston was saying, I mean, there are very good, wonderful people. I think that's probably the majority. But, what happens is you encounter that one dick, and that's what lives with you for a while. And that's how you get this snowball story and Santa's story that continues for years and years afterward.
We're also cynical jerks. And so, like, sometimes our humor does not translate to people from outside of our area.
All right. I think
from the burbs.
I think that's an important thing to remember. People in the burbs don't get it. By the way, here's a text that Nick highlighted. I like this. It says, Philly is situationally rude.
Yes.
Yeah.
Situationally rude.
Right. I think we are given the chance to be rude, and if you've earned our rude response, you'll get it.
I will say this again, and I've said it many times. I've been in places where they, well, bless you, and blah, blah, blah. And so that's just a facade in a lot of cases.
Sure.
So you might get a little bit of attitude, but people here, I think, will bend over backwards to get you helped and get you what you need. Like you said, Preston, just in a very open way, people came over and helped. But I think when you really need the help, people will stand up here and do the right thing. Just like Spike Lee said.
Steve, I think of everybody in the room, you've been to the most places in the country. I mean, obviously you toured a lot when you were doing comedy. Friendliest city or friendliest region in your mind?
I always like to default and be I always like to buck the system and say I think this area gets a bad rap, but there is something to be said for. In Texas, I was just in Texas, and they are very pleasant, and I didn't sense a lot of subterfuge.
You thought that was genuine?
Might be. Let's put it this way. I think there are places that are better at hospitality.
That's a good point.
Than others.
I'll take that.
As a visitor, and I'm here, and I feel, hey, welcome.
Because I was in that capacity.
Now, you stick around and live, and maybe, have more inner workings. Yeah.
You're
All right,
there.
that whole thing, we're done with that. I know you now.
You
I don't
still
have to do
here?
that.
Checkout was at 11.
But I think there are some hospitable attributes about the South. I don't always really appreciate some of the things that come out of the southern regions of the United States, but I do appreciate the hospitality and have always felt welcome and warm.
Yeah.
When in some cities and they're in a guest type of capacity.
And
you know
also,
what I mean?
you can help foster that sort of congenial a situation by doing those amenities, like being civil and pleasant and those things at the beginning. But again, pound for pound, I think your average Philadelphian will step up when you need assistance and will be there for you if you need them.
I've never been to Hawaii. I've heard that people there are genuinely nice and usually very happy.
What do they have to be pissed off?
Exactly, yeah. And so I think maybe overall they rank up there really high. Also, stuff sewing off the ceiling, I think.
It was one of the clamps to keep our studio from falling apart. Just fell off.
So actually, the clamps we used to hold the studio together are falling apart.
Right.
Yeah, that's what that was.
But I'm flying to Seattle later today,
Right.
and I have found people in Seattle, just my own personal experience, those are the, Northwest, those are the friendliest people I've ever encountered. So
okay.
Well, they know Sasquatch.
They do.
Let me get a couple other calls here. I'm going to go to Mike. Hey, Mike, good morning.
Hey, guys, it's Mike from Boston.
Your cousin. By the way, I love that jingle. I think it is just funny. All right, what's up, Mike?
Hi, Mike.
Yeah, it's not even comparable. Boston is so much worse.
Okay.
If you want to talk about, talking on your phone on speaker, so I work customer service, and people will be checking in while having a conversation on speaker on their phone, and then look at you like you're being rude for trying to talk to them.
Oh, yeah.
The accent alone is enough for me.
And then, Nick, you're totally right. Every football season, at least once a week, I have to hear about how we threw snowballs. It gets to the point where I'll cut them off. Like, oh, you like the Eagles? You guys are the worst. I know. We threw snowballs to Santa Claus. Can we move on?
Yeah. And we killed the Easter bunny, slit its throat.
Yeah, right.
We need to amp it up a little bit more.
Right.
Start taking the other beloved iconic characters and kill them off.
Since you know that, maybe you should watch your ass.
Yeah. All right, thanks, Mike. Appreciate it, buddy. A couple other quick calls, and we got to take a break. I'm going to go to Stephanie. Hi, Stephanie. Good morning.
Hi, good morning.
Hey, what's up, Steph?
So I've lived in Detroit, Michigan, New Orleans, Louisiana, spent some time in New York, live an hour away from Philly, and I dread driving into it because, I've heard people say they walk right in front of your car, their voice, talking on their phone while they're walking in front of your car, and I feel like they cut you off, they're rude, they have no consideration, but in the same sense, I'm a Philadelphia school teacher, and it's like, go Philly, we got each other's back.
Yes, and that dynamic, you know what?
It's a bipolar city.
I always think of it this way, Stephanie. I think of it like, when Don Vito reprimands Sonny, says, don't ever let anyone outside the family know what we're thinking. This is us,
Yeah. It's true. What happens in Philly stays in
Exactly. All right, thank you, Stephanie. Appreciate it. Let me go to Jay. Good morning, Jay.
Good morning. Sorry to bother you at work.
It's all right, buddy. What's up, man?
Yeah, so my wife's family's from New York, so we go up there pretty frequently on the Long Island, and they are way ruder than we are. I called my sister's mother-in-law ma'am because we were setting up for a party. I was like, yes, ma'am. She's like, ma'am. She's like, oh, I forgot all you Pennsylvanians are so polite and all that. And she yelled at me for calling her ma'am.
Being all polite and stuff. Get the hell
What
out
are
of
you,
here.
civil?
What do you get off with that? You want to kill my children?
I get it. You're cordial. So I was born in Manhattan. I was raised on Long Island, and there's, and we talked about this, Kathy. When you see somebody from a reality show and they're from Oyster Bay,
Yeah, right.
or whatever, you're like, oh, here we go, and that's a blanket statement, but that is a
However,
perception.
I would say my family in New York is definitely ruder than my family down here.
So, but a lot of my family and my sister-in-law, they're wonderful up there. They're great people. So, to your larger point, Preston, case per case basis.
All right, another call here. I'm going to go to Sam. Hi, Sam. Good morning.
Good morning, guys. How are you doing?
Good. What's up, buddy?
Nothing. I'm just from Texas originally, and I moved up here in 2008. And being from there, first off, we are very hospitable people. Yeah. Like, we're just like how y'all are in Philly. You want to point things out. Like, if you see someone that looks like they're lost, same exact thing there. But it wasn't until I moved up here that I realized how much Eagles fans hate Cowboys fans.
Yeah, so you didn't know what part of Texas are you? What part of Texas are you from, Sam?
Outside of Dallas.
Okay,
area.
And you didn't know.
It's a competition they didn't even know they were in.
I know.
Yeah, zero idea. I remember that time I would wear Cowboy stuff. I had a Cowboys hoodie on in a bar that I would go to, and a guy wanted to fight me because I was wearing it. And I was like, what happened? Like, what do we do?
what did I do to you?
You know what, Sam, though?
I have no issue with you, Father.
Yeah, it's...
but he didn't know.
No,
know.
It's funny. Some people feel like they have to hate you because you're a Cowboys fan. And listen, I don't like you, but no, I'm kidding. Me personally, if you are from Texas and you're from Dallas, like... I don't hate you as a Cowboys fan.
But that's not the point. The point is that he didn't even know that's how Philadelphia felt.
I know.
Like
so the Cowboys fans don't know.
Like it's a one-sided hatred thing.
It's funny because your rival team is the Redskins. And and it's like
you just said that. I remember this exchange I had. I was wearing this hoodie, sitting in the bar, and a guy looks at me and goes, "Why are you wearing that?" And I was like, because I'm from there. And he goes, well, how about you go back there? And I was like, what the hell, dude? What did I do? Like, it's crazy. But, yeah, now I don't follow football as much. I don't wear anything. But, it's funny. If y'all went down there, you could be wearing your Eagles gear. And if you just start chatting with someone, you'd probably be getting drinks bought for you. Like, it's crazy how different
it is. I can sense that. It's funny, though. That exchange, Preston, is how a 3-year-old would write the script for a fight. Why are you wearing that? Right. We'll go back there.
You're right.
You know.
All right. Well,
Boston.
Yeah.
Boston is one of the most underrated cities for being nice. I went up there a few years ago, and I did not find a single rude person in that city.
I personally have had good experiences there too.
Same.
So
Me too.
I was surprised at the one call, but I've also heard from other people that have had really bad experiences there too. Sam, thank you. Sorry that happened to you, bud, but
Preston,
we appreciate the call.
In Boston, they're kindred spirits because we all hate New York.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Marissa?
I was in the West Coast. I was in Denver, outside Denver, a few weeks ago, and a guy across from us was wearing a cowboy shirt, and I kept looking at him as he was eating dinner, and then suddenly the waiter comes over with all the dishes, and he's like, who got the pierogies? Who got the nachos? Who got the Philly cheesesteak? Had to say Philly cheesesteak, and the guy in the Cowboys shirt holds his hand up. I was like, no way!
There you go.
No way.
Yeah.
I picked a fight with him in Denver, Colorado, because he was a Cowboys guy ordering a Philly cheesesteak, and it wasn't allowed.
Did he care about? Of course not. He didn't know.
He didn't know. He looked at me and he laughed. And
he did the worst thing. He went on with his life.
All right. Well, anyhow, this one study says we're the rudest city in America. I don't know. I'm going to do something nice then. Unfortunately, Jeremy's been on hold for like 20 minutes. We didn't get to go to him. I'm going to give him the new Preston and Steve NASA-style T-shirt for holding so long and not being able to go to him. So, Jeremy, you hang right there. By the way, it's a new black T-shirt, a pink WMMR imprint, and a very NASA-style font. It's on sale now in the MMR Rock Shop at WMMR.com. It's only $20. There's tons of other merch for you to get there. Preston and Steve Show designs at throwback MMR logos. I love those.
I haven't seen this NASA one
Trucker
yet.
hats and mugs. Casey's got one right here in the studio.
Oh, cool.
Isn't that nice?
That's really nice.
Yeah. So we're going to give that to Jeremy just for hanging in there. We appreciate it, man. All right. Let's take a break. I see our contestants starting to arrive for the Battle of the Self-Proclaimed Experts. It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia edition. That's in due time. We'll come back in a second, and we will get to the bizarre file, so make sure that you stay with us. We'll be back in a moment.
You just don't want to stop. You got to understand, you got people in the palm of your hand.
Yeah.
You got momentum going,
right?
And you're thinking about your next thing, and you're trying to be physical, and you're trying to be in the moment, and then someone has their phone up. Do you stop your whole show to deal with this guy with his phone up? and then kill the people's
No,
show.
you're right. So you're going to
Or
ruin
do
it for
you
other
keep-
people. Yeah,
so,
no.
You know,
It makes total sense.
sometimes you do, and you make him part of the show, and you destroy him for being the idiot.
Yeah, which is
for pulling
also
his phone
good.
out.
Yeah.
But
You channel your Richard Pryor.
yeah, if I gotta stop, I'm gonna destroy you.
Keenan, I have to tell you that I'm gonna Get You Sucker is one of my absolute favorite movies.
Thank you.
Hilarious. I think people need to revisit it, but I think it's also sort of it's the likely first step to getting to Don't Be a Menace, which you know, that same sort of comedy, which has became the style of comedy. When you were putting that together, how difficult was that to pull everybody? You had a lot of cameos and stuff. Give us the idea of what that production was like.
I was very lucky. And Jim Brown really, he and Bernie Casey, once they came on,
That got it done?
That got it done. Then everybody else was like, well, if they'll do it. And
they were essential.
Yeah.
They were what Leslie Nielsen was.
Yes, they were the icons of the era. And so once I was able to bring them on board, it went really smooth. And it really was, it was an homage to them. So
And the blaxploitation movies of the
those
70s.
are the movies I grew up watching, and
so did I. They were
enjoyed
awesome.
them.
Yeah.
So, when I was writing it affectionately. So that's why I think that they responded to it. And then these guys did the same thing for their generation with Don't Be a Menace.
Yeah.
So I was on the set of I'ma Get You Sucker, 17-year-old boy watching his big brother do his thing and just taking it all in and going, man, one day I want to do a movie just like this.
Yeah, and you did.
A couple of years later, Don't Be a Menace was born.
It's Sean and Keenan Ivory Wayans here, and we want to do something special because it's a special day, and we have something to bring out for Keenan. It is his birthday today, so we got a cake for you, Keenan. Yes.
He don't eat cake, though.
So you don't eat cake, huh?
No, I actually don't, but I appreciate the 7 candles. It's my 7th birthday.
There you go. So you can blow out the candles and everything.
Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Choo choo, choo choo, kaboogie, boop boop, ba doop boop, ba doobie, boo boo boo, boo boo boo, boo boobie.
Wow. Didn't even know we had that. All right, so the band Korn has posted a cryptic message on its Instagram account suggesting some sort of announcement is imminent.
I love when you get mad at yourself.
It is inevitable.
Inevitable. The post shows a black and white image of what appears to be a tangle of cables with fans asking to visit the band's website.
I like it.
What was the
There's a fart at the
I
end.
don't know where the fart came from, but I love it.
Play that at regular speed,
right.
please.
That's the greatest sound I've ever heard. One more time.
Marissa, trace that back to April 20th, 2017. Kathy thinks this is hilarious.
Not even, it boggles my mind how you still find it this funny that the three of you can't contain yourselves.
It's great. It's everything you want to say. Sometimes the words don't come to you.
I
play it again.
Which speed?
Slow. Let's do it slow.
Okay.
I can see you give it like a little chuckle and then move on.
No.
But at this point, we've been here like 3 minutes now.
You're not seeing the greater picture. So as it's gearing up in classic Korn fashion to be this aggressive sort of war chant, it's completely undermined by the childlike poot. It's two completely conflicting attitudes.
Hey, by the way, nobody else is laughing.
Yeah.
So it's not just Kathy is not laughing. Nick's not laughing, and none of our interns are laughing.
Marissa has a smile on her face. Hang on a
Do you ever
second.
see Amadeus?
I usually don't find farts funny at all, Kathy. That one caught me off guard.
Okay. Because it's more of a it's more of a raspberry
Yeah.
than it is actual
Far,
gas.
yeah.
So
And also the mystery of it. It's like an escape room. How did it happen?
we don't know. We may never know.
We may never know.
Okay. Music news.
Yeah.
Turn the
One more
Stop
time.
the press. I go ahead. What was that?
That was a mistake.
It just can't. There can't be more of these gems.
Can you do that more than twice?
It's like finding a separate cavern in a diamond mine.
Okay. See, sometimes when you hit this button, it doesn't work. So when I hit it twice, it went burp burp.
Yeah.
Look, Chuck's laughing so hard he's crying in the other room. I love it, Chuck.
Anybody that doesn't find that hilarious is dead inside.
Yeah, dead inside.
Or just a little more mature.
Oh, God.
I wish the button was
What is
better.
great is that you have a massive company, a media company, Beasley, who's currently paying us to do this.
Dude, they took us down to D.C. last
They
week
did
for
some
award.
big award in front of senators.
Yeah.
That's how stupid we are.
Or
They're bad.
genius.
Or
we make
pulled
a living.
fast one. Yeah.
We make a living out of this.
There you go. Follow your dream.
2 is funnier than 3 or 4, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait.
It sounds like a wrong answer type of thing. Is it Sputnik? Ah, man.
1 for yes, 2 for no.
Or double A.
Triple O.
MCO.
Let's stick with rumors. Viewers, will they want to keep up with the Kardashians if Kourtney leaves? And we might find out for months now.
Oh, please.
Tension between Kourtney and her sisters have been rising. Last summer on Keeping Up, viewers saw Kim and Kourtney reach an almost breaking point over their differing priorities in terms of family and work. And in a recent interview with Paper, Kourtney confessed that she'd love to leave the show in the dust. She said, I will always say I want to move away someday and just be away from it all. Sail away.
Sail away.
No one will ever see me again. I keep throwing up different places. I'm going to throw up.
I keep throwing up in different places.
I keep throwing up.
puke.
I keep throwing up different places, but then I'll go there and visit. And she's going to sail away.
She's going to sail away, just like sticks.
But then I'll go there to visit, and I'll be like, nope, this isn't it. But I'm glad I came.
She's just afraid of Chloe coming after her.
Yeah. She said, we've just been to Finland. And I was like, check. It's great for me to visit, but I'm not going to move there. Maybe Norway, Switzerland. I've got lots of ideas.
She does have a lot of ideas.
That's according to Kourtney.
They're all annoying.
On Sunday, producer Ryan Seacrest was put on the spot by an ET reporter who brought up the subject.
Do you think that Kourtney is gonna leave the show? You think Kourtney's gonna leave Keeping Up with the Kardashians?
ET is a reporter, mind you, so yeah.
I'll always be right here.
Seacrest seemed taken aback.
Why? Because I'm from another planet? Are you a xenophobe?
But then said, well, if the cameras go away, as long as they can come back, Kourtney.
On my home planet, I was a botanist.
He said, they can go away for a little bit, but bring them back so we can do another season or 2. Honestly, I don't know how they do it. He said, I couldn't do it no matter what they were paying them.
I can make things levitate. Just thought I'd throw that in.
He said, I could not do it, so I give them a lot of credit for having those cameras in their lives all the time. And I love you, Courtney. Love her.
He loves her.
He loves her.
Well, that show has made millions for him.
Oh, my God, yes. Of course he loves
Honestly,
her.
I have to say, I thought that meteor would have crashed Earth long ago. And they still keep renewing it.
It's very resilient.
I wonder if it's like
don't get it.
Alcoholism or something. You're just addicted and
Maybe.
you just do it out of routine.
Maybe. You know what? American audiences always need, though, that super rich family to watch.
True. And there's
what
no.
they do.
Well, I guess there are a few of those. In fact, maybe even Dynasty itself is on. But
I think that kind of covered the bill for a while. Then now we get reality TV, which takes over for that.
So that's like the Real Housewives and all that stuff. Maybe you're right.
so,
I don't know. It's annoying.
I don't watch any of them.
None of it?
I'm a botanist.
Okay. No interest.
Yeah.
All right. So this is interesting. Haven't heard this name in a little while. All eyes were on Val Kilmer as he took center stage Sunday night at a benefit for his Twain Mania Foundation, created to impact the iconic writer Mark Twain's legacy to children. The 59-year-old posed on the carpet with a pair of binoculars around his neck.
How's he looking, by the way?
I have not seen the photos, Steve. I'm not really sure if we have any. If you guys
To be
can
honest,
find any, that'd be great.
There was a point there. He looks okay. He had throat cancer, some sort of variation
I've got a
of throat
little
cancer. You got it?
information
All right.
on that coming up. But we're looking at a picture of him right now. He looks. Now he was heavy for a while.
He was very heavy.
He got pretty hefty. Looks like he's lost the weight, but man, has he done some work on his face.
He's Mickey Rourke-ified.
Yeah, he's aged clearly, but you can tell that there's been some work around the eyes and the cheeks. And that just, I couldn't tell you. If you showed me that picture and said, who is this? I couldn't tell you that's Val Kilmer.
It
No
looks
way.
like a drag queen pretending they're Val Kilmer.
Yeah, kind of like that.
He's not going to be featured in the new Top Gun?
Yes, he's going to be in it.
Is.
Okay.
So his son Jack was also in attendance for this event, but the appearance previews a comeback of sorts for the star, who is set to hit the big screen again in Top Gun Maverick. Last summer, Cruise said of Val Kilmer that he was doing really well. While it's unclear what prompted Kilmer's hiatus from Hollywood, it became apparent that he was struggling with health issues during the hiatus. In 2015, a spokesperson told People magazine he was rushed to the hospital for a possible tumor. In 2017, he admitted that he had throat cancer and had recovered after a 2-year fight. He told the Hollywood Reporter that the procedure on his trachea made his voice raspy and left him short of breath.
I really like Val Kilmer. He's been in some really great stuff. Top Secret and Real Genius. And I love him in MacGruber.
Yeah.
He's freaking hilarious.
And Steve, you're forgetting
Tombstone.
Tombstone, thank
One of the
you.
greatest performances.
Yeah, definitely.
I bought the man's shirt.
I think his best performance, and The Doors. He was phenomenal.
So what would you say? So great as Val Kilmer, Tombstone? That is such a great performance.
I got to go neck and neck with The Doors. They were both so good. But yeah, his lines in Tombstone are
so
just
great,
wonderful,
so great.
I love Real Genius, though. I love that movie.
Have you ever seen Real Tombstone?
I've never
It's
seen
really good.
Is it?
Yeah, it's about Doc Holliday in college.
Only he uses a laser instead of
I'm gonna use a
revolvers.
laser, honeysuckle. I'm gonna make a whole big house into a Jiffy Pop.
What was that? Was that him?
That was his bite in
in Top Gun, his
Yes.
best pilot.
Yeah,
hit it again. That's his teeth coming together. Oh my God!
That's right. Ice. Man, I am dangerous.
And there's the bite.
Right, man.
That line from Cruise, I hated. Ice, and then he pauses, man, and brushes off his shoulders.
You're awfully big there.
Horrible movie.
I'm 5 feet 3 inches tall, man. I'm a little tiny man.
But as much as I hate Top Gun, I can't wait to see the sequel.
Likewise,
I
because
really want
now-
to see it.
Because guess what?
What I said, and I thought they were going to do, is they're going to go more realistic.
Yeah.
You think
They're gonna
so?
go more, that's the word.
Okay.
And now with the availability of what they can do,
Steve, wouldn't it be great if in the locker room saying they all of a sudden break into a dance number?
Right,
We're going for ultra realism here.
I want to see Val Kilmer though. You know, I want to see how he looks and how he's able to pull up Iceman, because what we just saw there up on the screen doesn't jibe with the Iceman I know.
I don't think he can't be all that cocky anymore.
You're not just writing checks. Your body can't cut.
What was that?
You're dangerous.
Man, I can't understand your words. Man.
John Hamm's in it, too. He was at the Blues game last night and on Saturday, and he's done a few spots on NBC for the...
So it's underway, and Saturday, October 1st is when the event will be. Registration is at 8:15 that morning. It's going to be at Hebner Park in Worcester, PA. I'll be there. It's going to be a great event. Yeah, I've done this before. I don't think I'm going to run it this year. I don't think the old knees are in. I've not done any training. Well, it's in October. I could train between now and then.
Don't listen. How long have you waited to get back to golf?
It's true.
I don't want
to jeopardize
anything.
it. I'm playing the best of my life.
When you leave today, go home and sit until Tuesday when we come back on air.
No, actually, I'm playing golf today.
Okay, there we go.
So I'm going to do that. But anyway, I can do the 1 mile walk, though.
Yes.
That's part of that. So anyhow, family activities, raffle baskets, prizes, all that good stuff. And there's a link at our MMR community page. Nick, if you could bump that up, that'd be wonderful. I appreciate that. Get signed up this weekend. You can take advantage of the Labor Day sale and get $5 off your race registration. Just use the code AMW, which stands for A Mother's Wish. So AMW5 for the $5 at checkout. And hope to see you there. It is a very fun event. And we just, hope for, that's the butt plug, hope for the nice weather that we expect in the beginning of October. So that's coming up October 1st. So thank you guys. If you can join, that'd be great. All right, Bizarre File, here we go.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by Live Casino and Hotel Philadelphia that present Candlebox. It's this Sunday, September 4th. Tickets are on sale at livecasinophilly.com, and you must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. I got some great stories for you today. We'll start with this. So a couple had their, and this story combines two of our favorite subjects.
All right.
A couple had their wedding at Glacier National Park interrupted when a bear caught and began devouring a moose in the middle of the ceremony.
Why don't you forget the moose?
Yes.
For a moment.
And it was just as the groom finished his vows.
You know what? It tastes like penguin.
The groom just finished his vows at the Lakeside Service. Guests heard a strangled cry from the opposite bank. Photographer Stanton Giles, who was filming the ceremony, identified the source as a moose thrashing in the claws of a grizzly bear.
That to me, a moose can be a formidable foe.
Yes. In his video, someone dryly comments that this is why they had the service on the north bank of the river. The bear continued its noisy meal while wedding guests watched. This thing is slaughtering an animal
while they're having this wedding.
A very large animal while they're in the middle of the vows. Giles,
I caught the bouquet.
Giles had reassured the groom that the camera had captured his vows in full, despite the animal crashing through the woods. Glacier National Park is home to both black bears and large grizzlies. Despite their sharp teeth and long claws, grizzlies only occasionally prey on large animals like moose, with most of their diet consisting of grass, roots, berries, nuts, insects, and larvae.
Well, they picked a lucky place.
The National Park Service explains that some of the glacier's grizzlies spend all summer in the lowland.
You're a lovely couple.
Aspen groves and meadows.
Seriously, I had no idea. But you're a lovely couple. Where'd you guys meet?
And they head back to the highland.
Online. A lot of people are doing that.
To hibernate for the winter, while others make their way to the valleys in the spring to feast on young plants.
Just shut up. They're getting married over there.
Spending the rest of their time in the high country. So that happened. All right. The director of a wildlife park in Florida, listen to this. If ever there was a time to play this clip, it is now. Lost his hand after being bitten off by one of his own alligators last week.
Oh my
Bit my hand.
Oh my God.
It was his second serious alligator-related injury in the 10 years. And of all those years that we've been using that clip, I don't think we've ever had one where actually their hand was bitten off.
It's a direct.
Bit my hand.
Oh my God.
Greg Graziani, wildlife director of Florida Gator Gardens in Venus, Florida, was seriously injured during a routine interaction with one of their large alligators on August 17th.
There really is no such thing as a routine interaction with a large alligator.
Graziani said that the bite happened during a routine training session. Graziani was using using his hand under the alligator's jaw to give it a command.
Yeah.
When a leaf from the surrounding foliage came loose, coming between him and the alligator, and he said lack of visibility was the problem.
It was a leaf.
He said this triggered the alligator to lunge forward. Once his hand was in the alligator's mouth, the reptile's instinct was to pull back, and he said there was no malice on the alligator's part.
And then a butterfly flew across my field of vision, and he ripped my partner's head off.
Luckily, the alligator responded to his command to back off and released his hand. He said, had this been a totally wild alligator with no training, it would have been a lot worse.
Well, he's very lucky then that it just ripped his hand off.
At first, doctors hoped that they could save Graziani's left arm. The arm was partially amputated and then reattached by surgeons. Listen to this, though. Ultimately, the damage was too severe. The bite left Graziani's hand connected by just a tendon and some muscle that the surgeon had to untwist 6 times during the initial surgery.
Kathy, you could have helped out. You make ribbons, don't you?
Yeah.
On Thursday night, Graziani underwent a below-the-elbow amputation, which preserved half of his forearm. His nerves were rerouted in a way hopefully bypass the phantom pain amputees sometimes experience and also offer the possibility of prosthetics in the future.
We had to do some rewiring. Every time you sneeze from now on, you're going to fart.
Graziani has faced a possibility of limb loss in the past. During 2013 incident, his arm was seriously injured when he became entangled in a rope attached to an alligator, and the animal rolled, bringing him with it. But he said he only came back more determined to share his passion for reptiles with the world.
I love it.
And all it did was rip his hand off. He said, though, he's excited to return home and then continue working with alligators.
Yeah.
Although he acknowledged that he'll have to adjust the limitations of working one hand.
So when does he stop? When he's working from a piece of Tupperware?
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah. I wouldn't categorize alligators as cute, Steve, but yesterday I saw a video of a really cute alligator. It was an albino alligator that was being pet with a toothbrush, and you should have seen this thing. It was like a dog. His mouth was open, and he was like, "Oh my god!" and his eyes like rolled back.
Did the human hand fall out of his mouth?
No, it did not.
My cousin who lives in Florida wrestles alligators.
What?
Okay.
Yeah.
Didn't Janet Reno used to remember the former attorney general?
She would wrestle alligators.
I believe she used to wrestle alligators.
I did not know that. Kathy, we'll have to see video of that sometime.
I got it. Pictures, video.
All right. Sea turtles. Let's go to a different type
it's
of
a
creature.
whole zoo thing going on here.
Can apparently be a real pain in the ass. An elderly Russian tourist was left shocked after getting bitten on the derriere and nearly drowned during an awful attack by an aggressive sea turtle.
You don't hear about this.
He detailed the bizarre encounter in a video that currently is making waves online. Lydia Bazarova said it was really scary, which it occurred while she was taking a dip in the ocean near the popular Guzilaba resort west of Turkey.
I love Guzilaba.
Bazavora, sorry.
It doesn't matter.
Bazarova said that she was swimming only 10 or 12 feet from the shore when something grabbed her backside and tried to drag her under. She said, I didn't know what it was, and said it suddenly grabbed me. I was beating about the water with my arms. I was drowning.
Holy crap.
Her attacker has since been identified as a loggerhead sea turtle, a common species that can weigh up to 375 pounds. Ooh. This highly carnivorous reptile preys on crabs, whelks, and other mollusks, which it crushes with its powerful bill. And at one point during the attack, the sea critter released her, only to return and bite her again, even harder. She said, I don't know how long it lasted. She finally was saved after a rescuer spotted her in trouble. Her savior was a lifeguard named Mustafa Sari. He rushed toward Bazarova and started yelling at the creature. This distraction prompted the loggerhead to release its grip on the old woman.
On tonight's episode of Russian Baywatch.
Who said she raced towards the shore in a state of shock. She said, I was fighting my pain and fear. And then Sari, the lifeguard, battled the beast, eventually scaring it off, but not before he was bitten on the shoulder.
My name is Mitch Buchanovich.
Bazarova, meanwhile, who was bitten on her fingers, hip, legs, and buttocks, making sitting uncomfortable. She showed some photos of her painful red and blue butt bruises.
Yeah, we're looking at it. Horrible.
Make it appear as if she was shot with rubber bullets or something like that. Fortunately, while her injuries weren't life-threatening, Bazarova says she might never go back in the water again.
Now, that's what a smart person does.
Unfortunately, she wasn't the only one to incur the mini Gamera's wrath. It bit a woman and a man before my mother, said Camilla, adding that she wants a warning posted about this danger.
Wouldn't you bust out laughing if you saw warning turtle sign posted at the beach?
I guess so, man, but they got that big old beak
They
on them,
do.
so,
Like a snapping turtle, I guess, if it's on the way to that.
And that is what I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. All right, we got some stuff happening, friends, a little bit later on in the program. Keenan Thompson will be joining us.
Yeah, he's great.
Have we ever spoke to him?
I think we have when he was promoting his sitcom a while ago. And is he not the longest running SNL cast member?
Of SNL.
In history.
In history, yeah.
So
I interviewed him when he was working with Bill Cosby.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's best to forget that.
It was. They were there together.
Okay. Well, we'll talk to him. We'll talk to him a little bit later on. But I went out. I met our contestants. Battle of the Self-Proclaimed Experts. The Philly, It's Always Sunny in Philly episode. They're ready for battle.
Excellent.
This is going to be great. So we're going to test their knowledge, and we have a great prize to give away. That is when we return. So make sure you stay with us because we'll be back shortly. I'm sorry. He wasn't in Nad Nen.
No, Mad Men.
Oh, Mad Men.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
You can't put your lips together. No, man.
I had a little surgery.
Yeah. You got a little surgery?
You look weird.
Tonight, E.T. gets the exclusive with Val Kilmer.
I'm gonna rip the Band-Aid off. This can go hard on you now.
You look weird.
Bring it, you little bitch.
All right, what else I have for you? 3 months after Nicolas Cage and Erica Quakey got hitched in a quickie Vegas wedding.
A quickie.
Quakey was quickie.
You remember
Nicolas Cagey
tried to immediately get it annulled.
4 days.
Yeah.
Vegas. After this, a judge in Clark County had granted them a divorce. Cage filed for an annulment 4 days after the wedding.
He was drunk. He freely admits.
That was his fourth wedding, by the way. Claiming that it was based on fraud because Quakey did not disclose her criminal and romantic history to him. See, you didn't tell me about your criminal history.
You didn't tell me about your criminal history.
TMZ
If I had known, I wouldn't gone all Quakey on you.
TMZ reports that the annulment didn't happen, and it is
I'm his friend now.
Oh,
see, little guy's my friend now. He's got great fingers.
Quakey. Okay, so reports that the annulment. TMZ reports the annulment didn't happen, and it's unclear if Quakey will receive the spousal support that she has requested. So, honestly, I don't know what's going on there.
I love Nicolas Cage Nicolas Cage has become what he's wanted to become the most. It's basically an Elvis type character. He goes around, in these, like right here, he's got some sort of animal print leisure suit on. This is ridiculous.
What would you do to make your butt look good in a photo?
Ooh, I'd have it wear a cowboy hat.
For celebrities and social media influencers, it's about contorting the body for the best rear view.
Yeah.
All right, so you know what to do, Kathy?
I'm not sure. I'm sure it's probably a little arch in the back.
Well, for me, it's bending over and pulling the cheeks as far apart as possible.
I think that's a different type of photo.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's
I
not
misunderstood.
What they're talking about.
I think so you can see everything, where you can see where the skin starts to turn color.
Oh, my God.
Right? Is that what you're talking about?
Listen, I didn't even realize I was doing it, but I was, I mooned my daughter.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah. Just
Here.
Yeah, but I brown-eyed.
Oh, no, your poor kid. You just traumatized her for life.
So is that how you take a proper ass picture?
I don't think any child should see their father's butthole.
Ever.
No.
Write that down.
Do what I did and just feel it.
It scarred her. She was like, she freaked out.
Oh, yeah.
I thought more like, I was thinking more in the veins of my son. And that I was doing that too. And I was like, I can't believe I just did that. I just did that.
I can't believe it either.
Wow. I know. Yeah.
The man in my little girl.
Yeah, right.
Poppy. Hey, Daddy, I just saw your brown eye.
Is that your butthole, Poppy?
It was quite traumatic, Poppy.
Oh, my
His name is Eddie. He wants to know if we can go steady.
I've ever seen your butthole. I had to tell him I did, Daddy. He's not my boyfriend anymore, Daddy. Thanks for scarring me, Daddy.
Oh, the car pop?
Oh, my God.
Yes,
Well, anyway, back to the
I
story.
saw your balloon knot, Daddy.
Hey, look over there.
Didn't want to see it, Daddy.
You probably shouldn't have told us that.
No, I'm glad I did.
Stories.
So the most popular booty popping position involves tilting the pelvis and arching the back.
Yeah.
So the
and
obvious.
then swiveling the head to the side. Bootylicious models such as Hailey Bieber and Isabel Goulart have recently.
My name is Isabel Goulart.
Have recently
You want to change our last name?
posed on the red carpet this way to highlight their pert posteriors in gowns with plunging backs.
So can you show Casey what he's? Do you know what he's describing? Is it? Are you?
Well, I'm going to give it more detailed. So here we go. Here's an influencer Daisy Keach, who last month enlisted a plastic surgeon to certify that her backside was real to her 1.1 million Insta followers, said, "I'll stand up straight and spread my legs a little bit to make myself look a little bit wider than if my feet were closer together." She says, then I'll arch my back a little bit.
Right.
And I'll kind of puff out my chest. I breathe out and my stomach cinches in as I pose.
God, what a bunch of nonsense to go through.
One of our
she's 19,
calendar
by the way.
girls though does this perfect, and I can't remember which one it is. I'm trying to find her pictures, but like
Is it Shay? Our cover girl?
I mean, listen, they probably all take great booty shots, but there's one specific calendar girl, and I can't remember who it is.
The 19-year-old influencer from Los Angeles says...
Influencer.
She says a lot goes into properly accentuating her most famous asset, which she dubbed the Keach Peach.
The Keach? What's her full name?
Her name is Daisy Keach.
Oh, I thought you said Stacy Keach. I'm like, that guy?
Daisy Keach, and she calls it the Keach Peach. One of her other go-to tricks involves bending the leg that's closest to the camera while standing, quote, super tall on the other foot. If you arch your back a little bit and lean the shoulder closest to the camera forward, she said it will make your waist look smaller and your butt look bigger.
So none of them suggest putting your stomach forward on a table and pulling your ass cheeks far apart?
I haven't gotten to the whole thing yet, so maybe. But while an overarched spine may look good on the gram, it's not the greatest for your posture, says experts. With a neutral pelvis, the hip points and pubic bone align. By contrast, the sway back position and other similar moves create an interior pelvic tilt, which is placing a lot of strain on the pelvis, says chiropractor Marcella Thomas.
Well, of course, we know that the way you're posing is not the way you should walk around in life.
Some people do actually suffer.
Like, what are you going to be like this? Like, like Frankenstein?
Some people do actually suffer from an interior pelvic tilt, an issue that Thomas says that she would treat in her office using strengthening and stretching positions and spinal adjustment.
She's really taking this seriously, huh,
Yeah,
Miss
she
Doctor?
is.
I have
could
that.
treat that.
I have that pelvic tilt just when I stand regularly.
I don't know what you mean by that, but pelvic.
So like my, I guess I have like a natural bend in my back and my,
which accentuates your
like an arch, and my pelvis kind of tilts a bit just when I stand normal. No, kind of down.
Does that happen when you try to touch your elbows behind your back?
Yeah, and then I do that and I tilt my head and
like when you lick your own nipples.
Right, exactly. Yeah, all very similar.
Yeah.
It's natural that my tongue goes down to my nipple.
When I give my Kathy, same. When I give myself oral,
right,
my butt really sticks out.
Sitting to my left, ladies and gentlemen, Adrian Zemit.
Adrian Zemit? I thought he was dead. Oh my God.
We're not kidding. We've been talking about you forever, right, Preston?
We have. We absolutely have. We are fans. Has anybody ever said to you, "I thought you were dead" before, though? That's a slight insult.
Well, actually, there was an episode of The Simpsons where I was in one of their musical numbers, and I popped out of a coffin saying, "And I'm not dead."
Here you are in this play, and again, Middletown, and it's two couples, and there's sort of there's some comedy, there's some sadness, but it's the way they've grown over the years. And what drew you to this?
Exactly that. I'm used to, I've been through the Eastern Seaboard so many times with musicals.
Yeah.
And I'm used to just being drenched in sweat by the end of the show and doing it. And then I read this play, and it was such a simple play. It's just about two couples who have dinner every Friday night for 33 years.
Right.
They're best friends, and they're normal people, and life happens to them. And it truly is a roller coaster of emotions. I mean, we suck you in by all of our little charming quirks that the couples have and everything, and then life happens. There are tragedies in life that you have to deal with, relationship problems with your spouse and everything. But what is the great fascinating thing about this play is that the words speak for themselves. I'm actually first generation Romanian, so my family came, to America for their kids to, be doctors and lawyers, and I come up to my dad and say I'm going to be an actor. And it's the funny thing about him is I won him over. I literally out of acting school, I got one of the last national tours of the original Grease, and we were playing in my hometown of Chicago.
You were playing Zuko.
Yeah, I was playing Danny, and we were going into a very big theater into Chicago, and there was and nobody really knew very much about Grease at that time.
Right.
The movie had not come out yet. It was just a hit on Broadway, and there were a few national tours. So the company manager said, "Look, we're having a lot of trouble with this opening night. We're going to paper the house. Tell your dad that you can invite the entire congregation." So,
oh man, that's a
I didn't mention that my father is a priest, an Orthodox priest.
Right,
they can get married.
And Greece is
Eastern Orthodox priests can get married.
Yeah. Greece is very profane.
Oh God,
yeah,
yeah, the stage show.
Kidding?
Yeah.
I'm giving the finger on the show, and it's just like the original Grease was not meant for kids; it was meant for adults looking back on their lives in high school.
So he brings down the congregation.
So there were 500 Romanian people screaming and yelling, and they had their gypsy violins, and they were going singing the act. Every time I came out, there was a big cheer. It was then that my father was won over, and he kind of, although he didn't understand when I ended up getting television and film, when I was doing T.J. Hooker, he didn't really understand what that was all about. So he says, You work for 1 hour. What you do rest of week?
That's great.
You are a bum. I got into this business because I wanted to be an actor.
Right.
That's it. I never even wanted to do television and film. I just wanted to work in theater.
Right.
That's all I ever wanted to do. And then one thing happens, and then you're just whisked away, and suddenly you're in Hollywood, and you're doing all this stuff.
You're good friends with William Shatner, right?
Yeah, I'm actually. We're currently working on a few projects with his production company. Actually, we're letting it out right now.
I'm starting to feel the buzz of excitement in the studio.
Oh, yeah.
This morning, and the excitement that I have is that something will probably go wrong. So
Yes, absolutely.
I was
And it's probably
excited about
something.
that.
It's probably an exposed wire. Is what's feeling that buzz.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
And I also realized as we were getting prepared for this morning, I'm like, this is the fourth time we've done this competition. We should probably have some type of official recorded intro. We don't have one of those yet.
No.
So Steve is going to be doing it live for us this morning. So Steve, are you ready?
Yes.
It is time for
the Battle of the Self-Proclaimed Experts.
All right, and it is the It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia version of this that we are doing.
If you stop and think about this, so we've done Harry Potter, which is one of probably the most elaborate of the collections of work that you'd have to be aware of. This is right up there.
Oh, it's got to be beyond. If you think about the hours of programming,
good
from
point.
It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, it's got to eclipse the.
It's amazing.
The Harry Potter universe. So we reached out to our listening audience and we asked for you to tell us why you should be in our contest, and we got, as we figured, loads and loads and loads of great responses.
Right.
And they were really hard to narrow down, but we had to do it. And it's the only way to filter through and just find some people that we think might be good competitors. And we can't do a battle royale with everybody and then narrow it down and bracket it down to 2 people. So this is how we do it.
Knowledge and passion. That's what we were looking for.
All right. And we have 2 people in the studio. And I'm going to read the emails. Some of them are kind of long, so I'm going to read portions of the emails
Reader's Digest version
that were sent in. This one first says, Gadzooks Gang, as a stakeholder in kitten mittens and current student studying bird law at Patrick's Pub University, It's an honor to place my name in contention for this self-proclaimed expertise. 15 seasons and counting of sunny content directly linked to my brain over the last 17 years have allowed my inner day man to shine through and have it be a huge piece of who I am, my personality, and quotes, situations I directly tie into my everyday life. I am incredibly thankful for what the gang has been able to create and produce for us over the years, and I hope my obnoxious ability to have that content as part of who I am win me the title. On top of that, the Preston and Steve Show has been my personal inspiration for wanting to work in radio/broadcasting. Attempts at the difficult job front over the years of on top of recent historical events have led me away a bit, but the dream constantly remains whenever the frequency turns to 93.3. Hope to rid myself of all safety nets. Blending two of my passions is a dream, and thankful for the opportunity from you all. But anyway, see you later, jabronis. Cool word. Signed, the Golden God, who is currently untethered and whose rage has no bounds at all, James Bailey. Is here this morning. Good morning, James.
I just wanted to make sure I could perform a successful ocular pat down prior to us starting here.
Yes. Okay.
All safe. You guys are all checked.
All right, thank you.
Thank good.
He's wearing his goggles.
All right.
We are good to go.
We're all good. It's a pleasure to be here, guys. I mean, like a literal dream to be sitting here talking to you guys. So thank you.
That's awesome. It is our pleasure, and thank you for all of your enthusiasm. We appreciate that. All right, and our next contestant sent in the following email. It said, you know what? Let me kick down a little thing to you that our founding fathers kicked down to me. And it goes, don't tread on me. And right now, if you guys don't pick me for this contest, you'll be treading all over me. If I'm selected, and when I do eventually win, I'm going to peak so hard that everybody in Philadelphia is going to feel it. If I'm unfortunately passed over as the self-proclaimed expert, I'll get all in your faces and point out your faults. But after I win, I'm relaxing. I'm getting blackout drunk, and you're leaving me alone. But Kathy, just a heads up, I'll give you $50 if you drink soup out of my shoe and take your top off.
That's a good deal.
I'm sorry, Kathy.
She's done it for less.
What color, by the way?
Thanks.
It's a lengthy email. I'm not going to get to all of it, but he was born and raised in South Jersey, graduated from Rowan University, a staff sergeant in the National Army Guard. Please welcome Alex Crespo.
Thanks for having me.
Morning, Alex. Happy to have you here. Thanks for being on board.
This is awesome. Appreciate it. And again, sorry, Kathy.
Well, listen, this is the way things are going to work with Battle of the So-Called Experts. With
Battle of the Self-Proclaimed Experts.
All right, this is the way it's going to work. We're going to have 3 rounds of questions. Each round is going to be a different level of difficulty. Obviously, we'll start with the easier questions, move on to medium, and then we will get to the hard questions. The first round, questions are worth 1 point each.
1 point.
The second round, questions are worth 2 points each.
2 points.
And in the third round, where the scores can really change, it's 5 points.
5 points.
Now, if we find ourselves in the event event of a tie.
A tie.
Oh my God, make it stop.
We do have a tiebreaker question that will determine our winner. And I know I'm forgetting something. Oh, yes.
Sarah Marshall.
What?
Oh, forgetting Sarah Marshall.
Oh, forgetting Sarah Marshall. So, as I ask the question, either one of you can buzz in at any time. Now, if you buzz in before I finish with the question, I'm going to stop where I am. You'll have to answer the question at that point. There may be more to it that you miss out on, but if you're feeling strong, you can go for it. Now, if you do get it incorrect when you interrupt me, I will pose the rest of the question to your competitor, and they will get to hear the entire clue and then give us an answer.
Yes.
So they might have an advantage. That's up to you. That's where a little strategy comes into play. We need to test out our buzzers to see what they sound like. So let's go. Alex, if you could hit your button. That will mean that Alex has buzzed in first.
That's great.
And James, could you hit yours?
Hey!
All right. When you hear that, that's James, and he will get to answer the question. And that's how things work. We have our podiums set up here in the studio. If you're streaming on YouTube, you'll be able to see all of this live. Nick is going to be our scorekeeper. Nick, you all set?
Yes, sir.
All right. I don't have your mic on.
This one? There we go.
There you are.
Mike wasn't on.
All right. So we are going to get this underway. Let's begin with round number 1. Gentlemen, grab your signaling buttons. And by the way, I need to compliment them on their T-shirts. They are wearing It's Always Sunny centric shirts.
yeah.
We have the Bird Law shirt and the implication shirt as well.
You had to call them to say, at least to alert them to the fact that while we are fans and watch the show, these are the encyclopedic knowledge of the whole show. So we may not be aware of everything.
And in fact, I need Connor in here because Connor is going to be our judge should we need to go to a ruling.
Connor's another super fan.
Connor's a super fan, and he helped out with all of the questions. So, Connor, I may go to you for a thumbs up or thumbs down.
Like the gladiators.
All right, here we go. Starting with 1-point questions. These are the easier questions of the lot. Let's begin. Here we go. In what year did It's Always Sunny
Hey!
James?
August 4th, 2005.
He knew the date. Oh, my God, that is correct. Absolutely. 1 point for James. Like I said, these are the easier questions. Question number 2, and there are 5 questions per round. I forgot to mention that. Which Pennsylvania bridge is seen? Alex.
I'm going to go Strawberry Mansion Bridge, but I think I jumped the gun.
That is incorrect. Which Pennsylvania bridge is seen in the opening credits?
George Washington Bridge, correct? Or no?
That is incorrect. That is incorrect. Both of them wrong. It's the Ben Franklin Bridge.
George Washington Bridge is in New York, James.
Round up. No, that's very different. Very different.
All right.
Is it the Verrazano Narrows Bridge?
Here we go.
Golden Gate.
Yeah.
And by the way, the you heard Casey playing sound effects. For a correct answer, for an incorrect answer, you will hear this.
Dead air.
Or you will hear this.
This is not good radio.
All right. And for a correct answer, you'll hear. Or.
Rock flag and eagle.
See, it all looks professional.
It does. All right. Third question of the first round, and there are 5 per round. Here we go. What is Dee's nickname that was...
Hey!
All right, James?
Shut up, bird.
Incorrect.
Ooh,
This is not good radio.
What is Dee's nickname that was given to her in high school?
The Aluminum Monster.
Yep.
That is correct. Alex gets a point. That's from the episode titled The Aluminum Monster versus Fatty Magoo. Question number 4. What is Rickety Cricket's James?
Matthew Mara.
Matthew Mara is correct. Rickety Cricket's real name. All right, question number 5, and this is a lengthy one. A lengthy setup. I just want to tell you ahead of time. Here we go. Mac and Charlie go to a diving pool they used to go to as kids, but the pool has been abandoned and is full of garbage. Mac says that the pool looks like the way that it is because of a pattern of discrimination against lower class people, but Charlie says it's because a kid drowned. Alex?
Jamie Nelson.
That is correct! And round 1 comes to a completion. And by the way, that was from Mac and Charlie White Trash episode. Nick, what is the score so far?
All tied up at 2 apiece.
Nice, guys.
2
Very
for
nice.
Alex, 2 for James.
It's a tie score.
And they got the same question incorrect, I want to point out. So nobody stole anything from anyone on that one. So 2-2 in round 1. And we now move on to a slightly more difficult section of our contest. This is round 2 with our medium difficulty questions, and each question is worth 2 points.
2 points.
It's helpful.
Question number 1. We need you to give us the full definition for the meaning of the Dennis system. James.
D, demonstrate value. E, you're going to engage physically. N, you are going to nurture that dependence. The second N, you are going to make sure you neglect emotionally. I, you are going to inspire hope. And then with that S, you are going to separate entirely.
That's correct.
Wow!
Well
That was impressive.
That was impressive, James. All right, 2 points for James on question number 1 of round number 2 as we are playing
The Battle of the Self-Proclaimed Experts.
I don't get tired of it.
I love that I can just point to Steve and he'll do that. All right, here we go. Question number 2. Here we go. When the gang buys a boat, Dee is in charge of cleaning out the old stuff, but she throws it overboard. When Charlie starts to find the items, what does he believe?
Hey!
James?
There's a horse cemetery down there with dolls and figurines of sorts.
All right, let me go for a ruling on that. Okay, we have a correct answer. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Relics of an ancient horse massacre.
Horse massacre.
That is, we would have accepted. So 2 more points.
I forgot that.
Going to James. Third question. What is the name of Patty's rival bar in the...
Hey!
All right, James.
Molly's.
Molly's is correct. Wow. That's... That is from the episode The Gang Reignites the Rivalry. Fourth question of round 2. Mac creates an exercise bike in Hero or Hate Crime. What is the name of it? Alex.
Am I allowed to say this on air?
You can.
All right, Ass Pounder 4000.
Yes, the Ass Pounder 4000.
I was thinking the same thing.
By the way, the bloopers from that episode, some of the funniest things you'll ever see.
I make sure, I watch my mouth a little bit.
Nope, it's all good. All right, we can always jump out on you to do something inappropriate. All right, and then the fifth and final question from round number 2.
Round number 2.
Who is the local news reporter that Dennis fantasizes? Alex?
Jackie DiNardo.
Yep.
That's correct. Yeah, Jackie DiNardo. And that is the end of round 2. Nick, what is our total so far?
In round number 2, James got 6 points, Alex got 4, and now James leads 8-6.
Wow.
All right, 8-6. So it is anybody's game.
It's anybody's game.
Because round 3 takes us up quite a notch. These are the most difficult questions that we could come up with, and therefore they are going to be worth 5 points each.
5 points each.
So this can absolutely take off.
So
Take
I
off.
want to ask you guys, as far as the prize is concerned, because it is a VIP experience for the It's Always Sunny podcast at the Met. Are you more excited about the parking situation? Because parking at the Met can be really tough. Or is it meeting the gang?
I've never been to the Met, so I'm not too sure how the whole parking thing is, but...
Talking past experience, parking is actually higher on that list, and I'm proud to admit.
Have you guys
in this scenario?
Have you guys ever had the opportunity to meet anybody from the show?
From the show directly? No, I have not.
All right.
So this is
They're fantastic.
Yeah. Yeah, you guys are going to love it. Whoever gets this is going to have a wonderful experience that night. All right, we're ready for the third and final round. 5 points per question, our hardest ones yet.
Battle of the self-proclaimed experts.
Let's begin.
Begin.
Question number 1, here we go. What name does Dennis refer to Frank's character, the troll, in the Nightman Cometh?
Hey!
James.
His name is Antonio in the show itself.
That is correct. Yes, that's a correct answer. Antonio. Dennis refers to him as Antonio before he shoots him.
Bang, bang.
And that is from the Nightman Cometh episode. All right, question number 2. What size shoe? Alex.
13.
Yeah! Wow. To finish the question, what size shoe does Sweet D wear? And that is from the episode Who Pooped the Bed? A size 13. 5 points. All right, we have 3 more questions to go in round number 3. Here we go. Pappy McPoyle, the patriarch of the McPoyle family, has a pet Pocono swallow. Alex wants to answer. Alex?
Royal McPoyle.
That is correct!
Wow, played.
That is from McPoyle and Ponderosa, the trial of the century. So 5 points for Alex.
Wow.
4th question in the 3rd round. What are the names of the 2 episodes that Preston and Steve are...
Hey!
James?
The Gang Gets Whacked, Part 1 and 2.
That is incorrect.
This is not good radio!
So I'll finish the question for Alex. What are the names of the 2 episodes that Preston and Steve are both in?
All right. Charlie Goes America, all over everybody's asses, and Mac's Big Break.
That is incorrect.
Dead air.
It was indeed Mac's Big Break, but the other was America's Next Top Patties Billboard Model Contest.
You starred in...
Yeah, Casey and I were in the Charlie episode.
That's correct.
You might remember us from the high five we gave in the background.
Yeah, in the van, right.
Yeah.
I was in, Steve and I were in the one with the construction workers. That was the Billboard contest.
And we were with
and
some...
Mac's Big Break was the
Eagles players were with us.
The Flyers game. That's correct. Yes. All right. So the last question we pose to you has to do with the episode that Kathy was in. All right.
The episode Kathy was in.
In the episode that Kathy was in, Dennis looks like a registered sex offender was the name. What was the name of the sex offender?
What a good question.
In the episode that Kathy was in, Dennis looks like a registered sex offender. What was the name of the sex offender? Alex.
Wendell Smart Eyes. Smart Eyes was his nickname.
All right, I'm going to the judges, and we're giving a correct answer for Alex on that one. We would have also accepted Wendell Albright, but Wendell Smart Eyes is correct. And we go to Nick McElwain for the total. And how did we do after round 3?
With 15 points in round 3 and a grand total of 21 points overall, our winner is Alex!
Oh, my goodness. Alex rallied. I thought James had it.
Listen, they're insane, both of them, with their incredible command of this knowledge. But at the end, Alex, you did it, man. Good job.
Thanks, guys.
Wow.
Yeah, that was awesome. Good job.
James, your knowledge is...
I'm gonna kick a little ass.
Hang on.
That's in the USA. Gonna climb a mountain, gonna soar a flag, gonna fly on an eagle. I'm gonna kick some butt, I'm gonna drive a big truck, I'm gonna rule this world, I'm gonna kick some ass, I'm gonna rise, I'm gonna kick a little ass. Rock, flag, and eagle.
Beautiful.
James, your knowledge is impressive. Oh my God, he's got a bag of spaghetti.
I forgot to ask you guys what your spaghetti policy was.
Alex, did you bring some cat food to eat?
I brought no cat food. Nah, I should have brought a bag of spaghetti. That looks pretty good right now.
You want some?
No, good.
Oh man, that's
It's good stuff. They know their stuff.
I wish we could send you both, guys.
You know what? We might not be able to get James into the event, but we can set him up with parking somewhere around the city.
Yeah, maybe we could do that.
If I'm within the vicinity of the event, that's actually still pretty cool.
Well, we are going to set up for Alex as the winner of the self-proclaimed expert of It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. A VIP experience, tickets, parking, food and beverage.
Yes.
And a meet and greet with the gang for the It's Always Sunny podcast live Monday, September 19th at the Met.
Yeah. I don't think we could have had two better contestants. Great job, guys.
All right, you know what? We had tiebreaker questions, and I hate to see these go to waste.
Let's do it.
Want me to ask these just for fun?
Please,
this is for fun. We'll have you buzz in. All right, so,
Tiebreaker question.
But not for points. All right.
Just for the hell of it.
Who did the Flyers?
We're doing this.
Who did the Flyers play during the shooting of Mac's big break?
Wow.
During the actual shooting of it.
Not the actual murder.
I'm gonna just say the Devils off of guess. Are we buzzing in? My fault.
Nah, just go ahead.
I was gonna say the New Jersey
Yeah, I
Devils.
was going to say the Red Wings, but
Nope, it was the Montreal Canadiens.
there's some red in there.
Played the Habs, yeah. All right, and then the last one, we had a second one ready to go. In Hero or Hate Crime, the arbitrator scratches the ticket. Now, buzz in if you do know the answer to this. And it revealed the ticket won $10,000 as Mac takes the ass pounder for.
Hey!
Yes.
I'm gonna guess $14.
That is correct. James would have got that right. As Mac takes the ass pounder 4,000 and his ticket and leaves. The others are presented with the bill. How much has Mac left? And it was $14. They used 3 arbitrators in 17 hours. The bill was $9,986. They decided that Mac should pay for it because arbitration was his idea, which will leave him with just $14 because $10,000 minus $9,986 equals 14.
There you go.
Of course, we all know how that works out. You guys were great. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having us.
For being so much fun and for the encyclopedic-like knowledge that you have of one of the great shows of all time.
Let me ask him quickly. James, your favorite It's Always Sunny episode of all time. Wow.
Wow. See, I got hooked early on, probably like late season 2, 3.
Right.
So I have an affinity for those. Season 4 is some of my just absolute favorite. Mac and Charlie as manhunters. And when they hunt Cricket down for that entire episode is one of my favorites.
Okay.
I'd probably go somewhere around that range, at least that time, manhunters.
All right, good choices. And you, Alex?
I think Same thing. Those seasons 4, 5, and 6 were probably the best. But my favorite, I think, is probably Charlie Catches a Leprechaun.
Yeah.
Okay. Nice.
That one's a later one, but
There's so many to choose from. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know fantastic stuff.
You guys love the
Family Feud.
The Family Feud
It's just so
episode.
good.
It's so great. I mean, when D-Buzz is in for the first time,
Knocks it off the podium. It's the best.
And then you later learn that Charlie was one of the survey members coming up with the answer. It was great.
All right. Well, thank you guys again. We appreciate. Yes, go ahead, James.
Genuinely, I just want to thank you guys. Like, this is a literal dream of mine. Always Sunny. This was fun. I came into this like, yeah, cool. They get to meet the gang. Alex, literally have the time of your life.
Yeah, man.
Thankfully, I have tickets for the Sunday show. So, it would, best case scenario. I said it prior to us going there. Like, literally hearing your guys' voice through this feed right now live is unreal and surreal to me right now, and to be standing here talking to you.
That's
so
very kind.
this enough is beyond a dream and a life experience. So thank you guys.
Now, I don't feel so bad that you lost. Thank you, James.
Me neither.
You are
It's
the
great.
best.
Alex, you say something nice now.
I'm not going to be able to top that. I do podcasts you guys all the time.
Yeah.
So,
Nice. Okay.
Yeah, it's awesome being here.
Excellent. Well, give us when you go, and we want to hear about the experience and how you
Yes.
get a good time you had.
Will do.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Excellent. All right.
Thank you
Thank
so
you
much,
guys, Alex and James. Always Sunny, the battle of the
Silver Plane Experts.
All right, we're gonna take a break.
Brought to you in Dolby Vision.
We'll be back in just a moment. Stay with us.
But the funny thing about it is that when we did Hooker, Bill pretty much did push the envelope on asking for ridiculous things for Hooker to do.
Okay.
I mean, we had like technical advisors from LAPD there, and he said, "Look, no, I got this idea. How about I just run over to the helicopter, and as it's going up, I just grab onto the rung of the helicopter, and when we're up in the air, I take my gun out and I go, bring it down." And the TA standing there going, nobody would ever do that.
The top text here says, "Poor man's Travolta, my ass."
Yeah.
He made Bachelor Party, which is an absolute. It's one of my favorite films, and you have one of the best lines in the movie. I think personally.
Look at the cans on that pinball.
Well, you're telling him, man, I really would love to have a relationship.
I would love to have this relationship that you have, and someday I'll have kids and be happy. And hey, look at the cans on that pinball. You know, that movie. Tom and I lived very close to each other. So we lived in Studio City, and the soundstage that we were shooting this at was in Culver City. So it was a pretty good distance to go on the 405 freeway.
And you've been on Bosom Buddies, right?
Yes, yes. I played Johnny Midnight, his boyhood friend from camp.
So you knew him?
Yeah. And we'd carpool to work because we could go in the carpool lane and everything. And as every day after we get in the car and we go, our careers are over. Our careers are really over. What are we doing? This is going to be terrible.
No.
All we did was show up for 13 hours a day and goof off. Almost nothing of what the script originally was in there. We just ad-libbed. We just goofed off. And honestly, some of the funniest scenes in the movie never made it into the movie because we had gotten an X rating.
There's a horse scene. There's a horse.
A donkey show.
Let me tell you about this. The donkey actually died.
What?
They brought him back to life.
No.
They literally shot him with some shot of something for him to go, and then he keeled over. And his heart stopped.
Oh my God.
And we've got all these people, there's like 100 extras. Many of, the girls are half naked and everything. We're all standing there going, oh my God, they killed the donkey.
Dear Lord.
You resurrected a donkey, Adrian Zemit?
And they did the whole adrenaline thing, you know what I mean? They put the
Oh my
in his
God.
heart and he came back.
The donkey snorts 3 lines of coke.
Yeah.
You definitely
It's a real good kids this movie. You know, I'm really proud.
You're thinking your career's over, but no.
And then, honestly, when we saw the first cut, it was like, Tom and I looked at each other. This is funny. What the hell happened?
Is there any chance you could go back and re-release a director's cut by any chance, or is it too late?
Back then, they didn't save that kind of footage.
Yeah, now they do all the time.
And they do it all the time because of everything they do. But honestly, there was one scene that was absolutely hysterical. So we're the bachelor, the party's not going very well. The hookers haven't showed up. We're sitting in the hotel room looking at a Shirley Temple movie. Right. And it's just not going well.
The hookers go to the wrong.
Right.
Yeah.
So then I say, Rick, let's go downstairs and get something to eat. I'm hungry. So we get into the. I'm not gonna do this to say this on radio. This was cut. I said, sit in this booth. This is the best booth in the place. So he sits in there, and all of a sudden you hear a zipper sound. His eyes light up. Right. There's a girl underneath who is
taking care of him,
going to give him a happy ending of some sort. So I, saying my gift to you.
Yeah.
And we see the minister who's going to marry him walk into the restaurant and go, "Oh, Father, over here, come on, over here." So he comes to the edge and he starts having a conversation with us, and Tom's going, "Oh, Jesus. Oh, Mother of God. Oh, Mother Mary and Joseph." Oh, he's writhing and everything. And I say, he always says grace before he eats. So.
That's great.
He can't take it anymore. He gets up and runs out. And I said, "Father, sit here. It's the best seat in the house." Close up on his face, you hear the zipper sound, and his eyes go like
That's great.
Didn't make it in the movie. We had offended everybody else. They didn't want to offend the Catholics.
It's so freaking funny.
You and Tom were friends. Could you tell then what a talent he was and what he was going to go on to
and
be?
honestly, one of the nicest guys in the business. Everything that's ever happened to him, he deserves every bit of it. He's a great guy.
That's great.
Very talented.
Wow.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you.
A lot of people don't know this, but Tom was not originally cast in that role, and neither was Tawny Katane.
Tawny Katane was the it girl of the time, and she was the White Snake videos. It predates, I think, the White Snake video.
Who was?
Well, we shot 1 month with the other cast.
Who was it?
Oh, no way. It was Paul Reiser.
Really?
And Kelly McGinnis.
Oh, my goodness.
Did they get fired?
Well, the producers just felt there wasn't a chemistry going on and everything. And Tom, they had just seen a screening of Splash.
Okay.
Oh.
And they said, we really need to get that guy
that's like
for this.
I couldn't even imagine. And Paul Reiser's talented, man. But he's great. He just doesn't have the kinetic.
He was very funny.
Was he?
He was very funny.
Yeah.
There just wasn't a chemistry that was going on.
That's happened before. Back to the Future. Eric Stoltz was. They filmed for quite a while with him in the lead role. And
the scene where he falls and hits his head. That's Eric Stoltz's head. When he falls out of the tree, bonks his head on the.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's Eric Stoltz.
Wow. Okay.
Did not know that.
It's if you've never seen Bachelor Party, and it's worth going back for a visit. A number of people also texting in asking if we're going to bowl tonight, Adrian.
It's funny. I've had the great fortune and lucky to have two cult classic movies that are really. They're targeting completely different people.
Yeah.
And it's just really kind of cool after all these years. In theater, which is really my first love, and that's why I still do theater. If I'm going to be doing television and film, I'd rather be behind the camera these days. But if I'm going to act, I'd rather be on a stage because that is the actor's medium. It's electric. It's like a drug. Yeah. Grease too. It was an opportunity to put it was my Danny Zuko that I put on film.
Right, because you weren't. They had to created another character, which is basically Danny Zuko.
Yeah,
and it was a weird thing because you had Grease comes out. You have Travolta's on a meteoric rise. You have Olivia Newton-John. You have all these big stars in it, and then they go with Grease 2 and they cast. Not unknowns, but
they actually did something really kind of. Took a big chance.
Yes.
In what they did. They did not. it was very unique what they did. They also created they created a musical that was never a proven hit on Broadway.
Right.
So none of these songs had ever been heard. It didn't have a track record or anything. And a lot of people, you know, Grease 1 obviously was a massive, huge success. But Grease 2 didn't actually do badly. It in its theatrical release, it made about $80 to $100 million.
I watched
at that time, and people think that it wasn't as big a hit. But today, it outrents and outsells Grease 1.
Really?
It's more kid-friendly, and it's actually more of the essence of what Grease, the original Broadway show, was about. It was about all the T-Birds. It was about all the Pink Ladies, whereas the movie of Grease became a vehicle for John and Olivia. In the play, Kanicki sings "Grease Lightning," not Danny.
That's true.
It's his car.
Yeah.
Everybody has had a song in the Broadway show to tell you their story, and that's what. So it's more of an ensemble piece. And Grease 2 was directed by Pat Birch, who was the choreographer of the Broadway show. So she wanted me to do that role badly because they wanted to put a rock star in that role because there weren't any known faces. Michelle had just done, I think, Hollywood Nights.
This is Michelle Pfeiffer
with Tony Danza.
Right.
At that point, it wasn't a big hit or anything like that.
I remember it,
and Maxwell Caulfield was not. He was an English actor, but hadn't done much. And they really wanted a rock star in that role, but Pat wanted me to do it. So she strategically brought me in. After they would see like one of Casey and the Sunshine Boys or one of the Gibb brothers or whatever, and then I went in and said, "All right, it's still his. All right, it's still." Until after 12 callbacks, they finally said, "Wow, right, it's his role."
Well, honestly, I watch it every time it's on. It has a good energy to it. You're again sort of a self-deprecating, funny guy. The whole bowling sequence is pretty. You know, you can't help but get swept up in it, and it has its own energy. And to this point, you had a lot of talented people involved with it.
Yeah, a lot of people came out of that thing. Even the Seagal twins went on. The girls who were the cheerleaders went on to have their own series.
You have a lot of fans in Philadelphia, and to prove that, I'm gonna show something to you. I don't know if anybody has made you aware of this or not, but I think Steve made an offhand comment one day about somebody getting an Adrian Zemit tattoo. So we do this feature every Tuesday called Tattoozy. People come in and actually get a tattoo from our show. It's called the Preston and Steve. You know, they'll get a tattoo with us in it, and we've been doing it for years and years and years. We had a guy who called in and volunteered to get an Adrian Zemit tattoo.
God, I'm looking at it right now.
This is a guy. That's your face on his right pec. It's huge. This was within the last year.
Within the last year, yeah.
Yeah, that we
and
had
the guy eagerly came in.
Please tell me that's not permanent.
That's permanent. That's a real tattoo on this man's
chest. So when he's 90 years old and I look 90 on his chest.
Yes.
What was I thinking?
So we took a picture of you from Grease 2, and that is now permanently on this guy's chest, Adrian.
This reminds me of something that Sally Struthers said about tattoos back when we were doing Grease. She said, "Oh yeah, back in the '60s, you know, I was a flower child. I got a tattoo of a butterfly on my butt. Now it's going into its cocoon."
We're so delighted that you had a chance to come by here. We are big fans.
Nice to come in.
We knew you'd be great.
Yeah, we knew you'd be cool. That's great, man. Excellent.
It's my pleasure.
And you know what? We should do a promotion where we go bowling with Adrian sometime.
Yeah.
How cool would that be? Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, some love for Adrian Zemit. Thank you so much. There was an email that was sent out that we were going to have our studios checked because there may have been bed bugs brought into the area. And we've had everything checked out. They actually just brought a dog in to sniff. Yeah, I think it was Jack Russell is what it looked like.
Josie was her name.
Josie is the dog. And there's no bed bugs.
Well, no, that's not true. There were on a chair.
Oh, was there?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Or yeah, it was sort of like a warm zone or something.
A warm zone.
They call those.
That's what I
But
call my
there's
chairs at home. Yeah, my warm zone.
I think what everybody was worried about was an infestation, which I guess is not the case if it was just on the chair. I don't know.
Just on the chair. The rest of the place is apparently clean. Josie scoured our studio and nothing.
And I'm never coming back again.
You would have thought There was a radiation leak here.
Yeah. So I never told my wife that there was a bed bug.
She wouldn't have let you go to work.
No.
That was the first thing I told my wife, and I started laughing.
Yeah.
Because, listen, I'm surprised that's all we have. They're ripping the entire building apart, walls that haven't been opened up in years.
Yeah.
I imagine at night there must be a big vermin hoedown when we leave. Because you walk around, there's these cavernous, like a wall will disappear.
Yeah.
There's a big opening now.
Yeah.
You walk down one hall, it's 11 degrees, and then the next hall, it's 1,400 degrees. It's a whole new environment. It's like you're on some spaceship that's just, morphing all the time, and that's what this is here.
Well, I'm just glad that they alerted us to it. Yeah. Because during some of the construction, apparently they were removing asbestos, and nobody ever told us.
Well, that's when that wall went up down at the end of the hallway.
Yeah.
Because, and I almost walked into that wall. That's how quickly it went up. I started to turn down to go down to what I thought was Chuck's office down the hall that used to exist.
Like Looney Tunes.
And there was a wall.
So my wife will, when we go check into a hotel, it's always the same situation. We open the door, we shut the door, we leave our bags right at the door while she goes and strips all the beds and looks through all the furniture for bed bugs. She's like definitely
She's fanatical. So before you guys even enter the room,
we have to leave our bags at the door. There's an inspection.
I really wanted to come in a hazmat suit or some sort of bubble, but I couldn't find anything.
That would have been awesome.
Yeah.
I'm going through our text chain, and I'm like, hey, by the way, this is going on. I'm not going to tell my wife. And then Kathy immediately goes from 0 to freaking out.
Oh, yeah.
Get the F out of here. I'm not coming into work tomorrow. Who the F has bed bugs? Holy F. No. Like 1,000 exclamation points. And then she says, do you know how hard it is to get rid of bed bugs? What's the company going to do about it? And when? And then Preston sends a gift. A GIF, I'm sorry, of like a bedbug jug band.
Yeah, playing music. And then Kathy fires back, that's not funny.
It's not funny.
I think I said F you to anybody who's not taking this seriously.
And then I think Nick said, read Joe's email. And then Kathy says, F the email, F the bedbugs, and F whoever doesn't
All right,
think
thanks,
this
Kath. Nick wanted to mention something you can get on WMMR.com.
Yeah, I did an interview the other day with Matt Quinn and Sam Cooper, and then a band called Mount Joy, which is this local band, and they're starting to gain some traction. They're going to be playing at the Mann Music Center on September 10th. They're headlining that gig, the Skyline stage, and they're opening for Dave Matthews Band this weekend out at the Gorge, which is a really big deal for these guys.
That's huge.
It's pretty amazing, yeah. And I really enjoyed their music for the last few years. We went to the same high school. We all went to Conestoga High School, and they are much more talented and successful than I am. But they're great guys. It was a really nice conversation. So if you want to check out the interview, it's up on PrestonandSteve.com and WMMR.com, and definitely give them a follow because they're on the rise, and I'm really digging their music.
Excellent.
Thanks.
Yeah, Kath.
No, do you want to congratulate our calendar girl real quick?
Oh my God, thank you. Yes, Morgan. Morgan, former cover gal
Cover
from
girl,
Daily
yes.
Office Calendar, had a baby. Just had a baby the other day, and
She's wonderful.
I love the name. The baby's name is Harlow.
Harlow.
You ever heard that before?
Like Jean Harlow.
Like Jean Harlow.
Yeah.
I've never heard that as a first name.
Yeah,
I thought that was
cute.
really cool.
Very cute.
Oh, little peanut. We're looking at the picture right now. Little
That's
girl,
amazing.
Yep, named Harlow. Don't know the specs on weight or anything, but healthy baby, and that's fantastic. And Morgan's awesome, so we're very happy for you, Morgan. Congratulations.
It's like family.
It's like family. Hey,
It's like family.
I have an email.
Speaking of
we haven't
family.
heard from Gary
I
in a
know.
long time.
Do we need to do a check?
Wellness check, Gary Lauer.
Okay.
Hey,
Yeah.
we're working overseas for the CIA. That's the sound.
We need a wellness check on Gary Lauer. We'll just put it out.
I was
there.
in the Lauer cave.
Yeah. Hey, no, I got an email. Nick forwarded this to me, and it's very serious. And I wanted to read this because it may help somebody out. I don't know.
All right.
But this person, they're going to remain anonymous, as they requested. It says, a few weeks ago, I went through a few very, very dark and tough mental health days. And one Friday morning, and he says where, but I'm not going to say where on here because I really don't want to reveal. Said, I planned to hurt myself. When I arrived, I happened to be listening to the previous day's podcast, and whatever segment was on made me laugh and smile for the first time in a while, and it changed my outlook on that day. It feels silly to say how much of an impact a group of people I met once before have had on my life, but it feels like you are all a distant part of my family. It doesn't matter if it's your random trivia knowledge, Steve's comedy, Casey's outbursts, or wonderfully insane stories. Your show never ceases to lift my mood. I'm restarting therapy this week, and I can sincerely say that the Preston and Steve show pushed me to ask for help.
Wow.
I appreciate all of you, and I will be a listener for life, regardless of where that life takes me. Thanks again. And then they sign their name, and I'm not going to mention that. So thank you for sharing that story. We appreciate that. And
there's about 200 separate amazing elements to what you just said.
And I'm very happy that you're seeking help. I just did that live commercial for BetterHelp and therapy in general. There are people that are there that can maybe steer you in the right direction.
Yeah.
And we do appreciate that. And it might be just a little thing, not necessarily our show, one little thing that you experienced through the day that just might absolutely change it all right there for you. For
And
the
to
better.
think about that, obviously the rates of self-harm and suicide have skyrocketed, sadly. And there, as you said, Preston, there are people who would embrace the ability to talk to you and help you through a situation, and therapy of any kind. And they're just people, this is what they do, and they help you frame things in context. And you think about those little moments in the day that can mean so much to say, God, okay, yeah, there's this.
Right.
That's bad, but there's this.
Right.
And you have to think of life as a series of those opportunities, you know?
I think of that line in the song from REM, Everybody Hurts, so hold on.
Yep.
Is the refrain at the end of that. So, but thank you for sharing that story. We do appreciate that. And then this other email, totally different. It says, "Hey guys, I grew up in Bucksco.
Yeah.
And now I live in Spokane, Washington, and I've been listening to you guys for 15 years or so. My family and I are up in Alaska on vacation.
How did they get there?
And have been listening. Well, you got to swim.
You got to swim.
Fly or take a boat.
You have to. I've been listening to your podcast as usual during our long drives between cell service. My 8 and 10-year-old now will not stop singing "Sucking on a Chili Dog," and thank you so much for that. You guys rock.
Sucking on a chili dog.
Keep it up.
Sucking on a chili dog.
Gadzooks said is from Darren W. Rash Jr. So thank you, Darren.
I love that. It makes Alaska that much more majestic in my mind.
Yeah.
But have I heard correctly, Nick, that we're trying to work on a Camp Out for Hunger appearance of that very artist?
I talked to Tom again yesterday. Tom McGovern is a great guy. It's funny because, he grew up listening to MMR and Preston and Steve, and he just turned 30 over the weekend. He had a show at City Winery. He's back. He lives in L.A., but he's back on the East Coast at the end of October, beginning of November. So we're trying to work it out so that he can come to Camp Out the first day. But he's just such a nice dude. And he's like, listen, if you guys ever want some chili dog style Preston and Steve thing, okay, I'll do it. Like it's comedy music, and that's what he does. And he has so much fun with it. He's a great dude. So I can't say enough nice things.
Love it. Excellent. All right. Well, we're giving away our Word of the Week prize today because we're off tomorrow. And therefore, it being kind of a Friday, no sad bro for us, I think we should clean out the junk drawer.
No.
I think we need to do that. So I'm going to reach into this drawer here. I'm going to reach into this drawer here.
Totally ill-prepared for my
it's all good.
a cappella fart.
I found something.
That's how it goes, folks. It's theater of the mind.
Yeah.
All right. Kath, I'm sure you heard this, but Bed Bath & Beyond said it's going to lay off employees and close underperforming stores as part of a broader turnaround plan. They announced this on Wednesday.
Well, they've already closed a ton of
They
stores.
have. I hate to hear about anybody.
I don't even know of any stores that are still
actually
in this area.
Is the Wynwood one closed?
I don't know.
Well, that sucks. I just like knowing
It's
that
just
they
the
were
Beyond
there.
now.
They switched to online, so like that 20% discount that
You mean
used
on
to-
computers?
What? Yes. That's what that means, yes.
They had that they switched the 20% discount, everything that you would get in store, and they moved it all online. They tried to focus on like bigger furniture items for a little while. And so remember the store in Plymouth Meeting? That's what they did. They have made a huge section of furniture, and it didn't go well for them, and they had to close them.
To me, that's the kind of store that I could go in and there's like some cool stuff. Like I could find something, and they had bizarre things like a 60-pound bag of M&Ms or something.
Right.
Like weird stuff, and then a toilet brush, and then a Keurig machine.
The thing is, though, it's so concentrated, and the stuff that you can find there, and you can find at Target, it's a smaller.
Well, that's
it's a smaller selection. But you go to Bed Bath & Beyond, Target, Kohl's, like all that stuff that you can get there. You can, but I'm with you.
Well, the stuff that Bed Bath & Beyond carried, they had a larger selection.
Exactly.
Thank you. They had
than
more
Target.
of that stuff.
But
yes.
you're right, Case. It was focused on bed and bath mainly.
And beyond,
And
which
beyond.
was never defined.
The M&Ms would have been beyond.
right. That was the beyond.
Right?
Well, because
the one thing and then when you think about Bed Bath & Beyond, what is the first thing that comes to mind?
Coupons.
The coupon.
Yeah, the
it was the
gigantic coupons.
perpetual coupon that would come. And if you didn't have one at the register,
there you go.
Here you go.
Yeah, they'd
I
give them to you.
never once purchased anything there without the coupon. Like, I mean, it was like a cleaning supply for $5.99. I'd be like, hold on, I have a coupon for that.
Yeah.
They're like, oh,
Meanwhile,
Jesus Christ, one of these.
Kohl's is going strong, like that's because you say coupons, like Kohl's Cash is the same exact thing. You go there and they're like, here you go, here's some money.
Yeah, you saved $3,000 today.
Do any of the
only spent-
casinos take Kohl's Cash?
I don't know. But when we did the crockpot challenge or whatever, and we ended up giving away a crockpot, I bought the crockpot over at Bed Bath & Beyond. And
It
it
was
was
the
a
20% off discount?
Of course I didn't. No, Kathy, I love to pay full price for things.
Well, speaking of 20%, the struggling home goods retailer said that it will cut about 20% of its workforce across corporate and supply chain, close 150 lower producing stores, and discontinue 3 of its 9 owned brand labels, which are Haven, Wild Sage, and Studio B3.
I didn't realize they had their own brands.
Yeah, it will also significantly reduce the inventory of its remaining owned brands and bring back national brands, including, is it Calphalon? Is that how you say that?
Calphalon.
Oh, yeah, like the
Calphalon. Yeah, the
potware
cooking.
and whatever.
Yeah.
So is that a competitor of Teflon?
Also,
Similar,
UGG,
yeah.
Cuisinart, Dyson, and OXO.
It's not a competitor of Teflon, Steve. It's like the maker of the, you can buy like
frying pans and
frying
things.
pans. and pots
It's
and
a
things.
brand name.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's expensive.
All right, so we recently did the ceramic pans and pots and stuff
Yeah.
like that. Are those?
Way to brag.
Well,
All right. So I asked who was it? We had a chef on, and I asked him about the ceramic. I think it was Irvine. And he said, well, and I have a couple of ceramic pots as well that have that kind of white.
Is that
look
is
inside them.
the trendy thing now?
Not necessarily. It's just an option.
Okay.
But
you have
anyhow.
pots.
Yeah. But what?
Yeah.
Pots? Oh, mock. All right, rhymes with pots. All right. Anyway, but over time, you'll see that it kind of, there are little chips that are taken out of it. Eventually, it'll be kind of
really?
speckled at the bottom.
And does that end up in your stool?
Yeah. Well, yeah, because it ends up in your food, right? Yeah. And it ends up in your poop, and you get speckled poop, which is not fun anyway.
It's kind of fun.
But that's Irvine said that, and I was like, okay, I kind of see that. But in almost any nonstick surface, it's eventually going to either, and that's why you don't put it in the dishwasher, because it slowly wears that away.
Okay.
So on another element to that is you've talked about with the barbecue brush with the that metal sometimes can end up in
those little
food, right?
bristles.
Yes, right.
I use them anyway, but after I scrub down, after I brush the grill, then I'll take a towel or something and wipe it off.
What
to
are
make
your
sure
BMs
they're
like?
Prickly.
Prickly.
Yeah. No, but lately they've been great. Thanks for asking, by the way.
I'm on a roll too, if I do say so
It's
myself.
the best,
Yeah,
right?
Yeah.
Every now and then you go through a period where it's like, this is not fun.
Case?
And pooping should be fun.
What's been our saving grace?
The fiber pills, man. I'm telling you.
Unbelievable.
I take it. You know what, Steve?
Yeah, all I have to do now is buy gold from William Devane and watch Matlock at 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
I'm actually thinking about skipping
Get
up
some
to
Blue Emu.
6 pills a day because I take 5 with my breakfast. I'm thinking about going to 6 because it's been so good.
Dude, you're addicted and I love it.
All right, so Bed Bath & Beyond is, I didn't know they had already closed down a bunch, Kath. It's been a long time since I've been to one. Is the one in Plymouth Meetings?
Oh, yeah, that's been gone for a while.
Is that where they put the PGA store now?
I think, wasn't PGA Dick's? I think.
It was,
Yeah,
yes.
they're a bunch of dicks.
Yeah,
Bed Bath & Beyond maybe became the liquor store and whatever's next to it.
You are
I
correct.
don't like. If given the option, going to a brick and mortar is very enticing to me. Going at least to the mall was a fun thing, for me. It used to be, and I could still going to KOP is still enjoyable.
Well, that's because they actually have stores in there and not, just like you go to the Springfield Mall. And listen, Springfield Mall has some decent stores in there.
That's where I get my sports-related spatulas, Casey.
But I hate it, like when you just walk through a mall and you're like, well, that's not a chain store.
I know.
To me that feels like, this is on the way out.
Exactly. Exactly. And that's why the Plymouth Meeting Mall still it still has to deliver on its promise, doesn't it?
What promise?
That it was going to be something really.
I don't think they haven't delivered on anything.
There's
other
more
than-
stuff outside that mall than there are inside that mall.
I really would love to sit down with the people over there and find out why is that even still open? When you walk through there, it's so sad, and I think we've talked about this before. We've all used that. Is that it looks sad? Half of the stores are dark and the gates are down.
Yeah.
And there's either nothing in there, or half of the time I go in, there's still merchandise in there, but the store is closed.
Do you know what I think could help that? Honestly, I think it actually, in just general layout, it is so voluminous. There's such emptiness in the middle, right, Case? You know what I'm talking about? It's like if you go to KOP, everything's a little tighter, creating the impression that it's a little bit more happening.
Well, because
you could have a full chariot race inside that mall.
Yeah, but that's because there once was the kiosks that are there, and King of Prussia has wide hallways as well. Like in but in the new part, and even in the old part, there's kiosks all over the place because they are it is businesses that are in there,
You know
and
what's
there's
funny?
just nothing in Plymouth Meeting.
When you walk through the Plymouth Meeting Mall, I would say 90% of the people that are walking in that mall are headed to Chick-fil-A. Like, that's the only
I would
saving
agree
grace.
with you.
Yeah.
And they used to deliver outside, and they took that away. So now you actually have to go in the mall.
Yeah.
Wait, you used to be able to get Chick-fil-A from the outside?
Yeah, like you know how all Chick-fil-A's will have, like, you can just do curbside and they'll bring it out to your car.
I didn't know that.
You didn't know that
No,
Chick-fil-A did that?
I did not know
You do
that.
it right on the app. You don't even have to just pull it. Oh, yeah.
I'm doing that more and more these days.
I love it. I love it so much. Anybody that does curbside and you don't have to go in.
I'm outside. Could you bring my Chick-fil-A out?
All right, well, I have another retail story. Oh, it's in here somewhere. Hang on.
Wow, man.
Oh, there it is.
Look out for that mouse trap. That was for you, Bill.
So, are you willing to buy this year's styles next summer?
Sure.
Talking to you, Kev.
What the hell?
No.
Like
Me too.
Freaking
Cargo pants never go out of style.
I'm wearing 2022 shorts and shoes.
You're like a fashion nightmare.
And a T-shirt from a movie I've never seen.
I got a Taqua shirt on that I think was given to me in 2012, and the same shorts I've been wearing all week. So, yes, Preston, to answer your question.
This is the newest. I'm wearing a shirt that I bought in July.
Okay.
So this is kind of new.
Sure.
But just do what I do and wear the same thing, and then eventually it'll come back in style.
It comes back around.
Yeah.
That's
All right,
why.
explain, yeah.
Clothing chains like Kohl's and The Gap are finding themselves a large summer inventory due to inflation and lower demand. And for the past couple of years, the pandemic has resulted in swelling inventories for many clothing retailers. So they're packing up their stuff and they're going to sell it next year.
Well,
We
we'll
were talking
see.
about that. We were talking about that a while ago.
Well-
that they had such a glut of inventory.
During the pandemic, Target basically had to put away a lot of their stuff. They reported having to put it away because, when the pandemic hit, everybody was staying home and they were just wearing sweats and all that kind of stuff. But then they started to actually give it away. Remember, where they had those
Give it
like
away now.
ridiculous sales to get rid of it because people didn't want it when they put it back on the shelves.
Well, that's why for me now, I think my plan last year was to be winter shorts guy. I think I've been validated.
You did
now.
pretty good.
I
man.
did very well.
I mean, if it's a standard like white tank top or something that can be worn, yes, that's going to work. But if it's something that's trendy and the trend's gone,
Like a bustier in stiletto heels.
right, a bustier, exactly.
I have, and I'm a creature of habit. Like when there's a pair of shoes at Skechers that I like, I'll buy 3 pairs of them because I love them
In every color, right?
And I'll just hang on to them. And I'll get a couple years out of them if I can. Same thing I'll do with like shorts. And I have these shorts that I love, and I can't find them anywhere. I don't think they make them anymore.
It sucks when they stop doing that.
And the socks. Remember when I flushed all my socks?
Yeah.
And I went and I bought all the exact same socks. So they would always mix and match. They're cheapo Fruit of the Loom. They don't make them anymore. I'm ready to renew and get some more.
Now you got to start over.
I got to start over.
Yeah.
With a new brand.
It's because of the sock embargo.
I went to TJ Maxx. I went to Ross. I went to Marshall. I went to all. They don't make them. I went to Walmart. Yeah, they don't make them anymore.
I'm just saying, if you're going to just redo it all, like toss them all.
Hire a seamstress.
Well, I get all my socks from TJ Maxx.
You're a Maxxinista.
I'm definitely a Maxxinista, but like I don't get my socks anywhere else but there because they're cheaper there, and they have the styles that I like. But,
Okay.
Yeah.
No, it makes total sense. But anyhow, so they have such a surplus this summer. A lot of the stuff has stayed on the shelves. And they're just, a lot of these retailers are going to, like the Gap and so on, they're just going to hang on to this stuff. They're going to sell it all next
Do you
year.
ever check the expiration date on your clothing?
Regardless.
Best if worn by.
So good. They should have that. Out of style by.
Yeah. Bell bottoms. Best if worn by 1978.
What item of clothing that you own do you think is the oldest that you actually own that you wear with any sort of regularity?
That is a very good question. That I wear with some sort of regularity.
Any sort of regularity.
It's my gladiator
Yeah, I mean,
outfit.
would it be your like jeans or because I don't wear jeans.
No, you know what? Because I'll wear jeans a lot, and so therefore they get worn out and they get tossed out.
My hoop skirt.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Now I have some old T-shirts that I've hung on to for sentimental value, and that every once in a great while I will wear, and those are. Some of them are over 25 years old.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had a shirt, Preston, that my dad, I've always been bigger than my dad, you know, but not always. When I was a baby, I'm sure I was smaller, but but
That's a big ass baby.
He's bigger than you, Gene. I know. I think it's a radiation problem. But there was a shirt that had been literally going on like 30 years that still looked brand new, and I lost it. Like it was sort of a keepsake thing that still just looked contemporary whenever you wore it.
I still have my first Philadelphia radio T-shirt, which was given to me by our old boss Jim McGuinn when I was moving here, and it's my DRE shirt. And that was from 27
in good condition.
27 years. It's in great condition. Yeah.
Mine's probably an accessory.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
That doesn't count.
It doesn't count as. No.
What is it? Well, what is it?
I don't know. I'm just saying. I don't
like a
know.
bracelet or something.
It's
or?
probably some sort of piece of jewelry or like a purse or something like that.
Right.
Would you wear the DRE shirt?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely.
I have my first ever Pearl Jam concert shirt, and I think that's the oldest. That's 98, I believe.
How's the
98.
condition?
It's great.
Yeah.
But I've kept it in good condition because it was my first Pearl Jam show, and I kept it entirely for sentimental reasons, but it's still a nice shirt. I still like it.
Would you wear it?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. Does it fit okay?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
It's like that Munsters episode where Herman puts on his army outfit.
Right.
Well,
see, I was fatter when I first moved here. So it fits, my shirt fits great.
I think I bought big in 98. But Pierre has shirts that he now fits into again. You know, he lost so much weight, and he has like old school MMR shirts, and he couldn't wear them for a long stretch, and then he dropped the pounds, and he can put them back on, which is pretty cool.
Yep. All right. Well, anyhow, let me see. I got something else in here. Oh, there it is. Excuse me. Sorry. Oh, gassy. So a woman named Maggie McGuire was at Sea Watch Beach in Manasquan. Thank you, New Jersey.
That sounds like the fart sound effect of my brother and I.
You're not the first to observe that. It's common knowledge.
Yeah. That was the impression. Now I remember the story.
Yes.
Casey and his brother, that's how they would imitate how their father farted.
But we would use it like if we were playing sports against each other. Let's say we were shooting a free throw or something like that.
Can we play sports against each other?
If you were shooting, you would do that to mess the guy up.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Well, anyhow, Manasquan, New Jersey. This woman, Maggie, had spotted something unusual in the water. It was small, umbrella-shaped, purplish pink jellyfish speckled with dots.
Okay.
No.
And she said the water was literally filled with them. And her kids caught and released probably a dozen of them, and other kids were doing the same thing. So she had never seen one before, so she did a quick search online. She found a group on Facebook called New Jersey Jelly Spotters.
Of course.
And posted photos.
Yes, thank you. Welcome to the organization.
And posted photos of the jellyfish. 2 marine biologists reached out and informed her that they were mauve stingers, which is a species rarely found on New Jersey beaches.
Mauve stingers.
Yeah, mauve stingers are relatively small.
Sounds like a cocktail. We'll have a couple of mauve stingers.
It does. And they can sting, but unlike other jellyfish, which only have stinging cells on their tentacles, mauve stingers have stinging cells all over the body of the jellyfish.
Mauve?
Yeah.
I'll say. Yeah. So the ones you would want to look out for, in fact, if you were up on Long Island, as we say now, in the Sound, the purple jellyfish would come in, and the ones that were very painful if you got stung by them. Those are those, but I've never seen ones like this.
Yeah, so according to her, the woman who found, she said sometimes people pick up. Oh no, this is an expert.
Yes, actually.
Liza Baskin.
Liza.
Said sometimes people pick up dead jellyfish by the bell, and that should definitely not happen with this one because it can still sting you.
I don't really pick up dead jellyfish.
No.
People who have been stung by this species have described it as a 9-volt battery sort of thing. Moth stingers are also usually found more in the open ocean, but the jellyfish have been recently sighted and washed up all along Jersey Shore from Sandy Hook to Cape May. And Steve, here's the name you want. It's especially unusual to see such a large number of them, according to the director of Marine Biology and Coastal Sciences program at Montclair State University, Paul Baloney.
Oh, poor Paul.
Paul Baloney.
That guy worked so hard for his degree.
It's Bologna, but
it's got to be.
That's how my baloney spells his first name.
Right, last
name. He doesn't stand for Baloney's findings.
Not at all. He won't stand for it. Yes.
He doesn't stand for baloney.
Paul Baloney.
You know how we've talked about stupid human instincts that kick in every now and then, like wanting to throw yourself off the top of a bridge or
bizarre.
Yeah. I have one when it comes to jellyfish, and I don't know if I'm alone in this, but Steve, when I would see dead jellyfish on the beach, I did have that instinct. Like
To
I would
touch?
I would want to put my feet in it.
Yeah.
I would want to
my gosh.
reach down and touch it. And this, I don't think I still have that anymore. But as I learned my lesson. But as a kid, anytime I would see one on the beach, I would be like, oh yeah, I have to go touch this thing.
So
knowing full well that I'm going to get stung.
Nick, there was, I remember, Preston, you talk about when someone who first learns water ski and they don't have it quite down and they just get pulled face forward in the water.
Yes.
So I saw this. This again was the Long Island Sound. And it happened to be during that point in late August when these purple jellyfish were fairly voluminous. The dude gets pulled forward and there is a purple jellyfish on his face.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
So that wasn't good.
Dead jellyfish don't sting, though, right?
Yes, they
stingers
can. After they, in case if they die on the beach, they can still sting for a little while.
By the way, this is Nick when he follows through on picking up a jellyfish on the beach. It's
your
not
button doesn't
working.
work. I got you, bro.
I killed it!
All right. Do people eat jellyfish?
Yes.
They do?
Yes.
Okay.
Which is, again, another disgusting thing. Why is there no peanut butter fish to accommodate?
Well, SpongeBob would use them. They would make jellyfish jelly.
Yeah.
If you remember correctly, when they would go jellyfish.
You know, the box jellyfish, which is incredibly deadly, is a very tiny jellyfish. You've seen those, right? The box jellyfish?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The movie 7 Pounds. He keeps them as a...
oh, that's right.
That's what he uses. Well,
how the movie
you
ends.
got to see the movie. It's a great movie. By the way, Paul Baloney.
Everybody please rise for baloney.
He said
He doesn't stand for baloney.
Nick
Really?
full on snorted on that one.
Totally got me.
Rise for baloney. He doesn't stand.
He doesn't stand for baloney.
Great setup for a terrific joke.
Thank you. You're just being nice because I bought you a movie today, aren't
Whatever.
you? Okay.
Don't look a gift horse in the mouth.
Paul Baloney said he's only seen 2 mauve stingers over the last 15 years, but within the past 2 weeks, he
I
estimates...
don't get out a lot.
Yes.
As you would imagine, I'm not dating, and I know women really call me.
He estimates thousands might be in the water along the Jersey coastline.
Is this an anomaly that there are
Yes.
that many?
They're
Is this
not.
what Baloney's saying?
He's not exactly sure why they're here. The presence
It's the liver worst.
could be due to a combination of factors. From the lack of rainfall and upwelling in the ocean to winds coming out of the southeast this summer, the tide also may play a role pulling the mauve stingers in and onto the beaches once they drift close enough.
We've talked about this before. That's how they travel. Like Portuguese man of war, they go with the current.
By the way, Baloney is abundantly clear on how painful their stings can be. He intentionally let himself get stung in the name of science. And he explained, well, I'm like,
That's how I got syphilis.
How bad could it be? He said he's familiar with the occasional intentional sting of a jellyfish, but he said the mauve stinger was different. He said, immediately, I used some choice 4-letter words, and it was just intense pain. The spot on his arm turned red and nasty, he said, and a scab appeared the next morning.
This guy's an idiot.
Although it didn't cause him to bleed, he said it basically just killed all the tissue in a small circle on my arm. The mauve stingers may not stick around much longer, though. He said if you get stung White vinegar is a common remedy. Other antidotes include a rinse of salt water or hot compress, and of course, you've heard that people pee on them as well.
So if you do that, you can just pay someone to pee on you.
So listen, if you see a purplish pink jellyfish speckled with dots at the Jersey Shore, don't touch it.
I tell you what, any jellyfish I see, I'm not going to touch.
The totally clear, just gelatinous ones.
Those
right.
They're innocuous.
I picked those up.
Okay.
And they don't really do
Are we
anything.
sure?
Yes.
Well, I've had okay experiences.
No, he's
with
right.
them,
Those
so.
smaller, they're almost non-existent. However, Kathy, the box jellyfish you don't want to touch.
Right.
All right, so here's something that has to do with the ocean. It's in here somewhere. I got it. So it's been a very quiet Atlantic hurricane season so far, despite experts' forecasts having warned that it would be an above normal season and nearly all the factors being present for a busy season.
Liars!
And there has not been a named storm in nearly 2 months. This is strange. This is the first time since 1941, excuse me, that the Atlantic has gone from July 3rd to the end of August without a named storm. And since 1950, only 2 years, which were 1997 and 1961, didn't have any named storms in August.
Interesting, because they name them out as they are, even like as a tropical depression, and we're the next hurricane will be an A, correct?
Yeah, it will be. So the season has a ways to go. It peaks around September 10th and going through November 30th, and the National Hurricane Center is watching 3 thunderstorm systems, giving each at least a 50% chance of becoming a named tropical storm. So there in this, the question lies, are we just waiting for a really big one because nothing has happened so far?
And the calm before the storm, the calm before the perfect storm.
I was toying around with the idea of maybe going to St. John and the Virgin Islands over Christmas break. And so I was just looking up some hotels, and I don't think it's going to happen, but there are still hotels. There are hotels that are still closed from Hurricanes Maria and Irma, and that was 2017. That's how devastating those 2 hurricanes were to both Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands.
Think of how those things also that are built. They're not. They're built to like beach standards.
All right, so you know how like everything has its purpose on this earth. Like we hate mosquitoes,
To everything.
but mosquitoes do serve some sort of a purpose. We all hate great white sharks, but they're part of the ecosystem. Do hurricanes have any sort of redeeming qualities to the earth?
That's a kind of an interesting question.
Like if they went away,
I'm sure everything has its purpose, as you said. So that I don't know. How does it fit into the way that the Earth progresses? I don't know. I mean,
don't have the slightest.
Are they as important as a Bed Bath and Beyond?
It's not good for people.
No.
I know that.
No.
So
it's good for weather reporters.
Living animals. Yeah, it's true. They get to stand out in the middle of the road while they show how terrible it is.
We're going to go to Lou now.
A fair question, Case. I don't know if there's, if it's some kind of a cleansing event,
right?
Of type,
like a high colonic.
For the earth,
even forest fires, right? Like they're horrible, but
they serve a purpose.
Right.
I'm trying to think of other natural disasters and their purpose.
Volcanoes.
Right? Yeah, I mean volcanoes probably relieving some pressure and some tectonic
It's basically
shift.
the Earth shooting its load.
Yeah.
Oh, I was thinking farting, but
I was thinking of like a zit popping. Or something
there
like
you go.
That, but,
more like
earthquakes, I guess, are just plate tectonics. What about an avalanche? Well, like, what's a good thing that comes out of an avalanche?
Like cool video footage.
Yeah. Okay. We may be overlooking that.
Right.
I don't know. That's weird. We're gonna have to break off. And
I think we're starting to move into Hitler. Pros and cons.
Yeah,
later on.
we're gonna have
exactly.
to have a sit around.
All right, let's go to something else. I'm done with this. We're done here.
Don't ever bring up hurricanes again.
So, well, how about this? Jehovah's Witnesses are returning to their trademark door-to-door ministry.
Oh my gosh, I've had them come to my door.
For the first time in 2.5 years. No kidding.
Yeah, like several times, I would say, in the past, 6 months.
Several times?
Several times. Now, fortunately, I have the Ring and cameras all over the place, so I see them and I don't answer.
Okay, right. According to the organization, it will mark the complete restoration of all pre-pandemic in-person activities for the nearly 1.3 million Jehovah's Witnesses in the 12,000 congregations across the country and will be just in time for the launch of a global campaign featuring an interactive program for Bible study.
So who else comes to the door? And you used to have
Mormons.
Mormons
You said
too.
Mormons.
Yeah.
You used to have, and so now I'll get those people from the about the energy, about where you buy your power from, and water as well. And then
pesticides and the
right.
What's the word I'm looking for?
Pubic?
No, like pest
control.
Pest control. Thank you. Yeah, they'll go door to door.
People who tell you they can fix your sick tree.
Right. Yeah. Pest control and the tree people have a good good opening line, which is like, "Hi, how you doing? Look, I noticed that you have some of these up here.
I noticed.
I see that those haven't been taken care of." And they point out things, like a little nest or something like
and
that.
honestly,
like,
you could probably work out a little bit. Yeah.
The tree people have come to my house a lot also. But the Jehovah Witness, they congregate at the base of my driveway, and then they split up into groups. And they'll take, there's like about 3 different groups. I can see them on my camera. And they'll take 3 different routes, and they hit all the houses.
You should go out and start to sneak into the back when they're all congregating and go out with them.
Man, there was one time I was at my friend Howard's house. I was probably 16, 17 years old or whatever. We just got done doing bong hits. And
For Jesus.
He goes, the doorbell rings, comes back and he goes, "Hey, there's somebody." I'm at his house. By the way. He's like, "There's somebody at the door for you." I walk over there, stoned out of my bejesus. It's a Jehovah's Witness, and I'm like,
He's speaking in tongues.
I didn't know what to do. I'm like,
That's a great gag.
God.
I got a.
And I felt guilty and horrible.
Oh, really?
And
Yeah,
It was like when Neil Peart pointed you out at the. You're wearing your shirt.
I'm wearing my shirt today.
You know what my mom used to do with them is they would come and they would bring the pamphlets and all that, and she would have the pamphlets from church, from mass.
Let's swap.
No, and she would try to convince them because she's like, "You're doing it to me, I'm going to do it to you." This was years ago
Sell
when we were
them back
younger.
at 'em.
She would sell it right back at them.
Okay,
I got
that's fair.
A letter in the mail, and it was like written with my name and address written in pen, so it was like a personal letter.
Right.
And I was like, "The freak is this?" Like, I wasn't expecting any sort of letters, and it was inside. It was from Jehovah's Witnesses.
Wow.
I'm actually. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I would like to, if I have the time, invite them in and have a conversation with them.
Okay.
Yeah.
I saw this guy.
They'd be going, listen, we got to go. Yeah. No, but about that thing, I don't know. I guess hurricanes are serving some purpose.
I've never had a penguin before for lunch. I appreciate it.
I don't think the devil's in your thermostat. I'm not.
I saw this guy did a bit, and I forgot what it was on, but he had had the occasion, Kathy, where they came by his house regularly, and they were doing it like early on the weekend.
Yeah.
Knocking on his door, and he hated it, and he was an atheist.
Yeah.
So he decided he was going to see how people reacted, and he went to homes, and he was peddling atheism.
Right.
And essentially knock on the door, and he goes, "Hi, I just want to let you know that you realize that when you die, nothing is going to happen, and you will deteriorate in the ground, and blah, 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 and all this and that." And boy, were those people pissed off.
Yeah.
And he's like, "I'm just doing the same thing.
So he went back to those.
He went to people who I think he knew were probably the faithful or something like that, and did that. And yeah, he was not met very kindly by that.
People are like in their suits going out to the wake of a loved one who just passed away. Like, thank you.
But Casey, yeah, you should invite him in if you have time. And
listen, we got to go. In fact, we'll take those watchtowers back if you don't mind.
Yeah, we don't want you.
Oh man, hang on a second. This is interesting. I'm going to go to Donnie. Hey, Donnie. Good morning.
Hey, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, buddy. What's up?
So when I was like 16 growing up, the Jehovah's Witness Mormons, they used to come to our house all the time. And I decided I had enough of that. So I saw them coming up to the house. I ran up into my bedroom and grabbed the replica battle axe that I had. Ran down into the kitchen and just squirted as much ketchup over it as I could.
Stop it.
As they knock on the door, I just swing it open holding this thing in my hand. I'm like, "What? I was busy!"
You know what?
All right, thanks.
I'm sure they see a lot of stuff. But here's the Penn Jillette did a nice thing about this. He's atheist as well. And he says, for the people that believe, and they believe that this is a road, to salvation and something they want to spread the word, that he commends that. So you get it. If you could just not do it at 7 o'clock in the morning,
Yeah,
Yeah.
Let me be.
Yeah,
You do
I'm
what
the
you
same
do,
way.
and I'm going to do what I do.
I don't
I'm the
like
same
when
way,
people
Kathy.
come by unannounced to the house. I don't like it
Even
at all.
people you know and you're friends with.
I don't like it.
Uh-huh.
No, I'm with you.
I know what you mean.
That's why I will sick the kill dogs on them.
Hang on a second here. I want to. Adam plays a game, I think here. Hey, Adam, good morning.
Good morning, everybody. How are you today?
Great. What's up, buddy?
So you said it's been about 2 years since they came around. The Jehovah's Witnesses came around.
Mm-hmm.
My wife and I, we actually take the pamphlet and we hide it inside the house.
That's
and
great.
It's basically a game of hide and seek. So once
love
you
it.
find it, you have to say game on. And once you say game on, you have to find it. Problem is, I told my wife 2 years ago, game on, and I have no idea where the hell the damn pamphlet is at. So I want a new one so I could actually hide it in my new house.
Oh, so you want them to stop by now? Okay,
that's actually kind of fun.
Just so I could get the pamphlet. Other than that, I look at them, I say, thank you very much. Can I get a pamphlet? Absolutely. I'll read over it.
Game on.
Game on.
That's a great idea.
I love that.
Yeah, that's a great idea, Adam. I like it. Thanks, man. Appreciate it, buddy.
You're very welcome.
All right, let me see here. Oh, let me go to this real quick. Hi, Emily. Emily, good morning.
Good morning. You guys rock my world.
We love you, Emily. Thank you. What's up?
My Jehovah's Witness story is great. My ex-husband years ago was up on a ladder cleaning out the gutters and had his headphones on, and the Jehovah's Witnesses were trying to get his attention, so they shook the ladder.
Oh, boy.
No, you don't do that.
No, that would just piss me off.
Yeah.
Even more.
Yeah, so he popped out his headphones and said, you guys better have religion because when I get off this ladder, you're going straight to heaven.
Yeah, you don't do that.
Wow. Thanks, Emily. Appreciate it. All right. Well, they're restarting it, the door-to-door ministry, first time in 2.5 years. So be ready for that.
That'll almost be like nostalgic.
Yep. All right. That's all we have time for. We got to close up the drawer, my friend. We got some stuff to get to, including some more Bizarre File stories. And we're going to talk to Keenan Thompson.
That's right.
Going to be hosting the Emmy Awards on Monday, the 12th. So we'll get with him a little bit after 10 o'clock. We'll come back in a second. Make sure you stay with us.
Clearly, we can't go to the station, and we need an on-site location.
My house is
She was
clean.
ready.
My house is clean.
Yeah. You're ready to set up shop somewhere else. to do a live
100%.
broadcast.
If you guys would have said, yeah, we have to do the show somewhere else, I would offer it up my house.
Oh, really? Oh, my God.
So it was one bug down the hall, right?
Yes!
Okay, I'm just asking.
Could you see Casey coming home? Diane wants to check him, so she takes out the blue light. Doesn't find any bed bugs, just semen stains.
Semen, yeah.
All over my face.
We're good. The woman was saying that they have dogs that can do all sorts of that check for bugs that actually will.
Wait a minute. I thought you meant that bed bugs use dogs to travel around.
Well, yeah, to take
Mush, mush.
for a ride.
I thought you meant as piggybacking.
You've never seen the bed bug Iditarod?
No.
It's good. Yeah.
It must be majestic.
It's compelling.
Good dog, good dog. It's good dog. I love being out here in the open range.
Let's do music news.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Hailstorm singer Lizzie Hale has confirmed in an interview that the band is compiling a special package to celebrate the 10th anniversary of its self-titled debut album. Released in 2009, the LP featured the single I Get Off. I get off.
Bill Weston, I get off.
So anyhow, Hailstorm...
I'm gonna shoot.
Oh, dude.
I get off.
All right. Now I'm thinking about Bill at the moment of ecstasy. I know. I know.
Bill's pillow talk. I get off. I'm gonna shoot.
Yeah, it's about to happen. You feel a little tingling.
Heading down the tunnel.
Another
tunnel of love.
Barn door! Barn door!
Barn door's open.
Look at the door.
Quickly, massage my low-hanging fruit. I'm almost there.
There's no way we can do a meeting today.
Just canceled.
There's no way.
Steve just canceled the meeting.
I can't look at him ever again.
What do you think the recap's going to be like today?
Oh, Lord.
I think we got a C-.
Yeah.
Well, the Bella show is done. Maybe he's talking to him right now. Is Thursday, June 6th. Today is Tom Araya's birthday. He's in a band. Casey, could you say that name for me, please?
Yeah. It's
if you don't mind. Thank you. Anytime that I actually need to say the word Slayer,
let him do it.
I'm going to have Casey do it. I can't yell like that.
The band.
We also have Tom Araya, singer and bassist from Slayer. And he is, that's the only way you can say the name of that band. He's 53 years old today. Yeah, I can't yell like that. He is 58 years old today, by the way. So, yeah, maybe it's time to hang it up.
But possible.
You can only do that hardcore to a certain age, and then you're done. Slayer! Ladies and gentlemen, Slayer!
I actually never had that conversation with my father, but I just had that conversation with my son. I pulled him into a room. It was just he and I talking. I said, "Hey, listen."
You listen to me.
No. I said, "This. This is not to embarrass you.
Okay.
I'm just telling you. You're not a little kid anymore. You're turning into a young man, and so you're at a point in your life where you have to shower every single day, and you have to put deodorant on under your arms every single
right?
time."
I mean, that's a standard talk, right?
Casey, the reason we had the talk with my son, who's 12, is because he stunk.
Yeah.
And it was one of those things where it's like, dude, you need to shower more.
But it's
and
embarrassing when you
do
hear that.
When you do shower, you need to wear deodorant because there's an effect, and it's just what happens when you get a little bit older. But like, he needs to do it because he's gonna get made fun of. He'll be the stinky. I don't want to have the stinky
You don't have
kid.
the stinky kid.
No.
One thing I didn't do throughout my entire school, and I've mentioned this on the air before, and that is junior high and high school, I never washed my gym clothes. Ever.
No?
Oh, I think a lot
The
of
whole
kids.
year.
The whole year. I know, right?
All right. Did you go to gym a lot?
Every day.
Okay. Were you active in gym, or were you a cool kid standing off to the side?
No,
Okay.
no. Yeah,
You were the kid that smelled like Doritos.
Yeah, to participate. Doritos.
Yeah, that's what the gym suit would smell like if you didn't wash
We
it.
said hoagies. We go. So we say to the kids, "All right, you got to take a shower. You smell like hoagies."
We should put out a Twitter poll. What does body odor smell like? Because we've heard hoagie and Doritos. And now that I remember, I do remember associating smell with, I think, my own body odor. You ever sniff your own pit? Do a little
Yeah,
sniff
occasionally.
check?
Yeah.
You have to check.
So I remember smelling when I was younger that I always thought that my own armpit smelled like onions and mustard.
Really?
Yes. To get mixed together.
Now, would you normally eat that?
Yes.
Okay, so
on hot
it's
dogs.
pleasant for you.
Yeah, so I kind of liked it.
So
Yeah.
maybe that's why. Maybe you did actually, you're sweating out the onions.
I didn't even think about that.
Well, you can sweat out garlic.
Yeah,
Like if you eat a very garlic-based diet, and when you sweat, you can smell like garlic.
Yeah. Which is a fairly pleasant
Can you
smell,
sweat
right?
out apple crumbles?
Yeah. Apple crumbles.
Let's try.
I don't know.
What about chocolate chip cookies?
Blueberry.
I just want to see if I'm missing an opportunity here to sweat out chocolate chip cookies.
Yeah.
So hoagies, Doritos, and mustard and onions, and I'm sure there are other people that have a scent that they basically have labeled as body odor.
Well, you know, of course, we talked about this, that the old belief is that when white people, Caucasians, get wet, they smell like dogs.
Like wet dog.
Right.
Yep,
and
correct.
and dogs' paws smell like corn chips.
Yeah.
And that is actually true.
Yeah.
So these different things. I don't know. We tend to be enamored of our own smell, right? To some extent.
Enamored with our own?
Yeah.
I mean, that's why the smell of your own farts is actually really good. It's a pleasant thing.
Not always.
Well, listen, you can
Every
blow,
single time.
You can blow yourself out every now and then.
No, you
but
can't.
you're pretty proud of it.
Well, yes, exactly. That's the fine distinction.
that's
Is
a
even though
prize winner right there.
it may be horrible, you're like, oh my God, I'm a champion.
I've had to leave the room from my own.
You've offended yourself with your own gas?
I didn't say I wasn't proud of it. I was like, man, that was strong enough to make me leave.
Did you walk out cursing yourself?
Yeah.
What kind of animal am I?
Kind of impressed.
I honestly, Nick, I didn't think that was possible. Like, I swear to God, the worse that it smells for you, the best that it smells from me.
Okay.
Like, if it's a really bad one, I'm like, oh, man, Preston's going to be really
It's like
mad.
licking your elbow. It's almost impossible to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if you have one that's coming and you can tell by the
it's gonna be
by
bad.
the heat and so on or the pressure and you know it's going to piss me off, do you actually go, oh yeah, that's a good one?
No,
Okay.
no.
You don't take a little sneak sniff for yourself?
All right.
Oh, I always take it.
All right, we need to go.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I will say,
The cup and the have you cupped recently?
Sure.
Yeah.
Of course.
I never cup. I never cup. No,
You
no.
don't have to.
I don't have to. I'm an old pro.
Amateurs.
It's also a good way to run a self-diagnostic.
Absolutely.
I mean, there's a lot of relevant medical material to be gleaned from assessing your own odors.
Like,
I'm trying to make a case for cupping your fart.
I know you are.
Like, I love giving myself a Dutch oven. Like,
really?
Oh, if it's a really bad one,
you'll pull the covers up.
I will just sneak under the covers. I'll be like, I'm going to just lay here for a little bit.
Do you know what's equally fun,
You're a
Casey?
disgusting human.
Casey, crap in a pillowcase and pull it over your head.
Kathy, what do you think about the smell of your own gas?
I think you guys are disgusting humans right now.
I think
I
think you're a liar.
I think so too.
Okay, I'm pretty sure I'm not pulling the covers over my head and enjoying my own stench like Casey.
Yes, you are.
No.
No, she'll enjoy your stench.
1000%.
No, I don't think we've talked about this before. You are very. I mean, obviously, the notion of passing gas liberally at home is not something that you do, correct?
You don't think I pass gas at home? Is that
No,
what you're
I
saying?
don't think you do. I don't think you stand in the middle of the room and go, ba-boom.
Yeah, he did it.
Hey, get over here. I think you go into the conservatory.
Pull my finger.
Felicity alum. Felicity.
Tonight on a powerful Felicity. Felicity shows up late for a chemistry class.
I'm sorry. I thought it was an 8.
That's to go to detention.
Go to detention. Felicity.
Carrie Russell.
Carrie Russell. She, formerly of the long locks, who killed her career by cutting her hair, but has now grown her hair back and is doing great things with the American.
So Carrie Russell was Felicity.
It sounded like
history in Russell.
It's Carrie Russell's history.
Presented by Rita that she grew her hair back, and it was wonderful.
Oh, gee.
She plays a commie bitch who pretends she's one of us. Those commies.
In what?
In The Americans.
Oh, The Americans.
You don't watch that?
No,
She's
no,
a spy.
I don't watch that.
It's like that John Travolta, Kelly Preston movie.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
The Experts.
The Experts.
But she may join J.J. Abrams and Star Wars Episode 9.
We forget that it was J.J. Abrams who created and wrote a number of the
Felicity episodes.
I did forget that, yeah.
Yeah.
No word yet on whether she'll tackle a hero or a villain in the epic franchise. The movie begins shooting in London this month, by the way.
Unless we forget also that Carrie Russell won Mr. Skin's Best Butt Shot, I believe, in the Anatomy Awards.
Get a nice pooper.
No kidding. Casey says
She's got a hell of a pooper. kind of butt you want to spend a weekend spelunking at, if you know what I'm saying.
And we are back from vacation.
We are.
So the...
Oh, yeah, this is nice. This is good stuff.
Look, there's some soccer players in there from Thailand.
These are the kids. I'm going to help you out.
You guys all right?
Wait, I see light from the badge.
Oh, God.
We can do this.
Wow.
It's a new survival story unlike any other.
Walk this way, kids. We go. Is it a stalagmite or a stalactite?
The tight or from the ceiling stalactite hang on top, and the mites are.
You know that?
Yeah, that's the old stalactite.
It's tight. It hangs on, and stalagmite might make it to the ceiling if it keeps growing. So.
And all of this is taking place in Felicity.
In Felicity's butt.
Okay,
yeah. Text says, driving my kids to daycare, my 2-year-old is calling my 1-year-old a commie bitch. Thanks. Sorry about that.
Sorry.
Well, they're learning about a time in our history that was very important.
This is one of these meetings here with the town where people can get up and speak their mind. And this young man got up and he had a take on legalizing prostitution.
So I propose this. The city allows for licensed masseurs to give genital massages if the masseur and the client both agree to it. We let someone get naked and have every other part of their body touched and rubbed by a massage therapist. Hell, we let proctologists spend their day men and sticking things. So if someone wants to yank a guy's crank, I say let him.
Oh my God. That really is as inspiring as FDR's speech on December 8th, 1941.
I love the last part of that. Hang on.
So if someone wants to yank a guy's crank, I say let him.
I say
And so I say to you, if someone wants to yank a man's crank, I say let them do it.
Okay.
And so by
is
this time,
legit?
well,
maybe.
You know what? I don't care. But he was definitely in front of this group. He was prepared. He seemed, and then he goes on. It's not just enough to state that's your intent or what you'd like to see happen. Yeah. You have to provide.
You got to back it up.
Examples.
Yeah, some context.
Some context to it. Yes.
Here's clip 2.
Picture this: a big old sweaty fat guy would get with your hand actually be that much worse than giving him a full body massage, getting up in there under the folds of fat, or being the proctologist sticking your finger.
Holy hell.
If a grown adult wants a job, another grown adult is willing to give one for money, then let them. That would truly be a happy ending for everyone.
Okay.
Oh my God.
The crowd loved it.
There is, I think, legitimacy to his claim, by the way. Are we going there or are we not going there?
I want to hear. What do you think?
I like the way you.
Casey started doing
like a velociraptor all of a sudden.
His head was going left. It's a bizarre file. An Ohio man is expected to recover after being stung approximately 20,000 times by bees and ingesting about 30 of them.
Oh, man.
While he was cutting tree branches last week.
I have to push myself away from the table after 10 bees.
The incident occurred when Austin Bellamy climbed a tree Friday morning to help a friend trim its branches before he accidentally cut into a nest full of African killer bees.
So
that's according to his mother, Shauna.
I'm stunned that you could get that kind of attack and survive that.
20,000. I'm curious of these numbers, whether they're accurate or not, because that seems absurd to me.
Most bees, a lot of people don't know that this are actually numbered on the side if you look.
Oh, okay.
So it makes determining the amounts easier.
So she wrote about it on a GoFundMe page. Carter said that the fire department told her that the bees were killer bees, but a Beekeepers Association said a bee sample would need to be analyzed to identify the species. His grandmother, Phyllis Edwards, and his uncle, Dustin Edwards, witnessed the incident. Phyllis said, I was going to try and climb the ladder to get to him, but I couldn't get to him because I was surrounded in bees at the time. Apparently, she said he tried to anchor himself down, and he couldn't. She added he was hollering, help, 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 and nobody could help him. A firefighter named Craig was able to rescue Bellamy before he was rushed to the hospital for treatment. It is expected that he will make a full recovery. That's
amazing.
His grandmother said it looked like he had a black blanket on his head down to his neck, down to his arms. He had bees inside of him, and they suctioned bees out of him until Sunday morning, she said. He remains in the hospital. He endured some kidney failure. And she said, he ingested about 30 bees in the process.
It's mind-boggling.
I can't. That's insane that happened. Speaking of insane, Gravy Wrestling is back.
Oh, good.
Yeah, after being canceled in 2020 and 2021 due to the pandemic, the 12th annual World Gravy Wrestling Championships were fought on August 29th.
Is there any clearer sign that the pandemic is over?
The competition, which took place in the Rose and Bowl pub in Rosendale, Lancashire, has wrestlers fighting in pools of gravy for 2 minutes at a time.
Which kind of gravy would you prefer to wrestle in?
What are my choices?
Yeah, well, turkey, chicken, beef, and then also tomato gravy.
Hey, don't forget sausage gravy, man.
Yeah.
That's
sausage gravy.
Biscuits and gravy.
Gives you something to hold on to.
Yeah.
I'd probably go with sausage gravy. Points are scored for outfits, entertainment value, and wrestling ability. And Carol Lowe said people come in fancy dress, men and ladies, and then they wrestle in gravy and get eliminated as the day goes on.
It's a great time.
Lloyd Clarkson and Imogene Young won the men's and women's events, respectively. A viral video shows a Southwest Airlines pilot telling passengers that if they continue to airdrop naked photos to each other, they'd have to deplane and get security involved. Taylor Marsalis captured the Southwest Airlines pilot's announcement on TikTok, posted on Thursday. And in the video, the pilot says that if passengers continue to airdrop naked photos to other passengers while the plane is on the ground, he said, quote, "We will have to pull back to the gate. Everybody's going to have to get off, and we're going to have to get security involved in this."
This is yet another story like this where a pervert was sending D-pics to passengers.
He said vacation is going to be ruined over the plane's intercom. And this isn't the first time that a viral TikTok has shown someone airdropping nude photos on a flight. A man was arrested in June for airdropping photos of his genitals, Steve, as you remember.
Right.
Random passengers on the flight. It's known as cyber flashing. But if the pilot finds out about it,
he's going to turn that plane around.
Turn this plane around.
Right around.
Right now.
With these D-pics.
This is a terrible, terrible story, but it definitely belongs in the bizarre file. A 20-month-old girl died after being struck on the head during a violent hailstorm that caused havoc in Catalonia, northeastern Spain. Fist-sized hailstorms, up to 4 inches in diameter, rained down on Tuesday on an area around the village of La Bisbal.
There's footage of this storm. It's mind-boggling.
They caused injuries, mostly broken bones and bruising, to around 50 other people. I've never seen hail that large. Never. People started screaming and hiding, said musician Cicius Carbonell, who filmed the storm's destructive aftermath in a nearby hotel where his band was playing a canvas-covered terrace, and everyone was forced to run for cover. He said there was chaos, little boys and girls running around alone. Some parents were able to grab their children. He said there was a little girl of around 3 or 4 who was not sheltering under the parasol. I ran out and I grabbed her. Then a hailstorm broke through the fabric, and I told my group that either we were going to get into the restaurant or one of those tennis ball-sized things was going to land on us and we wouldn't make it. The hailstorms were the biggest recorded in 2 decades in Catalonia.
You see the footage up here? It's running on the screen.
Wow.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, that gets dangerous.
Yeah.
How about this? An open door let loose 2,400 chickens in Beamsville, Ontario. Actually, they were baby chickens. They were chicks on Monday, prompting several volunteers.
The most adorable creature on earth.
To help rescue the chicks. The Ontario Provincial Police Highway Safety Division tweeted that the chicks had all been collected thanks to help from the public.
I'll be leading a Mountie division.
And they said
to handle everything.
Gene Simmons on horseback?
Absolutely.
The cause of the loose chicks was the driver who forgot to
Now,
close.
normally I love loose chicks.
You have a history of that.
Absolutely. Oh, yeah.
So the driver forgot to close the door.
I've actually had social diseases kill other social diseases in me.
Spokesperson for the Highway Safety Division said...
It's like gravy wrestling, but with gonorrhea.
Oh,
Jesus.
They said that all chickens were collected and returned to the company safe and sound. So
Again, I hear people say that, people that I know, I keep chickens as pets and just love them.
They love them.
Yeah.
Yep. All right, and there you go. That's what I have in the bizarre file for you. Our guest is early.
Hey, is that right?
How often does that happen?
That's fantastic.
That never happens. And he is insanely talented. In fact, the longest running cast member in Saturday Night Live's history.
I told you the story. The writers say that if they ever have a sketch that they think is sort of iffy, they know that if they put him in it, it'll sell.
There
It'll
you
work.
go.
Yeah.
He's hosting the 74th Primetime Emmy Awards coming up Monday, September 12th on NBC. And, we have some lead-in music. I'm sorry, I didn't know you were doing this, Casey.
What up with that?
Yes.
What up with that? Ooh-wee. What up with that?
All right, it'll also be streaming on Peacock. Please welcome the one and only Keenan Thompson to our show. Hey, Keenan.
Good morning, good morning, good morning.
Great to have you on, man. Congratulations on picking up the Emmy Awards. That's cool. And you have hosted events before, correct?
That is very much correct. Yes. So I'm excited about this one.
And this is.
You guys are funny, man. That one was very funny.
Oh, thanks, man.
Well, thanks. This is good because it is a return to. I think it's almost all hands back on deck. Will be a real Emmys broadcast, not a hybrid. Correct?
Yeah, I think we're all live in the room.
Yeah, it was weird because you had it was this in a tented sort of structure, and you want it to feel like a real deal awards thing. So I'm glad that we're finally getting back to that.
Yeah. Keenan, what's the prep like for something like this? I mean, being in our business, we've stepped up and hosted some charity events and things like that, but this is a whole other ball of wax, and I would imagine there's quite a bit that goes into it.
Yeah, I mean, there's a fantastic team that's on it. They did the Emmys last year, and I think they have a good, direction for where they want to, take the show. It's like we don't want to have the same kind of boring show. So, we want to, a party kind of atmosphere, high energy, happy. Everybody's kind of congratulatory in their attitudes towards each other and stuff like that. That's kind of the vibe I would really love to maintain throughout the evening. And the prep it's more on my mind, I would say, than a lot of hosting gigs. Like, it's on my mind kind of daily, all day. Like, am I ready for this? Do I have enough jokes? Do we have enough ideas to last for the show? How's the monologue looking? How's the opening 2 seconds looking and all of that? So, yeah, it's kind of a lot. But I'm looking forward to it.
Well, for years and years, it used to be like, going back to when, Bob Hope would host the Oscars or Johnny Carson or Billy Crystal and Jack Palance and these award show moments that have sort of become iconic. And then it sort of became like kryptonite. No one wanted to host these shows because you didn't know what was going to happen. But when they're done right and you have the right kind of host, and I think you are the right man for the job, they can be a blast. They can be, in fact, that's how these award shows will get nominated for other awards. Like the Oscars telecast always gets nominated for an Emmy. So, if they're done right, they can really work.
Yeah, I hope the Emmys telecast wins an Emmy. That would be amazing.
It would be great.
Keenan.
Yeah, it would. And I mean, I love the ease and calm that those veterans had when they would hit the stage. It looked like they fell out of the shower and just, started hosting the Oscars like it was nothing. So,
exactly.
Complete confidence would be great.
Has anybody been training you on security techniques on how to separate people getting in fist fights in preparation for this?
Oh, no, my sensei and I have been working for you.
Very good.
You and your sensei, that's good. Yeah, you should be. You should be solid. Hey, I wanted to ask you on your show, your own sitcom, Keenan, which I really enjoyed. I think sadly it's been canceled, but was it as well nominated for an Emmy?
Thank you very much. The show itself, unfortunately, did not manage a nomination, but I was nominated for it last year.
Okay.
So I think, it put us on the radar where we needed to be, and, I think the people that have seen it enjoyed it, and that's kind of all I can ask for.
No, it was really funny, and you got to work with Don Johnson, which is pretty cool. But it shows you the volatile nature of these things. Here you're on one show that's just been around for generations, but to get a sitcom and to capture one and have it have longevity, it's an uphill battle.
It really is. It's tough, and that was like my third time around the development cycle with ideas. You know what I mean? So that was the furthest I've gotten so far. So it's all still achievement, but it was nice. You put a family together for 2 seasons and you grow very, very close with people. So the goodbyes are very hard.
Hey, and speaking of longevity, obviously I mentioned at the top of the intro that, you're headed into your 20th season with SNL, longest running cast member. Through those years, did you ever have any thoughts of, well, maybe this is the year they're going to cut me loose, because everyone has a shelf life on that show?
I mean, every year for the first 5 years, I would say.
Yeah.
Well, I had fun,
But that's
it was very tumultuous in the beginning, and then I kind of settled into my stride, and then it started to become like, am I staying too long? Am I outstaying my welcome, or am I missing opportunities? And fortunately, I'm happy with the decisions that I've made.
Well, I want to ask you, is there any truth? These rumors have been floated around, they've been reported on, whether or not is a sequel to Good Burger in the works?
Yeah.
I mean, we're trying to get the deal done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it needs to be I don't know. I mean, I think it should be a payday for Kel. You know what I mean? Like a big piece of, intellectual property that he made famous. You know what I mean? So I'm trying to get the numbers where they make sense, because to step back into those shoes on a grand scale, I feel like he should be compensated.
No, it'd be great.
Keenan, I want to ask you about the original Kings of Catchphrase comedy tour, because it was such a brilliant skit and just making fun of that type of comedy. But the irony is that I now say things like beef jelly because of you. And so that catchphrase that you were guys completely nonsense and making fun of in my brain actually became a catchphrase. Has that happened with anybody else that you're aware of?
Oh, yeah. I mean, and shout out to Bobby Moynihan, because that was his sketch, and I love him dearly and I miss him dearly. But I remember him pitching me that idea, and he was just like, yeah, I think you're going to be like, this hamburger kind of guy. That, there was a jam comic named Hamburger. He would say hamburger. At the end of all his jokes, it's kind of like a catchphrase thing or whatever. And he was like, yours is going to be beef jelly.
So ridiculous.
That's so bizarrely random.
Yeah.
It was pretty fun. So, yeah, I mean, little earworms like that, I think, kind of sneak up to people.
Yeah. I mean, listen, we use Slappy Pappy Wah Wah.
From time to time.
All the time.
Completely ridiculous.
Man. If there's, are there any bits that you, and I'm sure that there are loads that anybody who's worked on SNL that they pitched that they knew for sure this is going to be great, and it just got passed over?
Not necessarily like pitching, but we've definitely written sketches. Like, we wrote this one sketch that got a standing ovation at dress rehearsal and got cut.
Oh.
So that was like, holy shit, what the hell is happening?
Yeah. And is that strictly Lorne Michaels' call at that point?
It's a mixture, you know what I mean? So I don't know exactly who, kind of, didn't want to do it necessarily. Because, like the host has an opinion, Lorne has his opinion, producers have their opinions. And then, like, the timing of the show or how big the set might be, and if they can get the set built in time to fit in with the other structure of the show. So it could have been a number of things. But that was the craziest thing I ever witnessed. I was just like, oh, that's going in guaranteed. And then that shit was cut like crazy.
So the odds are fairly strong. I'm sure SNL is up for a number of Emmys. You get, it wins. You can just stand on stage, just stay there and collect with the rest of the group.
Now, I think I'm going to hold the trophy.
I think you should. All right, Keenan, thanks so much. We'll be checking it out. It is coming up Monday, September 12th, obviously, NBC, and we'll be streaming on Peacock, the 74th Primetime Emmy Awards. Thank you, Keenan. Have a great one, man. Keenan Thompson, guys. And there you go. All right, we do need to take a break, so we are going to do that now. We'll come back in a second. We haven't even gotten to Trash and Music News. That's coming up next, along with the lesson question. Stay there.
There is that. This is an age-old question about the. In fact, right before the Magna Carta came into being, there was the rub and tug.
I mean, there is a separation of church and state, right? So is morality a church thing?
Wow, this got a lot deeper than I thought. We were simply playing a goofball. We said, but you want to work out whether prostitution or the sex trade should be legitimized.
Well, maybe we should put them in malls.
Let's talk about abortion. Let's lighten things up a bit.
Once you've starred in a movie that's nominated for an Oscar, it's safe to say that you're famous, right?
Yeah.
Well, Saoirse Ronan, who is 24 years old, still doesn't feel famous, though. Yeah, she's adorable.
Yeah.
I love her and the accent.
It's wonderful.
She's just thinking.
It's at a garden party, asking inappropriate questions to Meghan Markle.
I love how they drop the G on ing words. Ronan continued saying she avoided reading about herself. She said,
I was farting.
What was that sound?
I was farting. Farting hard. You just know that'd be adorable. Just outside, standing in the glen, farting.
In the glen.
The glen. The morning dew collected on the leaves and grass.
Yeah.
Just decided to be a good time for farting. It does sound better, doesn't it?
Oh,
It does.
oh, it needs to be a
Where
song.
were you, Auntie Sarsha? I was outside farting, dear. Farting hard.
There needs to be a song called Farting in the Glen.
Farting in the Glen.
We're excited, ladies and gentlemen, to have in our studio actor David Harbour.
Thank you.
I'm so excited I said good afternoon when it's 9:20 in the morning.
There are a bunch of footlongs outside the
Yes,
studio,
there are.
which is like
Yeah.
the 9 in the morning footlong, though.
Yeah.
Do you know Pink's in Hollywood?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
That's them.
Are those from
Yeah.
there?
Yeah.
Expanded
Oh,
to
well,
the
then
east.
bring me one. I mean, come on. It's still a hot dog.
Yeah, it's not a classic breakfast fare, but it works. It's very good.
We never actually get breakfast food here. It's always like
It's
that.
always a dinner thing,
Yeah.
but it all
Wings
works.
and all that stuff.
We've been up since 3:45.
Yeah, exactly. So it is kind of
works
dinner
out.
for you guys.
David, where are you from? Where did you grow up?
I'm from White Plains, New York.
Know it
really?
well.
Yeah, do you know it?
I'm from New York, yeah.
Okay,
yeah, I know
Westchester County, like 45 minutes out from the city, suburban, very boring place to grow
But nice.
up.
If you work in the city, it's a nice area to be in.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I couldn't stand it when I was growing up because it's like that suburban thing, and you're like 14 years old and all you want to do is act out. And so I would take that Metro North train down to New York, though.
Oh, yeah.
When I was like 15. And, back then you could do a lot worse things than you can nowadays. We could go to bars and I mean, they didn't have any of the rules they have nowadays.
So wasn't the creative arts that were driving you to the city? It was the
I
party?
would tell my parents that I was going to the Metropolitan Museum of Art. So yes, the arts were driving.
yeah.
If my parents are listening.
Well, we're thrilled to have you in here.
Yeah.
We're massive
thanks.
Stranger Things fans, and we're also just massive fans of your body of work, which is just
thanks.
so much great stuff. And I think you've described yourself, or have been described, and I think you're the epitome of that guy for so long, who just is always, oh, this guy's in it. This is going to be good.
Yeah.
And we have a sense that you've curated the things that you're in, and whether that's the truth or not, you just always end up in good stuff. And Stranger Things is just such a. No one could have figured this bizarre pop culture bank shot that took place.
Yes.
And that they went with, except for perhaps Winona Ryder.
Yeah,
moderately known. And it just took off. So when you got the script for the first time, I understand it blew you away, but did you think you were going to get it? You couldn't have had an idea it would be what it has become.
No.
Yeah.
The complete opposite, to be honest. I mean, the first thing is you get the script, and I thought it was a really good script. And so my first thought was there's no way they're going to choose me to be like the male adult lead in this. They'll get somebody who's a star. And so I kind of blew off the audition a little bit. I mean, I do what I do, but there was a relaxation in the audition where it was like, those situations where you think like this will never happen. So I might as well just do what I want to do.
And that must help. That must help
It
in a way.
does, because it makes you more relaxed. You have no expectations. You don't have a goal. You're just like doing what you do. And then I wound up getting it, and it was incredible. And then as we were shooting it, I remember around episode 4 or 5 having a bit of a breakdown and thinking, none of this works.
Really?
Really? Yeah. I mean, because I remember, Hopper's a really messy guy in many ways, like everything from his body to, his personality.
Well, the very first, my impression of your character was like, this guy's a douchebag because she comes and says, my kid is missing. And he's like, he's out running around or whatever. I'm like, oh my God, he's going to be that guy.
Yeah.
He's more complex than that, and really cares. But you're right. He kind of had that really messy attitude about him, but he's the character morph. So initially you thought that wasn't going to translate?
Yeah, and so like around episode, I think it was 5 though, we were doing a scene and I'm neurotic and occasionally I'll ask people like, what'd you think? And I went up to my hair person, this woman Sarah, who's lovely person, but I was like, what do you think? And she just turned to me and just shook her head and she was like, yeah, I don't think it's going to work.
Wow.
And I was like, what? You mean the whole thing? He's like,
Thanks for the confidence.
But I understood where she's got. You know, you're in a bubble down there, and you just have these days where you're like, what we're doing is stupid. Nobody's going to like it. And then before the show came out, there was no advertisements.
No.
And I couldn't get an interview like this on a popular radio show. Like, nobody wanted to talk to me about this show.
That was the beauty of it. I found out about it through word of mouth. And so it started to catch. And it was that. Now, this actually speaks to, you were a child of the 80s.
Oh, yeah.
And a lot of people remember all of this. It's at once a tribute to the work of Stephen King, and it's this pop culture maelstrom of things that are all pulled together and
Spielberg,
to Spielberg, and shot in a way that all the things that we love, but done in a great way. So there'd be no way to know it. But the fact that it did happen that way organically, I think, made it more firmly entrenched, and that's why we're rabid for season 3.
You and the Netflix season 1 marketing department apparently had the same thought, because that's what that's what they claimed was I don't know if that's just a way of getting out of spending any money on the show, but they claimed that was kind of their strategy, was to have people discover it. And I have to say, it is very gratifying. It was very gratifying to have it be something that wasn't hyped at all. And just to have people stumble across it on Netflix, and then the social media aspect of it. They just told their friends, and it was all over like Facebook and Twitter. Like, what is this?
Yeah.
And I think in this world where everything is so hyped, it's nice to have ownership and discover something that almost feels like a little pearl you found in an oyster, like a surprise, you know?
So let me ask you then, here's the conundrum now. Now it is a thing that's
I know, now we're talking about it. Oh,
right.
God.
But whereas season 2 is always, everyone's like going, okay, what season 2 kicked ass.
Yeah, I know.
And it was.
And guess what happens in season 3?
Traps the bed.
We jump the shark. No, it's my character gets on water skis.
Nice.
And literally jumps in.
And there's a great white shark in the lake.
All right.
Who knew?
Yeah.
In Hawkins Lake.
Are you wearing a leather jacket?
I am.
Okay.
Surprisingly. No, honestly, I just finished, because they just sent me, because they like to send the finished episodes to everyone else before me.
Right.
But that's just no. But they just sent me all the
Choose
episodes.
from here. Let's go. I'm going to give you a gift. I'm going to give you one that was within this hour.
Wow.
Okay, we never do this. What kind of chicks does Gene Simmons love best? 215-263 WMMR. All right. What kind of chicks does Gene Simmons love the best? 215-263 WMMR. Call now if you know the answer. While you are calling in, we will do the trash. Here we go.
Trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, let's see where we're going today. Some stories. Steve Morrison, what is up?
Well, Cher responding to a popular tweet calling Dua Lipa the, quote, Cher of our generation. Cher noted that she had just turned 60 when Dua Lipa's mother entered nursery school.
Hey!
Madonna addressing her marriages to Sean Penn and Guy Ritchie, calling them the biggest mistakes of her life. Many noted the assessment carries extra weight when you consider Madonna routinely wears a golden grill and eye patch.
Oh, my God.
And finally, Real Housewives star Teresa Giudice saying she really doesn't spend much time talking to her new husband, Luis Riales. Giudice says it shouldn't be surprising because she also never talks to her vibrator. That's your Hollywood track.
All right, to the phones we go. We'll see if somebody has an answer to this. What kind of chicks does Gene Simmons love best? 215-263 WMMR. I'll go to, is this Jose?
I think it's Joe. And then,
Joe. Somehow or another it ended up. Okay. Hi, Joe. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, Joe, what kind of chicks does Gene Simmons love best?
Loose.
Loose is correct, yes. Hang on a second, Joe. That changed, right? The name on that screen changed for me,
It does
right?
that from
All
time
right.
to time, and what it ended up changing to was the last 3 letters of loose. And you remember there being a Joe, so you went from the J and
Joe
Joe
to Jose. I got it. All right.
I've heard it a million times.
Here's what we got for Joe. $50 Dunkin' gift card. It's go time for teachers, and Dunkin' is brewing up the perfect way to say thank you. And on Thursday, today, Local educators are going to receive a free medium hot or iced coffee at participating Dunkin' restaurants.
Wow.
Price and participation may vary, so go get that.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
She was a hoa. All right, we're going to start with this. 30 Seconds to Mars commemorated the 20th anniversary of their self-titled debut studio album with the release of a collectible box set. And it includes a signed vinyl poster, signed vinyl poster, mini yearbook, stainless steel chain bracelet with insignia box, 2 drumsticks printed with the Shannon Leto signature, 4 guitar picks, and a commemorative pin.
6 rabbits' hands.
Yeah, and it's set for retail at $175. In conjunction with the release of the box set, the band has also released an exclusive 20th anniversary merch collection featuring a commemorative tee and zip-up hoodie. The album is available separately for purchase for a limited time on vinyl, CD, and cassette tape as well. So you can buy it on cassette.
Oh, yeah.
Kind of interesting.
It's a trendy thing.
Yep. So 30 Seconds to Mars, the album was released on August 27th, 2002.
There was a point at which he was poised to be much more of a rock star, but he kept the acting thing going. So, but I remember there was a lot of heat on that band.
He juggles both pretty well.
Yeah.
To keep that band going and relevant and still pull in some pretty impressive roles acting-wise is a tough thing to do.
It took a little while for them to really take, because I'm looking at their album history, and it wasn't until 2009 that This Is War, that album came out. And
Right.
That was a song. That was the one that had Kings and Queens on it.
That's a great song.
And it's a great, great song, but that's the first one that I remember hearing where they got any sort of widespread radio play.
Okay. In the UK, the latest album from Muse, Will of the People, is outselling the rest of the top 10 combined.
Wow.
It was reported in Billboard. The numbers come midweek, but it is likely that when it's all added up, the trio will have their 7th UK #1 album. Will of the People is the band's 9th studio album. The Music Walk of Fame in London, renowned for its musical history, will be unveiling a store plaque in honor of David Bowie. The unveiling ceremony will take place on September 15th, followed by a private event for Bowie's friends.
Did you see
fans,
that
and colleagues?
walk when you were there? I mean, you took a little bit of a side. We went out to see the Eagles play.
Yes.
And you went off on your own. Did you hit that as well?
I don't remember. I'd have to see what it looks like because I went through a really cool area where they had all of the lyrics.
Oh my God, it's Preston.
Of Bohemian Rhapsody that went down like blocks and blocks and blocks, all in neon at every. It was pretty incredible.
Oh, that's cool.
I took a video of it walking through there, and it seemed like that would be the place to put something like this, but I'm not really sure, Steve. The unveiling ceremony, like I said, will be on the 15th, and it comes one day before the new Bowie documentary, Moonage Daydream, opens in IMAX theaters with a wider release scheduled for September 23rd.
I never heard that song, or it wasn't familiar with me, Moonage Daydream, until Fish played it in concert in Atlantic City. And now it's like one of my favorites. And,
that's cool.
Yeah, because I was like, all right, well, I heard that one. I'm like, now I have to listen to the original to see if how much of a departure it was. And I mean, it stayed pretty close to the original, and I love the original now.
The Blue Note Jazz Club in New York City began the first of 3 evenings dedicated to the life of Charlie Watts, of course, late drummer of the Rolling Stones. The tribute show featured members of the Rolling Stones touring band who worked closely with the late drummer, including Bernard Fowler, Darryl Jones, and Tim Rise, among many other special guests. And the 3-night special show will continue until tonight. Actually, it wrapped up last night.
Damn it!
With this fresh special guest.
Were you going to go?
I was going to go.
So maybe we'll find out how that went.
That's my haunt. It's the Blue Note.
And then finally, it's the return. MMR's Back to School A to Z.
Very exciting.
It's today. We're only a few hours away from this beginning. 7 p.m. is when it happens. Thousands and thousands of songs.
It's a musical excursion.
In alphabetical order, and Jackie Bam Bam gets the honor of kicking it off. So join us on this musical journey starting tonight at 7 p.m. It's exciting stuff. We love it. And we will be carrying this on for you when we get back next week.
If you've never heard it, you just set aside some chunks of listening time because you're going to hear some wild stuff.
What letter do you think we'll be on when we get back to work?
I try not to.
It's tough.
Yeah.
M?
I was going to say F.
I think H.
I mean, J is what I was going to say.
All right, I'm going H.
Okay.
I always confuse F and H.
Right.
Yeah, they sound not like each other at all. J. I'm going to go with J.
All right.
J, the letter J.
Casey?
I'm going F.
F.
Oh, okay, cool.
Good number.
It's a good letter.
James, by the way, who won our Always Sunny, or was in our Always Sunny contest, raised up his fist when I said the letter J.
All right, Team J.
I do that for P, too.
Yeah.
P's the best letter in the alphabet. You know? So, we all have our favorite letters.
Yes, of course we do.
Yeah. Okay. That's it for music news. Let's give away some of these Top Gun Maverick digital copies that I have. And we'll take callers 15 and 16 at 215-263-WMMR. Tom Cruise, the spectacular action-packed epic. You can buy it now on digital and dive into over 110 minutes of incredible behind-the-scenes bonus content. It's available at participating retailers rated PG-13 from Paramount Pictures.
Have you seen it?
No, and I can't wait to.
Yeah,
I'm excited
honestly,
to.
you know what we've said. It's well worth seeing.
Yep. All right, 215-263-WMMR. We'll take those callers. Come back in a second. Wrap it up. Letter of the day, word of the week, prize. Give it away. Stay with us.
The trailer alone.
So damn good. And you the end is
How does it end? What happens?
Okay, so here's what happens.
You're making up the chart.
Yeah. By the way, I would like to correct you on one little thing. Prior to this, the first season coming out, we totally would have had you on our show.
You're a liar.
No.
You are in some of our favorite things.
When the first trailer for Black Mass came out, and the dinner scene with you and Johnny Depp, and I'll just sort of leave it at that because I know you wanted to hit on this, Steve.
Oh no, we're gonna go over all your stuff because
Yeah.
we're big fans. But yes, no, Casey's right. We were fans before Stranger Things. It just cements the adoration. But to that point, you go through these things. This has been your quantum leap.
Yes,
I mean, but you were that kind of guy. You were on Broadway and you know working that whole deal. When you went in to I know you had an issue with working with kids initially, right? Because kids can be a liability, right?
Initially.
Because I find you've got to get the right. I'm so quick to hate a kid in a thing. if he's, you know what I'm saying? If he's
I do know what you mean. I know exactly.
You got to get a Haley Joel Osment. You got to get somebody who really gets it. These
and we
kids
got
are
like
great.
6 of them.
Yeah.
I know. I know.
And so they never. The old thing is never work with animals or kids.
Yeah, but you and I are the same age, right? So when I look at this,
Are you 75?
born in '75.
No, 1975. No.
So you were born on my brother's birthday in 1975.
Oh,
right?
wow.
So that I turned 44 on the 4th of July. So
Wait.
Yeah.
I was born on your brother.
my brother was born in '73.
Oh, 73. I was like,
Don't try to
wow,
work it out.
2 months apart? Brother, how did that happen? Something with test tubes and cloning or something.
It's right out of Stranger Things.
Yeah, exactly.
It's the upside down.
You and I and Nick, actually, as a matter of fact, we're all contemporaries. So we grew up with the same movies. So there are movies that came out in the 80s that still work today that have kids in them because they were so good. The Goonies is one.
Yes.
Stand By Me is another one. Sandlot is another one that came a little bit later on.
Okay.
And so I liken
E.T.
E.T. Yeah. As a matter of fact, E.T.
Yeah. Drew Barrymore, like a little tiny Drew Barrymore, amazing.
Right. So, and we had the creator of The Sandlot in here a couple of years ago, and he actually, I think they had a whole other cast of kids, and he was like, you know what, I need to get older kids to play younger because they weren't doing it right. And
yeah, interesting.
And so,
I mean, our kids are kind of all over the map. I think when we started, I think Millie was the youngest, and I think she was 11 years old, and then I think Caleb was the oldest, and I think he was maybe 14. So they do span a little bit, but in general, they are kind of aging with the show. Like Millie in particular is, you know, she started out, she was 11 years old, and now she's what, like 14 or something.
She's
and
a
the
young
kids are
woman now.
growing up.
It's a little weird to see, but it's natural.
Well, it's
but
weird for you. It's just weird for Hopper too. Yeah, it's like a nightmare.
I love that you, and to Preston's point about the character, this character, and I think I like complex, I like villains where you can sort of see why they are what they are, and they're not just, mustache twisting. And I like heroes that sometimes get pissed off and have luggage. And that's how Hopper came into the deal. The whole paternal aspect of him was not revealed, and it becomes revealed in an organic way. How much of your input helped create that genesis for Hopper?
I mean, they had an amazing character already created when I came in, but they also are very collaborative. So, I have ideas and I understand men that are broken and disappointed in life, and other people are disappointed in. So I had some insight into that.
Right.
And so, as we were developing him in the first season, and one of the fun things was as we developed him in the first season, and as we thought, we were all sort of neurotic, and we thought, well, this isn't going to have much of a life after this season. But we would sit around on set and just have fantasies about, what would be amazing? If we could run this thing, what could be cool? And I think that some of those discussions, especially in season 1, one of the fun things was we really loved the character of Hopper, and we also really loved this character of 11. And we were there's clearly he had a daughter who died, and so he has a lot of trauma around that. And she had a papa who was manipulative and who used her.
Right.
And so wouldn't it be great for these two characters to try to heal their trauma together and do it in a very chaotic way where they, they
Which
don't
was
know
season
what they're
2.
doing. Yeah,
Season
so that
2 was
led
that
into
process.
season 2.
Yeah.
And then, and then there's stuff that we're even responding to going into to season 3. Yeah.
Yeah, no.
David, I loved you on Newsroom, and I love you in this, in Stranger Things, and they're very different roles.
Very different.
And the writing on, which is Aaron Sorkin's show on the Newsroom, it's so fast-paced, and so a lot of your characters build on the fast-paced nature of the entire show and how quickly the dialogue is delivered, whereas on Stranger Things, it's the spaces between the notes, right? It's a lot more drawn out, and you can be a much more subtle actor. Do you have a preference? Does it matter to you? Or do you just like to work when the work is good?
No, I mean, I do feel like with the Newsroom stuff, I feel like the gestalt, the larger piece is very good, but as a component in it, you don't have a lot of freedom to do, you don't have a lot of ownership in a weird way. And so with Stranger Things, there's a lot more ownership. I mean, you get to explore a lot more behavior. A lot of times, Sorkin's stuff and Newsroom is very much about the point you're making, on the page. Whereas with Stranger Things, you may say something and mean something entirely different, or you may say something and then behave entirely different.
And there are these pauses and these drawn out things, especially with your character.
I love that. I love the way a character is you take a lot a lot of time.
But it's
what's up with you? Why?
Yeah. It's compelling
You get
now.
drawn in as a result.
Yeah. No, I mean, that's my whole thing with acting has always been that, a lot of it, human behavior is always very complex, and sometimes, a lot of times, I think people say something that, and then they behave entirely differently. And that's sort of how I've seen the world since I was a kid, is I've always been confused by human beings, because they would say things like, I love you. And you'd be like, I don't
No,
think
you
you
don't.
do. I think you want me to stay, or I don't know what you want, but you don't just love me. So that's always the complicated thing that I want to explore with human beings. And I think that the great thing about the Duffers are they really love actors. They really love what we bring to it, and they really want, so they'll have something in their mind that's very specific, and then we'll come in and mess it up, and they'll be like, this is even better than what and that sort of collaboration is what you're always looking for.
You mentioned taking a lot of time. Netflix took a long time to get this next season back. And I was curious what you,
All right,
how you feel about that as an actor.
Listen, here's the problem, all right? It's not a problem. It's a problem with you guys. I swear, it is a problem with the world, okay? Because we have, all right, I'm going to throw down here, because we have trained you. We give you 8, or actually last year, 9 hours of content.
Yeah.
And you binge it all in a day.
No, I learned.
And it's like, give us time. Take your time. Once every 2 months is when you should be watching an episode.
No, it's crack.
Look,
though. It's
I know.
crack.
For me too. For me too. I mean, sorry.
No. And as soon as it's over, you're like, when's the next one coming out? Like, after the first day it comes out, you watch the whole season, and then you want to know when there's more.
And you'll see, like, you'll see as you watch this season. I mean, the problem is, like, I agree. I wish we could bring them out to you every couple months, you know? But the problem is, and especially when you watch this season, if you really just watch each episode and you see the camera work, the story work, the production design, like, every single one of them is an hour-long movie.
That's been true
and
of the whole series.
8 of them.
Yeah.
But eight movies in a year and a half is like pretty good, compared to like.
Well, let me ask you, going to your film work, which you love, and Casey brought up Black Mass, and you know. You've worked on the other side of the table from Johnny Depp, as menacing a Whitey Bulger as you could possibly imagine. And I was reading an interview with you where you say the performance.
Our group to thank for being here today. And it was the battle of the self-proclaimed experts. It's always sunny in Philadelphia edition. I want to thank James and Alex for being here this morning. Alex, our victor, and he gets the VIP treatment at the Always Sunny podcast coming up at the Met.
It's going to be a great time.
There are some tickets that do remain for that. They were sold out, and then all of a sudden they released some last-minute tickets. So if you want to get them, you can get them. And so we have the video up for you to check out now. The description says, "Hey-oh, 2 jabronis go head-to-head in an Always Sunny trivia game to see who is a golden god and who has donkey brains." And you can be the first to see the newest Day Rush videos by subscribing to our YouTube channel. And it's sponsored by Xfinity's Gig Speed Internet. You can learn more at xfinity.com. Also, thank you to Keenan Thompson. Yeah. Not a great phone line, but we had him on. He's hosting the 74th Primetime Emmy Awards on Monday, September 12th. That's on NBC, and it's also streaming live on Peacock. So I guess we should get the letter of the day for the word of the week. And I guess you're going to do that, Casey?
I can do it.
All right, here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
He just finished his prep.
He did. All right, the Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter
Z.
Z.
As in zebra.
All right.
I don't know. What do you want from me?
Caller number 7-215-263 WMMR. You get to a shot at winning the prize if you know the word. So give us a call right now and we'll get you on board. 7th caller is what we are looking for. How you doing, man?
Fine, thank you.
Wonderful. Did you just get here?
No.
He's been here. He got in before us, Preston.
No, I was polishing the furniture.
You're a stickler for that. You have a particular type of polish that you insist on.
Yeah, it's Smith's old-fashioned polish.
Right.
Of course. Yeah. And
it's made out of bee honey and
yeah, Smith's old-fashioned. Katie Robert used to use it. Touch of vinegar, touch of beeswax, touch of cinnamon.
Yeah.
Put it in your coffee and then start polishing.
Okay. All right.
And I got the whole West Wing done.
Oh,
That's why I started working on the East Wing.
Man.
But I had to run to get down here. Boy, shoo. But
the West Wing's a distance. I got it.
It sure the hell is, Buster.
Yeah.
And dirt just makes me mad.
It does.
Yeah.
But you're stronger than dirt.
I am stronger than dirt, just like Ajax. Remember that commercial?
Stronger than dirt.
Stronger than dirt. You're too young.
I don't remember that one, no.
That's all right.
Yeah.
Steve and I know it.
Okay, because you're old as dirt.
Absolutely.
Damn.
For yourself. I don't know. I don't know. What do you want from me? All I know is sports. Sports and dusting. That's all I know. I don't know much else. Got to pick up the goddamn pace out there.
Sports and dusting.
Sports and dusting. What do you want? I don't know.
They're very similar.
They're very similar.
Yeah.
You smoke a cigar, you drink some Jack, you dust.
I forgot
You
about that.
smoke a cigar, you drink some Jack, and you dust.
Then I go to my show at The Fanatic, and I talk about sports.
You should do a shift one day.
I sure should.
Yeah.
I don't know.
All right, let's go back to the calls. We're looking for number 7. It's Nancy. Hi, Nancy. Good morning.
Good morning.
Nancy, what's our word of the week?
A to Z.
I don't know.
Yeah, that is correct. A to Z. And with that, Nancy, you just won yourself a trip to see Bush, Alice in Chains, and Breaking Benjamin, and it's in West Palm Beach, Florida.
That sounds awesome. Thank you.
Saturday, October 1st, and we're picking up the airfare and the hotel and the tickets to the show. So congratulations to you, Nancy.
That's awesome. Thanks.
You bet. Hang on. We'll get your information. We'll set you up. And we'll be good to go, my friend. So what's happening on today's radio program?
More Pops Rocks the Moody Blues, the orchestra playing the music of the Moody's we'll have to give away. Also, blocks in honor, because we'll be in A to Z tomorrow, we will do a block of the Red Hot Chili Peppers today. Normally, we'd wait till tomorrow. The show is Saturday. Brent Porsche is broadcasting from 3 to 7, by the way.
Cool.
Which will be fun, and I think it'll be a fun outdoor show. Also, Warren Zevon on the bill today, and Ghost will be on the bill today. So those are the workforce blocks.
All right, thank you, Pierre. And I want to thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show is brought to you by Dunkin', the Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Also brought to you by Acme Markets, Fresh Foods, Local Flavors. Acme, the official grocery store of the Preston and Steve Show. And by Squeezed.com. Feel great and lose weight with Squeezed. Next week on our program, we have a few things set up. We have comedian Stephen Wright on the show.
Cool.
Bruce Valanche, comedic writer, will be in our studio. We've had him here before.
Yes, absolutely.
One of our favorites, Gary Goldman, Harry Levin from
TMZ, the new special about Michael Jackson.
And finally, we're going to be able to reveal some of the details about Casey's coast-to-coast driving adventure, which is still happening.
Yeah.
Been delayed, obviously. We wanted to send him a little while back, but a little thing called COVID got in the way. So we are going to make this happen, and we have some details coming next week on that we think a little bit of a surprise.
Oh, yes, there is.
Find very interesting. So that's it. We're done. Rage on. Have yourself a great day, and we'll see you later, gang. Bye-bye.